It took a while, but we're back.
Yeah, we're back again, and about time too, I would say. And yeah, it's been a while, so I figure, you know, let's just have a warm up. How are you doing? How are you feeling?
Semester's over.
Okay, great.
That was hard, but I'm good. It went well. How about you?
Excellent. I'm concerned that you're using the part of it that shows you how sloppily I made my bed this morning. There's a lot of webcam that could have been used, but like my cat wouldn't move off my bed, and now I feel like a slob and I'm embarrassed. And I was like, fuck, let's get this in place on time.
I mean, if it'd make you feel better, I can just push over my green screen and you'll see the same thing behind me.
No, that would actually make me feel worse.
Okay.
That would actually, but you know, just, it's been a while, you know, things have changed, life has moved on, so I just have like a simple question for you to get us started. Okay, so imagine you're in a field, and before you coming is a trolley, and there's a switch that will let you change the tracks of the trolley. Currently, going toward the tracks, if you do nothing, you have Bowser's right arm. And Bowser, if you do nothing, his arm will be crushed. On the trolley are a bunch of clowns named Carl and Larry.
Okay.
I give you 100 points if you get the reference.
Carl and Larry, nope, I'm sorry.
Damn. No one gets my sick Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy references these days. If you pull the lever, Bowser will be okay. However, you will destroy his ability to gain monetary wealth. His family will be absolutely destitute. What? And he will I am including like all the ability for Kamek to give him infinite coins and whatnot. Like, is either Bowser's financial well-being or his right arm. Now consider, if you pull the lever, he doesn't see you. If you do nothing, he sees you and knows that you made this decision. Also, Princess Peach is on the trolley, and she is laughing at the clowns, which Bowser will take as her laughing at him.
What?
Do you pull the lever or not?
What's on the other track that causes that?
It's just the concept of Bowser's monetary wealth or his right arm. Princess Peach is watching.
I don't pull the lever. I don't pull the lever. I think Mario technology is good enough that he could just make himself a new one. He'll get a cyborg arm. It'll be badass.
Okay, great. So then Peach is laughing at him, is a clown now, and he knows it's your fault. Great.
Yeah. I feel like, given those two choices, permanent poverty is worse. It's just worse. You can get over the other things. That's eternal.
Okay, good. Excellent.
What
Welcome to Design Dorks Gaiden, everybody.
What inspired that?
Okay, so I was on Hypercold's stream playing Mario Party like a month and a half ago, and he had to step away and ask me to stall for time, and that was the improv that came out of my mouth, and I've been holding on to that for a month and a half so that I can hit this audience with it too.
Well, you cooked. You cooked. It was well done. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that we've all learned a little something today.
I think so. I'm just not entirely sure what.
I could have picked anything else. No one was yes-anding me. They just let me continue cooking.
Alright, welcome everybody back to Designing
Hey, that's mine.
Design Dorks. It's fine. I'm tired. Where we talk about the games we've played, the news, lots of news. Dear God, this is going to be a long episode. Bonus stuff and other good deals. So, I know you have a lot more to talk about than I do.
That's very true.
So how about you get started? I'm always talking... I know. It's fine.
What do you know?
A lot more, actually. School's
Oh,
going
that
well.
you're always tired. Yes, no. Perpetually, obviously. But yes, congratulations on your sense of style. I, on the other hand, have things to do and came back from a jog.
Sorry, I'm just grabbing the list of games.
No, why do you look like that, though?
The headband is just something I started like 2 months ago because I'm growing my hair out and
why
it
do you
actually
look like
legitimately looks. It feels great. This is a prop
Okay.
from the history class I was taking. It was a royal jacket, and I like it so much. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make this part of the YouTube brand. It fits.
No, it's cute. It's very nice. I did have a comment on your headband,
Oh no. Right.
which was, hang on, it's still in here. It's somewhere in here.
No, you can share it. You can share it.
I said, I believe in its functionality, but you look like someone who enjoyed the Barbie movie a questionably large amount. I then followed that up within 30 seconds saying, you are now going to think about that statement and wonder what it means, but no, it doesn't sound wrong.
And I'm still in that mindset. I still don't know what it means. But it doesn't sound wrong either.
I'm correct, though.
You are correct.
You know I'm right.
You are absolutely 100% correct.
That's fine. I'm very close to needing a head covering for life, so...
Hey, hats are cool.
Hats are cool. I need some behind-the-ear headphones. So I can wear hats on stream. Anyway, video games.
Yes.
Because there's a lot, and I should stop stalling. So, let's start here. So a game that I never got the chance to play as a kid, which is odd, but was recently added to the Nintendo Switch Online service, was Donkey Kong Land.
That's
And
the GB
Donkey Kong Land
version, right?
Yeah, Game Boy. Would you believe that Donkey Kong Land is not a remake of Donkey Kong Country 1? It is a completely original game. It takes place immediately after and sort of follows a continuation. The Gangplank Galleon is crashed into DK Island, and you sort of go through the ruins of it into the ancient underwater city of Kremlantis.
Oh,
Into
okay.
the clouds, and then finally to Big Ape City, where the original Donkey Kong took place.
Wow. I never
Yeah.
knew any of that. What is this just hidden corner of all of the DK lore, apparently?
Yeah, and then Land 2 and Land 3 are just remakes of Country 2 and Country 3.
Oh. So they tried something ambitious for the first, and then
But
just...
2 is very rigidly designed around it, and 3 has different names and a different world map, but the same plot.
Okay. Why the differences? Was it different companies, or did they just...
No, it's still all Rare.
Huh.
The thing was that Donkey Kong Land was made very quickly, very much as a tech demo sort of feeling, and you can feel it. This is a game that was not built as a platformer. It was built as a modification of the Game Boy version of Battletoads.
Okay.
So imagine taking Battletoads and trying to make Donkey Kong Country's physics system out of it.
Huh. Fascinating. Okay,
Yeah,
sure.
It is fascinating. It's bad.
I can't imagine that working.
No, the rigidity of your jumps is so pronounced in this game, and you just fall like a freaking rock whenever you're in the air. It's like, oh.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever you hit the maximum momentum. Screen size is obviously an issue because we're dealing with pretty big sprites on a pretty small screen. It's all of the issues that I feel that people have with Donkey Kong Country, unclear hitboxes, large sprites, enemies that jump in out of nowhere. This feels like a game where that's actually true.
Mm-hmm.
And I can see, oh, is this what you think Donkey Kong Country is? That's bad.
Yeah, this is not a
But at the
setup
same-
that works with the size of these sprites.
Yeah.
Just watching the gameplay, enemies are on the screen for like a fraction of a second before they're on you.
Yeah, but it is still a fascinating product of its time. The Kong letters collected in each stage, that's how you save. You collect
okay.
all 4, and then you are allowed to save the game. The stage has interesting ideas where you're collecting those like big DK and Diddy coins.
Mm-hmm.
And every single one of those gets used in the bonus game as a chance to get an extra life.
Okay.
So, like, you load them into a cannon, and then you have to catch them as they shoot out of a cannon in order to get your extra lives.
Oh, that's
Thus,
fun.
incentivizing the collectathon feel that later Donkey Kong Country games would get into better than the original, I would say.
I kind of love the idea of wrapping the collectathon aspects into a save system.
Right?
That's a really interesting way of encouraging that sort of gameplay.
It's such a cool vibes game. It's a shame it sucks. Bosses are better than the original game, so I'll give it that. They're not good, but they're better.
I was gonna say, that's not the highest of bars, but sure.
No, but I'm just saying it doesn't, like, trip over the stick on the ground.
Okay.
Soundtrack is almost completely original outside of DK Island Swing, and it's great.
Alright.
Like, it's so frustrating that this game is good at everything except being a game.
Oh, but those are the best kinds, though.
No,
conceptual greatness.
This is the one that hurts me the most. Because I have to admit, it plays like Donkey Kong Country, and it's bad. Huh. But yeah, that's basically all my thoughts. Do you have any questions on Donkey Kong Land?
Which was the best of the 3 that you played?
3.
3. Okay.
3. That one actually got a Japan-only Game Boy Color exclusive version.
Alright.
And for whatever reason, if you have the Japanese NSO, that is what you will play. If you play it on the US NSO, then it's the chunky original Game Boy one.
Huh. Okay, sure.
Which is weird, because...
This was made by Rare, right?
This was made by Rare, yeah.
Why?
It's extra confusing, because I don't know... Are you at all familiar with the game Conker's Pocket Tales?
I've never heard of a Conker's game called Conker's Pocket Tales. What is Conker's
cool.
Pocket Tales?
Alright, cool. We gained Rare history. Let's go. Alright, so... originally, Conker was not made to be Bad Fur Day. It was originally a much more cutesy title called Conker 64, or later 12 Tales Conker 64. Mm-hmm. And this was a very Tex Avery animation-inspired platformer. It was very cute, very in line with what you expect, and people were like, we don't need another frickin' Banjo. Because gamers were getting mature and felt talked down to by this childish Conker game. So they had to delay 12 Tales. However, they had planned for it to come out in tandem with a Game Boy game called Conker's Pocket Tales. So, 12 Tales, Pocket Tales, so that they carry off of each other.
Yeah.
Much like how Mickey Speedway USA had a Game Boy and an N64 version that sort of played with each other. Eventually, Conker got delayed so much that they were just like, fuck it, release it. So there is this entirely child-friendly Game Boy Conker game that simply exists.
So
no idea what's going to happen in about 2 years.
So there's just somewhere out there is a parent, a mother just getting a nice, cute Game Boy game for her child, and then sees an N64 game there, being like, oh, there's a sequel to this adorable little mascot platformer.
This is why that game is labeled for mature gamers only on the box. Specifically for grandma.
That is
But
amazing.
the interesting thing about it is that it took so long that Rare invented technology that turns it from a Game Boy game to a Game Boy Color game, depending on the system that it senses that it's in. And there are minor differences between each game.
Fascinating. They're just left so long with this project in the wings that the designers just got bored.
Made it again? Yes.
It's like, what else can we do with this, guys?
Exactly.
Cool.
So that's me saying I don't know why Donkey Kong Land doesn't have the same grace for it.
Why are there
'Cause
Kirby
quite frankly, it
portals
should.
in this game? He's just randomly
that's the end
jumping
of
through
the-
wormholes.
Yeah, that's the end of the level.
Okay, sure.
That's it. Yeah. That's the plot of the game. Cranky Kong called K. Rool and was like, "Can you steal the banana horde again? I need to teach my son a lesson." I'm not lying. That's the plot of the game.
Yeah, I miss that kind of plot in DK games. Can we get those back?
Too. But yeah, okay. I need to stop talking about this. I have like 17 more games.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Counting
6,
a lot of groupings is
8,
one.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All of Tarvold's.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Well, it's fine. We'll get through it.
Cool. Next game. As a lot of people here know, I actually had the chance to go up to Canada early last November, and I hung out with Tarvold in his house, and at a con,
Fine.
and in his house. And we played a lot of video games. Some of them were good. Some of them were I destroyed his internet by him trying to download Street Fighter 6. It ruined the internet for the entire household, and we only played one round and didn't play it on stream.
Lovely. Love that.
It's beautiful. But we did play through Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge.
That's the most recent one, right?
That is the newest one. It is a beat 'em up, and it sure is a beat 'em up.
Yeah.
Any questions?
That's no. I've played the. Gosh, I don't even know which one it was, but I've played a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles beat 'em up before, and this sure does look like a beat 'em up. Is it a fun beat 'em up?
It is a colorful and character-filled beat 'em up. Which is to say, the music is incredible. There are like 3 different vocal tracks in the game, including a rap by Shredder on how bad he's going to kick the turtles' asses while you fight him.
Love that.
Which is incredible. Excellent soundtrack. Pretty beautiful sprite animation. Very basic game, unfortunately.
Oh.
And I say this like, I think Streets of Rage 4 is an incredible beat 'em up. I love God Hand.
Mm-hmm.
Gamel did songs. Yeah, he did. No, Johnny did a great job. But ultimately, this is a game where, okay, so you have a super meter, and your super essentially clears the screen.
Mm-hmm.
And you build it by beating up enemies, as you would expect. There is no way to get that down other than expending the meter, and at any time you can just taunt, and if you complete your taunt animation, you get a full bar of super.
Oh, so you can basically go into every single encounter with a super ready if you just taunt beforehand.
Yes. It does hard cap you if you already have a super. The taunt doesn't work.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the Wu-Tang Clan did Shredder's theme. Fucking crazy. But, yeah, no, every encounter is just the same. Sometimes it'll throw in, like, lasers and conveyor belts and other, beat-em-up contrivances, but it's... If it came out in the 90s, I would call it alright. I'd call it, like, maybe around the level of the Simpsons arcade game.
Okay. Now that checks out for this kind of game.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just sad because I expect more, because Turtles in Time is the pedigree beat 'em up. Like, more than anything else, I hear that game held up on high as the one.
Yeah, and when you're directly following up on something that did just set the bar, something that's just like this looks fun, but I feel like in the 3 minutes I've been watching this, I already know how the entire game works.
You're correct on that. Spectacle does get very fun, but I felt like it had too many levels for what it wanted to be, and I didn't think it had very many levels.
A decent arcade game. Just pop like 6 quarters in and be satisfied.
If this game was in the arcades, I think I would like it more, because then there would be risk to every encounter, and I would like feel something. And like the game does have it does have like achievements for getting through stages with no hits, but that just doesn't give me the same feeling, you know?
Still fun though?
Oh yeah, fun, definitely. Good for like an hour and a half of your time, and then you don't think about it again outside of the soundtrack, sadly.
That checks out.
Anyway, then he put me through that, so I put him through Metal Slug 3. Guess what? That game is like this, but it's better.
Yeah! Love Metal Slug.
Yeah. You know this exact experience? Guess what? It happened again. That game is so good.
It's just a sheer utter joy.
I know, and then, like, you sit there and, like, you're in awe of that last level, and you forget about the fourth boss, who is the alien who turns you into gold when he kills you.
The way that game just keeps going is insane.
Yes.
God, these sprites. I'm looking at the crab boss right now.
Yeah.
Just... God, for how old this game is, like, this is just some of the best sprite work in gaming. Just in general.
Yes, it is. And then you become the zombie, and you get the screen-clearing laser vomit. Of your own blood. The last level is like all the levels. True! It's like 8 levels at once! It's so good! It's like, when will this end? And then it's like, would you like another level in the level?
How many quarters can we get out of you?
Oh, big! There's nothing more to add to this. I just wanted to point out that it happened again, and it worked again.
Sign of a great game.
Yeah. And then I have a big ol' wrap-up for what we did as a stream, but I'm saving that for later, because that's a lot of games, and I have to talk about all of them at once as an experience.
Best of luck.
But I do want to say that I did participate in HalCon this year as the Halifax gaming, media, comic, anime convention. And I just wanted to say how nice of an experience it is going to cons and whatnot. I did manage to host a panel there, which was 30 years of Donkey Kong Country.
Nice!
And that guy, good. Let me tell you, there is something magical about sitting there and watching everyone be like, okay, what's this panel going to be about? And going, okay, I'll sing along, putting on the DK rap, and getting a group of around 50 people to recite the DK rap off tempo, and you're desperately trying to get them back on.
That's amazing.
From there, the panel was just worked out fantastically. There was I did have a little trivia section that was very fun. It was very much, okay, I'm going to give you 5 characters, and you're going to tell me if this is an actual Donkey Kong character, a member of the Kong family, or some shit I made up. And guess what? The segment of Kong or Wrong went over very well.
That's a great name. Hell yes.
Yes. Oh, the delightful feeling of getting into someone's head and going, okay, Redneck Kong was real, Ringo was real, but how about this one, Bruce? And they go, that's real. And I go, no, that's just a guy's name. My favorite thing in the world is going, okay, you didn't get enough for a prize, but since you participated, what's your favorite Donkey Kong character? I'm going to draw him on the back of my business card in 10 seconds. And getting the entire audience to count down to you when you have 0 artistic ability. And go like, okay, here's Naughty. He looks like a Spheal. Bruce is a bit too obvious to be fake. It is fake! Did you get them with Eddie? No, they got Eddie. They got Eddie.
Who's Eddie?
Eddie the mean old Yeti.
Sure.
From the White Mountains.
I believe you.
Donkey Kong died, and Eddie had to bring him back to life because Eddie was the ghost of Christmas. It was an It's a Wonderful Life parody. Donkey Kong had to sing, Eddie, let me go back to my home. Without me, everything's so wrong.
Of course. I don't know why I expected anything else, to be perfectly honest.
He's a good guy. He courts Candy Kong, who is a robot at the time, with his famous song, Me Like Snow, Me Like Ice, Me Keep You, 'Cause You Nice.
Bars. Wow.
Isn't it? Yeah, the overall convention was a delightful time. I made a lot of friends. There was one wonderful moment where I am in my full King K. Rool cosplay, and I walk into the retro gaming room, and a bunch of guys are playing Mario Party, and they go, shut the hell up! Shut the hell up! Oh my god, oh my god! And they point to their friend who is wearing a Charizard onesie, and he goes, oh shit! I left my Donkey Kong onesie in the hotel. I go, how far away is your hotel? It's like 5 minutes, blah, blah, blah. I will sit here and play Sonic 3D Blast until you get back. And he ran out, and he got the Donkey Kong onesie, and we took pictures.
Do you have those pictures?
I do not. Those are for him.
Damn it!
In the K-Rool outfit, I cannot do anything. I have like a hole cut into one glove, and that's the only way I can manage a phone.
Okay.
Everything else is a nightmare, and I'm wearing claws, so every time I go into my pocket is just the risk of everything falling apart.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It is like
fair.
It is a I need to be helped around sometimes costume.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Tarvold can tell you that by the end of the day, my crown had slipped to my forehead. And, like, would not stay up.
I feel like that just makes the costume better.
Okay, so I will not lie. Half of the time I got recognized as King K. Rool. A quarter of the time, people asked me if I was King Koopa from the Super Mario Brothers Super Show. A quarter of the time, it was, oh, you're King K. Rool. I'm sorry, I thought you were from VeggieTales.
You're just the pickle.
Yes. They're like, do you know King Bob?
Oh my god, that was the right thing to say.
Yeah.
Oh, I grew up on VeggieTales. Good god.
No, it's... So it was a delightful time, and I just wanted to share that.
Thank you, that's amazing.
Absolutely. I'm Pickle Fear, yes. Donkey Kong, I've transformed myself into a pickle. You'll never defeat it. I'll go into your bananas. I'm Pickle Rule.
The best part about the VeggieTales thing is that I'm pretty sure Larry straight up says, "This will be my finest hour."
Yes. So that's an overview of the convention. More things happened, but it was nice. It was fun. It's always nice to be dressed as Ichiban and see another Ichiban and just do the
Ha!
each other. Yeah, so past that, I have more video games to talk about. Shit.
Do you got
The Dark Queen of Mortol. So this is a 20-minute game. A very simple one came out within the last week, I believe. And it is a simple sprite-based thing. You can get it for free on itch. You are playing as the boss character of a Dark Souls game, killing a hero who is constantly coming back and learning your patterns.
Oh, that's such a cool concept, though.
Isn't it such a cool concept? And you are a hot dommy mommy queen. Like, imagine that you're Maleficent, but you just hit people with your scepter.
No, yeah,
And you're,
it's
like,
straight up a
twice as tall.
Sauron mace. I love it.
Yes. It is such an amazing concept. If the hero gets you down to a quarter, you enter your enrage phase and transform and get new attacks that instantly kill. It is insanely rad. I don't love it.
Oh, but the concept's so cool.
The concept is cool, but it is... So the game is essentially a meta commentary on the connection that you get with a boss as you continue to lose to it. And the feeling of, like, this becoming a part of you. You have to do it. You have to overcome it. And, you know, slowly, like, as the hero dies again and again, you go from, like, snapping your fingers to erasing his corpse to putting your hand on his head to embracing him as he dies. And, like, that's really solid storytelling. I love that. Unfortunately, the game has dialogue. And the dialogue goes from very in character, very of the universe, and also very much, sorry I didn't respawn right away. I had to go and grind for this sword. It was very difficult to do so, but it is because of my devotion to you that I've gotten this. And sometimes having it is, okay, got it. Jump when you do that attack. Got it. Okay, let's go. And there's a weird dichotomy to it between the beauty of learning to love a boss fight through its mechanics and the feeling of needing to explain that versus the actual lore that they want to give of the character of your character, the boss, realizing that she cannot win this because you're just going to keep coming back until you figure it out, or you grind enough to get stronger, and she can just stay in this room and do nothing. It's a meta comment, but it doesn't do anything with it.
Okay.
And I bring this up because I want to see more from this. This is so close to being everything I want, but it's not in ways that upset me.
Okay. I will also say, just watching this, the pace of this is agonizingly slow.
Oh, and intentionally so. Because it's meant to be, you're a Souls boss. You have a slow attack, and eventually you learn to compensate for your giant hitbox but incredibly awful frame data.
That part's fine. It's more just the slow walk to corpse, slow walk back.
Oh, yes.
Dialogue.
Yes, no.
Dialogue.
No, you've seen the entire game.
Yeah, I'm getting what you're saying.
If you want to know how I felt about this game, it was saw concept, had your exact reaction, played game, had your exact reaction.
That's a shame. Cool idea though. I hope that gets explored, expanded on into something.
Yes. Another cool idea that expands on stuff was Sonic Pocket Adventure. This is the Sonic the Hedgehog 2D platformer exclusive to the Neo Geo Pocket.
I had no idea that this existed.
Yes. This exists, and it's fascinating because it is a classic Sonic game.
Oh, that sprite. Oh, that's a Sonic sprite.
Yeah, but it's made after Adventure.
Oh.
So all of the characters are based on the sprite work. Everything feels like it is a course correction of classic Sonic within the adventure style before the advanced games would take aim at that. And I'm going to send you a picture of this one sprite of Dr. Eggman. And it's my favorite sprite.
Hang on, can I drag this up?
Please,
yeah, I can.
Please show the people.
Look at that.
Look at how happy he is to choke out this hedgehog. He is elated.
Love that.
Yeah, only Sonic game to get a 10 out of 10 from IGN.
What?
Yes. They had very different rubrics for grading handheld games.
Sure. Okay.
But, yeah, insofar as this goes, it's alright. It takes a lot of ideas specifically from Sonic 2 and tries doing its own spin on things. And, like, as a portable version of Sonic 2, it actually works fairly well. Massive step up from the Game Gear games.
Mm-hmm.
I can see, like, the praise that this got back in the day because it is a handheld version of a console classic. I think it's worse than Sonic 2 in most of the things it tries.
I was going to say, like, the small screen alone, for a game where you're moving that quickly, like this...
It's not as bad as you would expect if you just hold down on slopes.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, level design is neatly interconnected, but sometimes it's just frustrating figuring things out. The bosses specifically, I think, are bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's one where you're fighting Eggman in a pinball table, and he's serving as sort of a pinball, sort of bouncing around.
Mm-hmm.
The issue is the screen is the arena is about twice as big as the screen, so sometimes he just comes from an angle that you can't react to. And you die.
Just a pinball machine where you can only see half the... Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yes. Do you think it's worse than Knuckles Chaotix? I've never played Knuckles Chaotix, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't think it's a bad platformer. I just think it was an interesting experience that I wanted to have as sort of this essentially lost Sonic game and the blueprint for what would become the Advanced series.
So you're saying IGN lied about it being a 10?
I'm saying that it... Well, look, the other games that IGN rated as a 10 on the Game Boy were, to my knowledge, Pokemon Red and Blue and Metal Gear Solid for the Game Boy.
Okay.
So it's in very good company.
That's fair.
On the other hand, it has this Eggman sprite, and he makes me so happy.
You know what? Fair. Very, very fair.
Like, if I had to go through all of that and all I got was this sprite, I'm fine with it. So MGSGB? Yes, Ghost Babel. Yes. What I am less happy about is Sonic the Hedgehog Spinball for the Sega Genesis.
Spinball.
Sonic Spinball is such a fascinating game because you go, oh, Sonic just has pinball levels. It makes sense to make him have a pinball game. Like, that's, aside from Kirby, that's the most logical step you could have.
Yeah, agreed.
And this game is so interesting because it is a pinball adventure. You start at one table, and then you knock yourself into another pinball table to explore a massive interconnected pinball world and collect enough Chaos Emeralds to fight a boss at the top of the table.
Okay, this is an amazing concept. How are you going to ruin this one? What?
It fucking sucks.
Damn it!
The pinball physics are bad. It's a great idea for a game, except that it sucks as a pinball game. And I hate this game a lot because, like, every 8 years or so, it gaslights me into thinking it will be a good game because it sounds so cool.
Man.
You don't have the ability to tilt the table. Instead, you have light directional influence on Sonic, where you can slowly curve him right or left in the middle of his momentum, and that makes momentum not make sense.
Okay.
It is so much worse than actually just tilting, but it doesn't make sense for you to have a tilt because it's Sonic. He's climbing up Eggman's Death Pinball Fortress. There's no tilt. There's just Sonic.
Just have Tails crash into the screen or something.
Yeah. If you get to a boss and fall out of its arena, you go back to the bottom pinball table and have to climb your way back up every single time.
Oh.
It feels really bad, especially against the final boss, where if you hit it into the wrong place 3 times, it automatically ejects you.
What is this Dark Souls pinball level of boss design?
It's Dr. Robotnik hitting you with the deadly smell my socks trap as he traps you in his windsock and throws you out, and you have to jump up the missiles in order to get back to him, which sounds rad as fuck. Let me assure you, it is not.
God, I hate that this isn't good. Because this
I know!
looks amazing.
Isn't it? It's based on the cartoons, Sat-Am and Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. So it has this darker, grungier tone to it, while also having the more cartoonish badniks. It is, to my knowledge, the only Sonic game that has Bunny Rabbit and Princess Sally in it.
Sure.
Which was a wild thing to come across, let me tell you. One of the levels has elevators where you have to keep Sonic held in a bumper. It does not tell you this, so I spent 30 minutes working around it. I did. I was very upset when I learned that was how you actually beat the level. But I was just like, nah, I'll do it. Whatever. Yeah, it just takes agonizingly long to do anything. It takes forever to die, and yet you can die instantly, and occasionally just through no fault of your own. And we'll just decide, nah, you fell in, you die now. I wish it were good.
I do too. This is a concept I would love to see fleshed out and done right.
It's so cool. It's so ass. Like, I dare you, play this game for 10 minutes, and you'll be like, oh, I see. Oh, this sucks. Anyway, I beat it. But... because I was like, no, it's not going to defeat me. However... so this is the 3rd Genesis Sonic game I've completely beaten.
Congratulations.
The other being 2 and Mean Bean Machine.
I mean, you really only need Mean Bean Machine, right? That's all that matters.
No, that's my favorite one.
I know.
I know you know. That's why we're friends. Also, up here, you know what? Can't even say that. Hang on. You know what also looks really good, but is only mildly disappointing?
What?
That would be Arzette and the Jewel of Faramore. This was the title released this year that was based on the Zelda CD-i games.
Oh! Okay.
So this is a fully fleshed out version, essentially about as long as, you know, your Link Wand of Gamelon or Faces of Evil. Or, I'm sorry, Zelda Wand of Gamelon.
God.
They got original voice actors from those games and original animators back for this. Character designs look great. Voice acting ranges from awful, but intentionally so, to wait a sec, that's great. The main evil villain summons his evil henchman, man with horse head, cat lady, and a dragon, but he's in a business suit.
Sure.
Soundtrack is all in all fantastic.
God, the sausage
And the gameplay?
fingers just, ugh.
I know. The gameplay is actually very well considered for it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. You essentially start with, you can take like 4 hits and then you die, but you have infinite continues for every screen. And it's a simple Zelda 2 style, get through every obstacle, hit the checkpoint, go into the next area.
Okay.
And you control well. You gain other options throughout the game. Like, you gain a backdash, you gain double jumps, you increase your speed slowly, you gain a gun that shoots magic.
Sure.
And it defeats different colored barriers of enemies. Enemies tend to be more durable than you, so you have to sort of duck out of their range. Platforming is generally pretty good. Backgrounds are lovely, honestly. Just really nice background art. And it's fun every time you come across a new NPC because you're like, okay, here's a cute little fairy. Oh no, she's high. And she goes, thank you for releasing me. Let me heal you. And Arzette just goes, okay. It's interesting because they know that they're a parody game, but they don't fully commit to it. They just are like, okay, we're going to make an actual game as if this came out in 1996. And then they're like, but we're not going to be ashamed of anything. We are going to lean in hard into our cringe.
I can see that.
Yes. Can you now? And, like, I respect the artistic vision a lot. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a lot of meat on the bone. Now, to be fair, I do think it's much better than the original games that inspired it. It is leagues better playing than Wand of Gamelon or Faces of Evil.
Mm-hmm.
It is meant to be, what if this game actually functioned as it intended? It does that. I don't think that that original game was very good to begin with.
This is true.
To put it simply, combat is more shallow than Zelda 2. You're a lot less responsive. When you get your backdash, you will never actually use it because it is very slow. It doesn't feel good like Alucard's.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I want to like it.
Why does
really
the Moose
do.
Man have hooves for hands? That's...
Why would he not have hooves for hands? Eventually you find a vampire, and his name is Lord Denny, and you have to get him back to his castle, because otherwise he can't make his breakfast for the Grand Slam. Because his name is Denny, you see. Like the restaurant.
God, the
And you
animation
go,
on the
"Why
drunk
would-"
guy. Oh my god.
Yeah. Hey, everyone! It's the princess! Like, it's so ugly and beautiful at the same time. Yes!
Okay, Like, honestly, I'm kind of fine if the actual gameplay is bad. Like, I understand what this is trying to be, and
Yes.
I'm fine with it.
No, honestly, I wish the gameplay was worse.
You know what? Fair.
Because it's merely alright, and that just sort of makes it white noise in my head.
You're just
And that
not able
makes
to
me
suffer
sad.
in the same way.
Because, like, I have to acknowledge, okay, it's a video game.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it. Now I have to, like, rate it as a video game. As opposed to, I have to struggle through the controls to barely get through something so I can see the next funny cutscene. It's just, I have to sit here and do the basic platforming so I can get to the next funny cutscene. And for whatever reason, I don't think a lot of the animations are as smooth as they were originally. Like, there is a difference in animation quality in between individual characters that feels weird to me.
I can see that a little bit. I've just been kind of skipping through cutscenes.
No, I know. That's what you should be doing. Just... It knows the reputation of where it comes from.
Mm-hmm.
And it tries to do something with it, and also tries to do something original, and doesn't commit to either strongly.
I see. That makes sense.
It's a lot of the issues I had with Dark Queen of Mortol, but in a much better game.
Mm-hmm.
From a game feel perspective. There's a YTP maker in there? Yes, there is. And that's good. I do want to, again, give shout-outs to the soundtrack, because it's fantastic all the way through.
Mm-hmm.
And you wouldn't expect it to be, but it's really good. So you prefer so bad it's good instead of just good? To me, the worst thing a game can be is boring.
Agreed.
If a game is bad, I love trying to reverse engineer what makes it. Like, you saw how I felt when I talked about Sonic Spinball. I had so much to say and so many feelings. Or Donkey Kong Land. Like, those are much worse playing games than Arzette. But they have the same level of artistic merit, but they do it worse, and because they do it worse, I want to see more out of them, and am more likely to revisit them. It's like, I'm a 30-year-old gamer. I'm dead inside. I need things to make me feel alive again, however possible. Higher or lower than Blue's Clues? This is higher. This is higher. Sonic Spinball is on the line, let me tell you.
Ha!
That game sucks. So hyped, but hearing it was just okay is kind of disappointing. Yeah. But it's better than playing it and then being disappointed that it's just okay. I don't know. If it just had better combat or was meaner, I would like it more. But boss fights are like, hit him with sword, stand on platform. He walked to the other side, hit him with the sword again. That's life. And that's Arzette. It's fine. It's fine. And I have one more game to talk about for this short section. This is the short section.
Yes, this is your short section. You've been talking for an hour. Good job.
I've been talking for 45 minutes, honey. It's fine. And that is Metaphor ReFantasio.
All right.
To be fair, I have not picked up this game, but I occasionally watch Cristal play it, and I have played about 3 hours of the demo.
Okay.
Which is the start of the game, and, damn. Persona games kind of have long intros, don't they?
They do.
It's kind of boring.
Mm-hmm.
I hate having this feeling where I'm sitting here going, this is the best, most consistently well-paced intro done by the Persona team. I'm so bored. Oh god, I've become what I hate.
You're losing patience for it, man.
I am. I'm becoming old. I earnestly feel that there is a very good game in here. I'm waiting for it to happen. Characterization is good. It's neat. It's racism again. Which is like, damn, there sure do be a lot of fancy games about racism lately. That's important.
Mm-hmm.
However, this is number 5. Yeah, character designs are great. Combat flows really nicely. A lot of the dead time in between the once more system has sort of faded away. I like my boy Stroll. Luis is really hot.
The UI is just so extra. My god.
Yes, it is. It runs functionally on the Steam Deck.
Ha!
But it's trying. Actual characters are fantastic that I haven't gone to yet. Like, you would love Haizme. Because imagine Sojiro.
Okay.
Now, imagine that you meet him when you would meet Yusuke, and he joins you in place of Yusuke.
Okay. Okay.
And he has that sort of presence and is a samurai. Now, imagine that he was a small little bat creature. But same voice, same attitude, same I'm your dad now.
That's amazing.
Isn't it?
Oh my gosh. That has sold me harder on this game than anything else, and I've heard that battle theme.
No, dude, Haizme fucking rules. There's a good dynamic here. I'm waiting to get to it, honestly. But I will admit, I'm hitting the wall that people hit with Persona, and I feel bad about it.
Yeah, I'd probably be in the same boat, because I've played enough of the games. Like, what the fuck is that main menu? Oh my god! They just paused for the first time. That completely lost my train of thought.
Yeah, no, there's a lot here.
Yeah, anyway, like, I have enough faith in this team to know that it's good. It would grip me eventually, but the 10 or 15 or so hours to get there, I don't think I could tank.
Yeah, this is my call to everyone in the comments to sell me as hard as you can right now so that I do not drop this game for next month. Because I want to get in, and the demo, I'm told, is extensive. It's like 10 hours long. And you get to transfer that chunk to your main playthrough.
So you have to do it twice. Good.
Yes, exactly. But I need the push for this one. Like, I just need to get over that hump. And this is a cry for help. Anyway, that's the short games I played. What about you?
Yeah, so let me just follow that up with all 4 of the things I didn't even play most of these.
Oh, shit. If I talk about the games I didn't play but just watched, I'm screwed.
No, that I had to do that. Finals this year, okay. If I didn't bring the things...
You want to talk about every Phoenix Wright game?
Honestly, I would enjoy that, but...
I would also enjoy that, but...
Alright, so I'm going to go through 2 I simply watched. One good, one bad. The good one... I've been dying to play this. My computer can't handle it. But that's fine, because I found that really the only thing I enjoy about Space Marines 2 is just going to channels of people that are really, really into Warhammer and just skipping to a handful of moments and watching these 30-plus men just devolve into screaming 8-year-olds, being like, "Oh, it's a dreadnought! Holy shit!" And this really seems like the perfect kind of game for that sort of just Pacific Rim, just watch the cool things explode the other cool things and just let that adrenaline course through your entire body. It's been said to death about this game, but the fact that you can just watch these massive skyboxes of enemies charge towards you and just that realization that, oh wait, those are all enemies. Every single one of those. And just the sheer technical marvel of being able to have, like, what must be thousands of these 3D models moving simultaneously. Like, that is genuinely so cool. And I love that. Past that point, I don't really have much more to say about it. Well, Warhammer is one of those franchises that I wish I could get into, but like it's one of the most intimidating franchises out there, just with how much stuff is in it.
No, there is a wall, and there's like that feeling of expectation of, if I want to get in, I need to be caught up.
Exactly, and catching up is, I don't think it's possible with something like this. Like, I've read the occasional Wikipedia article on just Warhammer lore stuff, just when that temptation kind of crawls into the back of my head.
Yes.
And
I'm sorry, I need to interrupt for just a second, because I looked at my Diddy Kong amiibo wrong. It's staring at me from my desk.
For those not listening, he's standing.
His
He grabbed it.
Are not properly aligned.
She's got bonked on the head one too many times. It's fine.
I'm sorry, it was a lot. Continue.
No, that's really just it. Like, I grew up with StarCraft, so something like Warhammer 40k, I can feel the call. Like, I've played the Total Warhammer games, like the fantasy setting ones, and those are also really fun. But it's just, it's too much. It's too much. The other game I tried to watch, because I've enjoyed other things the company's put out, and I wanted to be like, okay, maybe after Andromeda, this one will be better. I got like 2 hours into watching Dragon Age: The Veilguard, and I had to put it. I had to stop. I can't.
I've been told a lot of good and a lot of bad.
I can't take credit for this. I saw it in a YouTube comment that was referencing another video that I can't remember the name of. But somebody said that every character talks like HR is in the room at all times.
Yes, exactly.
And that has been one of that. I've never seen someone critique something so on the nose, because it's mind-numbingly just. What is this dialogue?
I'm very glad that we got a worse version of Entrapta from She-Ra. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're not wrong. It's just like I haven't played any of BioWare's catalog. Not, well, I played Mass Effect a little bit, but not to a point that I'd say like.
I played the full Mass Effect trilogy. I know KOTOR and KOTOR 2, so hit me.
I love watching just compilations of characters in those games. Just cutting out all of the gameplay stuff and just getting to see these character stories, seeing how they interact with other characters. Because back in its heyday, BioWare's writing was amazing. Like some of the stories in God, I can't. What's the Solarian's name in Mass Effect?
Oh, Mordin.
Mordin, yes. Fucking love Mordin.
Yeah.
Love most of the Mass Effect cast, for that matter. Inquisition had so many fantastic games, and it's just, I don't know. It's sad when a writing style you loved changes so drastically. Like a franchise changing gameplay is one thing. Like Final Fantasy is a great example of that. Like it constantly bounces from thing to thing to thing, but it kind of keeps that same. I'd say the heart is in the same place. It's got a similar tone regardless of what it's trying to chase after. But to see the actual what the writers are trying to do with the writing quality, like watching a Game of Thrones descend to like a PBS cartoon or something like that. I don't know how to put this, but it's just Game of Thrones to Marvel would be a better comparison.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It made me sad. I wanted to bitch for a second.
No. It was very written by committee, and I feel that. And, like, I feel that there's still some strong writing bits in there. Like, did you know Matthew Mercer is like a little skeleton man? Who the necromancer is just like, this is my son? Say hello, Matthew Mercer. And Matthew Mercer goes, ah. And that's his full contribution.
I will admit that does put a smile on my face.
Good, I thought it would.
Alright, moving on to things I actually played. Because it's me, and it's me while busy, so logically, the first thing I'm talking about is Teamfight Tactics.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was shocked that this wasn't the opener.
Okay, I just need to... Hold on, I need to find a gameplay thing in the background that isn't just got somebody's face plastered on it. This is one of those games where... That's fine, it's fine.
I have to say, we're at the amazing intersection where there are, like, 3 things that will definitely be your bonus stage, and I can't pick which one it is.
It's this one. I'll clear it from you. It's this one.
Okay, cool.
But Arcane Season 2 came out. They smartly tried to tie all of the other, like, various League of Legends things into, like, having the themed sets around that. Teamfight Tactics was one of them. And the way they embraced it is absolutely nice. Because it's... I'm not going to explain the game again. It's the same game I've that no one loves. It's just the same sort of gambling with the auto chess formats. Just trying to get those perfect builds that are oh so juicy when you finally get the right one. But they do some really funny things with this one in particular because they try to tie in various character relationships from the actual show into how the characters interact with each other. Because you have the whole sorts of... like you'll have families of traits that if you field units that are in that family, the effect will get stronger and stronger and stronger. Like, for example, in this one, Vander, Violet, and Powder, like, as kids, are all units in this game. And if you put them all out, you activate the family traits, which makes them all take less damage, which is adorable.
Oh, I don't like using child soldiers as chess pieces.
Well, you're going to hate every Yordle that's in League ever.
Damn. Got
Also,
me.
Annie. But they...
No, Annie's fine, because she has tippers.
That's true, that's true. But they'll split that in funny ways, because you can get various little effects where, for example, you can upgrade Powder's bomb to explode for 3 times the damage and 3 times the size, but it deals friendly fire damage now.
Yeah, I
which is hilarious. And there's another one where you can tie her to Silco instead, which gives her, like, this super crazy, like, ability power crit chance, but in English. But as consequence of that, and this is literally how it's worded, she no longer benefits from family. Like, that actual trait, she no longer gets the benefit from it. It's horrible, but phrasing. I love it so much. And that's literally it. It's just cool. I love that they've embraced this so fully. That's also how I learned that the fish enforcer in Season 2, his name is Steb. I would not have learned that otherwise. The other thing I have to talk about, because of course, is Age of Empires 2, because I am me. I hadn't really gotten the chance to play the latest expansion, because of course there's another one. But I wanted to talk about what it is. Because I think I've mentioned in the past that the studio that's currently making all of the definitive editions of, like, Age of Empires, Age of Mythology, the entire series there, they originally started it as a fan project. It's a Sonic Mania sort of story, right? Mm-hmm. Microsoft brought them on, and now they're working on the entire series to keep it alive. This recent expansion, which is a fully single-player kind of just exploration of history, trying to step away from the like hyper-focused competitive dynamic that this series has had, because like this is a 25-year-old game. It's very set in stone how this thing works. They just wanted to try for a second and be like, okay, well, we have this engine here. Let's see how far we can push it. Let's try to put auras into this. Let's try to put like various hero units and all that kind of thing. Just trying to push gameplay concepts in ways that the traditional stuff wouldn't allow. But what's cool about this is that the studio that made this originally started as a fan project to make a sort of esports capture program for this game, who brought in an entirely separate fan project working on the history of this game to be in it at the same time. So this is a Sonic Mania story that is inceptioned on top of itself 3 times at this point. It is a fan project that has reached out and brought in another fan project that has reached out and brought in another fan project, all of them working on this one game. And I just think that's cool.
Dude, you're going to tell me that this game, like, cured a terminal illness, and I'm going to be like, yeah, that sounds about right for Age of Empires 2.
You know, it's... I'm not like, saying this is...
This is just, like, a good news machine.
It
I'm
is!
Like, I don't know how to handle this much positivity in the games industry.
You know, it's funny. I might be able to explain why it is this way. Because, long time ago, I distinctly remember, because I was dying for an Age of Empires 4 at the time, that every so often I just Google it to see if there's any news on it. Mm-hmm. There was a Reddit AMA with Bill Gates, where somebody asked him about an Age of Empires sequel, and he said he would see what he could do. So there's a very strong possibility that Age of Empires is allowed to do whatever it wants to do, because there's some weird corner of Bill Gates' finances that are just dedicated towards, hey, you can't move this from this studio. Don't know if that's true, but it's my headcanon, and I like it.
I can't believe that there's one good thing about Bill Gates.
Exactly one. It's just Age of Empires, nothing else. But yeah, a rare feel-good story, but not a rare feel-good story from Age of Empires. What else did I do? I'm not gonna bring gameplay up for this because it's only a 30-second story, but I just wanted to say this. My nephews came over for Christmas, because, you know, holidays.
Yeah.
And they really wanted to play a game with Kirby, because they really like Kirby. They're like, oh, you have a Kirby controller. Can I play with the Kirby controller with the Kirby? So I decided to play Super Smash Bros. Ultimate with them. Just kind of try to show them the ropes. And nephew's like 5. He doesn't understand how games work. Mm-hmm. And trying to purposefully lose to a point that is engaging for a 5-year-old to still make them feel like they're winning is unironically one of the hardest things I've ever done.
Oh, I believe
in Super Smash Brothers. He's just bouncing around. Oh, I want to pick a new captain. I know he calls the characters captains for some reason. I have no idea why.
Okay.
He's like, I'm gonna play Pikachu. Pikachu's my favorite. And he'll just start using side B all over the place, so I have to purposely jump in front of him to make sure he doesn't side B just off of the stage. Die.
Oh, God. Oh, quick attack for a child is the most nightmarish thing to understand.
Just diving off the stage after his quick attack, just trying to die first. Because he has no idea what it means to win. I don't know. It's just a small thing, but it made me happy.
No, you should crush him. He will not learn
give it 2 years.
Against the grind.
Give it 2. He's too young right now, because I don't think he's old enough to understand how to win.
He needs to understand. He needs to learn. He needs to understand that you are the greatest that has ever played this game, and that he has a mountain to climb for the rest of his life.
But don't you love it, though? When the mentor character that seems completely helpless at the beginning of the game suddenly turns out to be the secret boss later down on the line?
No. You need to have a goal in mind.
My youngest brother can be that goal. He's prideful enough that he'll try to win regardless.
You look like you do. You're already the hidden master. You already have the unassuming look of, there's no shot this guy. Aw, shit.
Someday I will squish him.
Humble the child. Break Pikachu's spine in front of him and go pick a top tier, and then he'll have to look up what that means and realize Pikachu is a top tier. He's bad. Hit them with the Luigi grab. Exactly. Do the gimmick. The best thing I ever did to a child was kill them with K. Rool's up B. They learned.
I did hit him with a rest once as Jigglypuff. So again, I kept it engaging. I just didn't want to hurt him yet. Okay, I'm trying to find... Here we go. Okay. Another thing I played, just a small thing, is I attempted to get Monster Hunter Wilds working on my PC. My PC cannot handle this game. Not in the slightest. But it can technically launch it. And what results from that is this really bizarre format where your hunter and your feline and your mount will all be fully rendered, all of that. But the monsters will turn into these really bizarre low poly origami creatures.
Uh-huh.
We're talking 20 polygons total.
Oh my god, you're fighting the Fighting Polygon team?
Exactly! But they're still animated just as well, and Monster Hunter animation is so good that you can still follow what the polygon monstrosities are doing. Which creates this absolute... this should be a mod.
This.
Hmm?
You need to capture this, you understand.
Oh no, this is well documented by a lot of people. A lot of people are having this issue. It's on the screen right now. Just look up Monster Hunter Wilds low poly, and you'll see just a breathtaking amount.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Right?
That's a fucking Star Fox enemy.
It is! Everything is a Star Fox enemy. It was... unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to play this game. My computer just, it dies after 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But my god, they need to make this a mod. It's so funny. Also a testament to how great Monster Hunter animations are. It doesn't matter how badly rendered the monsters are, you can still tell exactly what they're doing and how they're going to attack you. Which is cool.
Good. Good. It's good that they animated the tells well. I would imagine that's the important part of the game.
Indeed. And then just one more very small thing. With the holidays, I had it in the back of my head that I was going to try to complete Baldur's Gate 3. Played it for 2 hours. Put it down. I don't know if I'm ever going to beat that game. Just on a fundamental level, my patience for video games has fallen apart. And if I can't get to exactly what I'm looking for, I can't just hop into a Monster Hunter hunt and be against the boss in 2 minutes. It's just too hard. I can't do it anymore. Doesn't fit.
I think that we have the same patience issue, and it's very sad.
Right? Because
we're at this is an excellent game, I'm old.
I love this game. I can't play this game anymore.
Oh my god, I hit 30 and life is over.
That needs to be the goal. I need to beat Baldur's Gate 3 before I turn 30. Otherwise, it's inevitable. I'm already feeling the effects.
How much more time you got on the clock?
My birthday is April 25th. I have 4 months.
You've got some time.
Maybe it's doable. Maybe it's doable.
You can dedicate some stream time to that.
At this point, that might be the only way out.
No, put a clock that is the amount of time before you turn 30 on the entire time.
It's just a countdown until I can no longer be happy with video games.
Yes. Time until I can no longer play BG3.
God, I might do that. That's an amazing idea. I might do that. That's great. Alright, but those are the only small games I brought. And, that, I only have technically four, but really 3 games.
Yeah, 3 more games. I have... at minimum 8 more. Technically, like, double that.
Best of luck!
Alright. Yep, so... when I was over at Tarvold's, he was like, okay, but I need to warn you. My wife is going to challenge you to Pokemon cards. And I went, okay, that's fine. I was not prepared for the 35 themed decks they had at the ready to be exchanged and played at any time.
Wow. Okay.
I have played more Pokemon cards in my life in that one weekend than I have at any other time in my life combined. So, this is me saying that the Pokemon trading card game is fun. They play by Gym Leader Challenge rules, which is no Pokemon EX or Pokemon, the one that gives you 3 prize cards that I don't remember the name of. Monotype, and then only one of each Pokemon in the deck.
Okay.
So it's very built around support, and as a Yu-Gi-Oh player, that game is freaking crazy.
Oh.
Because if you play Yu-Gi-Oh, you see draw 2 on a card, and you freak the fuck out. Like, drawing 2 cards is the most insane thing that you could ever possibly do.
Mm-hmm.
Because your ideal is that you run through about 15 cards in your deck that maybe combo into each other and try to get the most unbeatable board that you possibly can. And then pass and hope that your opponent doesn't beat it.
Mm-hmm.
And you go, oh god. And then maybe they break it in one, maybe you manage to stop them, or maybe it becomes a drag-down top deck fight of, oh god, I hope so. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is one big clash at the very start.
Mm-hmm.
Pokemon just has cards that are like, yeah, just draw 5. I go, what? It's like, yeah, you can play one of these once per turn, but, yeah, just add 2 to your hand. Okay, now search your deck for any Pokemon you want. Anyone you want. Go ahead. Whichever one. Doesn't matter. Go ahead, champ. They have a card that's like, it's your first turn, so draw 4 cards. This only works on your first turn. And it's like, okay, what if I just search it? And it's like, well, then you just filled your hand. Good job, champ. You got it.
I love this mental image that you're just... That one anime meme where you just got the weights on. That's the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. You drop them, and it's just the Pokemon trading card game standing in its place.
I cycled through my deck so many times to figure things out. And there was the beauty of me going through deck after deck before realizing, you know, my favorite is just when I play Pidgeot, and he has the Gust that turns you into a weaker Pokemon. And because you have so many damage counters, you become a baby and die.
Okay. Fun.
Like, no, imagine just like Venusaur is on the field and you gust away him into an Ivysaur and he no longer has the HP to fight.
That's pretty great.
It felt really good. Oh wait, no, it was Porygon. I had Pidgeot as like the main attacker, and then Porygon just has the Devolution Beam.
That'd be a cool Pokemon mechanic, actually.
Mm-hmm. But just, I never realized, only playing the Pokemon TCG and like its base and fossil sets up to like Neo Genesis, never realized how strong it feels for the prize card system to exist, which is essentially you play 6 cards face down from your deck at the start of the game. Each time you knock out one of your opponent's Pokemon, you get to pick one up. And if you pick up all 6, you win.
Mm-hmm.
There is nothing more agonizing than having your final evolution or a middle evolution as one of your prizes, not knowing where it is, searching your deck and realizing it's in the fucking prize pool. I can't believe this. And then desperately trying to get the kill before your little Pidgey dies first. It is such an interesting and fascinating dichotomy that changes the consistency of your deck on a per-game basis.
Huh. Oh, That's fascinating enough that I'm kind of just stalling in my head, being just all the directions that could go in.
Yes.
Oh, I love that. I love that. Oh my gosh.
And then they have this supporter card, Gladion, which lets you trade him for one of your prizes, but then that's the only big draw card that you could do for the whole turn. So you get that one piece, but you ruin your ability to dig deep in your deck. It's such a fascinating ebb and flow of figuring out when you want to let your pieces go.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to just, no, it just dies. And, like, then you feel good and you have the big guy, and then he dies, and you're like, well, shit. It was such a cool and interesting game, and to be able to experience so many decks so rapidly made every game feel super, super engaging. I had a horrible fever on my last day there, and it was still fun to play.
Nice.
I did get out early because we did a 3-way game, and I was like, well, I have Pidgey. He's dead. Okay, I'm out. I can't play any more Pokemon. So I was like, okay, cool. And then I realized, they just released a Pokemon trading card game app for the phone. Pokemon TCG Pocket. This does nothing that I like about Pokemon trading card game.
Oh no!
Yeah. So usual Pokemon card decks are exactly 60 cards.
Mm-hmm.
This game is 20 cards.
Ugh,
There are no prizes. It is just whoever knocks out 3 first wins. If you have a Pokemon EX, which is just like a stronger Pokemon, there are 2. And the meta is, do you have Articuno? Do you have Misty, who lets you equip multiple energies per turn based on coin flips? Did she flip more than one? You won the game!
Well, that's disappointing. Damn.
It is. Now, it is interesting enough, I am interested in these mini versions. Yu-Gi-Oh! Had one that was Duel Links. And it's fascinating because it either creates cards or introduces cards out of the time that they were introduced to the game, which lets you, essentially, for these mobile games, create a brand new meta based on what you think would work with hindsight of so many years of the game. It creates a constructed format that otherwise would be impossible. The issue is that Pokemon just has, 3 decks that are good, and then a rogue deck that counters each deck. And that's kind of it. Also, the game must think I'm an 8-year-old boy because it keeps giving me Mewtwo. There are so many other cards. I have 4 Mewtwo EXs.
Wow. That sounds like a gacha system that is not working the way it's supposed to.
And, my deck that is, Mewtwo, Gardevoir, and Mew works very well. It's effective, except against one-turn kill decks, because I need about 2 turns of setup, and if you give me that, I win. However, God, is there anything worse than rolling up to the Pokemon community and going, yeah, my squads of Mewtwo and Gardevoir.
Daring today, aren't we?
Without Gallade.
Do you think it would get better if they add more to it?
They've added another set. Like, I'm still poking my head in, hoping they'll improve. They added, like, a little mini set that does include different cards. And it does change the meta, but it only changes it. It doesn't, like... It just makes another thing dominant. It doesn't fix the inherent issues of the game.
Okay.
And just... I'm still going to keep playing it because it's an easy thing to do for like 15 minutes a day.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's very good. And it is the most sauceless client I have ever encountered. The music is dull. There is no Pokemon set dressing to it. It's just, here are the cards.
Just kind of the path of least resistance. Oh, thank you, Cam. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you, Cam. I hope you like playing in the X-Men Danger Room.
It's the best one.
And, like, I get it. It's there to celebrate the art of Pokemon cards because Pokemon card art is beautiful. Like, just universally speaking.
Yeah, but I feel like that's an excuse to, like, start making environments based off of that art.
Yes, it should be.
Like
you can get play mats that are just that art but blown up. But I wish it were better.
That's a shame.
Which leads me to Sonic X Shadow Generations.
Alright, tell me about this game.
Alright, so this is a remake of Sonic Generations, which is one of the best Sonic the Hedgehog games. It's not the best because it has a story. It doesn't. And all the writing in it was bad, actually.
I've heard.
But it was a very fun game until you hit Planet Wisp. But, like, the first 8/9 of this game were a banger. And that's really, really good. And it feels good.
Mm-hmm.
This remade the game. It didn't delist it from storefronts, but it obfuscated the original in as many steps as it could take.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a bad taste in its mouth. And then it added a campaign for Shadow the Hedgehog. And this is a full celebration of Shadow's history. It is stages from a bunch of the important games that he was in, and a stage from Frontiers so that they didn't have to use that many new assets. It brings back a bunch of characters. It adds more of a story to it. But there is no but. This game is fucking great.
Nice. Okay.
I
finally got a
just
positive
wanted
one.
to scare everyone. I think Shadow Generations might be the best Sonic game.
Whoa. Okay. We're getting spicy. I like it. Tell me more.
This impressed the crap out of me. So you start in a Space Colony Arc level, and you're like going, okay, it's playing through the fan service, but then you realize for a second, wait a sec, Shadow feels a little different than Sonic. Sonic is very forced into one direction. Shadow is very, very flexible as a character. He has a double jump, and instead of a homing attack, he teleports Nothing Personnel kids in front of an enemy and kicks them in the head and then goes to the next one.
Oh.
This creates a solid string that doesn't follow the same line, but is also much less prone to the homing attack screwing up.
Mm-hmm. I can see why that would do.
That Shadow is very much whatever path you intend for him, he will take. This is complemented by the fact that every enemy you kill builds his chaos gauge, and he can at any time in the level use chaos control to freeze every obstacle and enemy. And this goes from elements like he can use a Chaos Warp to go through a certain level of the area faster. He doesn't have to deal with an obstacle. Or he can use that missile that was coming at you, freeze it in midair, and use it as a new platform to reach a new area.
Cool.
It is emergent gameplay based on your knowledge of the level, strung together by your ability to play the character well, which is like, that feels like what a Sonic game should be. But Shadow manages to recontextualize it as he is just cool and powerful and is doing this of his own will. It is not your skill. He is abusing the fact that the level is here to take it over his knee and dominate it.
Okay.
And it is some of the most fantastic cinematic level progression that I've ever gone through. Every single stage in this game feels really, really good to play. And more than that, it had me constantly stopping the game and restarting the level so that I could do it better. It made me, before I wanted to clear each level, and these are nice, chunky levels, it made me want to improve on it. And that, I think, is the hallmark of what Sonic should be. It should not just be the game gets good when you get good. It should be, you should strive to be good. It should make you want to replay these levels. And I think this succeeds at it brilliantly. The actual levels that they choose are a bit of a mixed bag. I think there's no actual level from the game Shadow the Hedgehog.
Really?
Which is weird. Yeah. No, it's Sonic Adventure 2, Heroes, Sonic 06, Frontiers, not Colors, Forces, and Sonic Adventure 2.
Huh. Okay.
Because they were like, it has to end with Radical Highway. And Black Doom keeps showing up and going, Shadow, would you like to go to Radical Highway? And he will just morph the stage into Radical Highway and go, I just think it's so cool, Shadow. Isn't it so great? And like, incredible visual effects for it. Like, this is a amazing game to watch in motion.
I've been enamored by the levels moving around. Like, whatever.
And then you start unlocking powers with Shadow. You start out with, the basic Sonic generation skill set, but through the game you gain the ability to throw projectiles, which stun enemies and lock onto enemies and also can open gates as you're passing them. You unlock the ability to summon a manta ray who you can surf on water with. And that lets you trick off of different areas. You gain the ability to turn into an Inkling, and that gives you an Inkling grapple hook and lets you go into walls.
Oh, okay.
Like, only specially marked walls, but it does change the level design so that you are allowed to morph it to your will. And at the very end of the game, you gain Shadow Wings, which is just Shadow with evil devil wings. This is activatable in every level of the game, and you can glide over the level.
That's some 12-year-old DeviantArt OC
No,
bullshit.
It is! It's so good! It feels so good! It is your supersonic equivalent, and you are allowed to glide over the level to your heart's content, but if you hit a death plane, if you hit a wall, if you break the game, you will die. So it is up to you to figure out the best way to pinball yourself off of the level geometry and break the level in a way that it will work. It is the most free-form expression of a platform character, just being like, I'm the coolest, I am above this, that I have ever felt. You are the only thing stopping you from doing this level fast. And, like, it uses every button on the controller. Shadow is a complex character to navigate through this game. And it feels good to master him.
Cool.
And on top of that, they made Shadow actually cool. Like, Shadow the Hedgehog has been a character who has been very haha funny for a very long time. They took him relatively seriously for this game, but not overly seriously in trying to make him cool. They're just like, okay, no irony. This is just what Shadow the Hedgehog does. He is the early 2000s idea of cool. Take it or leave it. And that makes him so rad. And he gets to do cool things like Metal Overlord is a boss in this game.
No. Really?
Shadow beats him non-super.
That's cool.
Because Metal Overlord is so concerned with overcoming him, you have a beam struggle fight with your chaos controls. He stops time, and you stop time, and you're trying to figure out which one of you can throw a giant battleship at the other to kill them.
Oh, I just saw Frozen Missile be used as a platform for the first time. That was so fucking cool.
Yeah. No. Go ahead and look up the Metal Overlord fight, because that's, like, you specifically. The heroes level is Rail Canyon for...
Oh, of course it is.
Yeah, I thought so. While riding on a manta ray, yeah. Go ahead. It does play What I'm Made Of, so you're allowed to listen to that.
Oh, that's getting pieces of my childhood.
That's
really cool. What? That's really cool.
Isn't it? Isn't Shadow the Hedgehog so cool?
Shit.
I know, that's my feeling. It's so good that I replayed Sonic Generations afterward, and I stopped playing it so that I could play more Shadow. Because Sonic felt so limited compared to Shadow.
Maybe this has been the problem all along. This is where Sega Team has failed. They just needed to realize they weren't capitalizing on Shadow enough. He needs to be the main character. Just make Shadow games. Because I will admit, this homing teleport does look way more fun.
Yeah, it is. It is.
That's just better.
This is an amazing platformer. And more than that, it made me feel sad for Shadow the Hedgehog. Because, it's Sonic Generations. That it brings back all the characters through time that you could possibly want. Like Omega, your good friend.
Mm-hmm.
Like Big the Cat. I guess he's Shadow's friend.
Sure.
Like Maria Robotnik.
I have seen the ending of this, so I do know what you're talking about now.
Yes. It's a good ending. And more than that, there's just little things like Shadow sees Gerald Robotnik and he isn't sure how to feel. Because on one hand, that's Daddy. On the other hand, this is the man who implanted false memories in me to make me kill everyone.
Mm-hmm.
But he had a good reason for it. And I'm like, you express that with a thought and not overwriting it or underwriting it or making it a joke. I'm like, there's pathos here.
A nuance I would never expect from this particular franchise.
I know. And then you can go around this Sonic Frontiers-ass overworld and slowly kill things, and eventually you get pieces of Gerald's diary. And you get to... Your ability to platform directly correlates to your ability to learn more about Shadow.
Which is awesome.
And, like, the thought process behind Gerald Robotnik, who I think is just a fascinating character for the franchise. Like, they get the Sonic battle lore in there.
Sure. Okay. Why not?
There is so much good shit in this game. I think that Kingdom Valley might be one of the best 3D platforming levels.
Just
Period.
in general? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's really good. There's multiple paths. It's cinematically beautiful. This game did make me incredibly frustrated because I went... Oh, they gave Mephiles a new voice. This is a really good take on the character. I really like Dan Green, but this is a good take. Let me see who... Would you care to guess which voice actor voiced Mephiles the Dark?
I'm not going to guess. You're going to have to tell me.
It's Robert fucking Daubert again! For the 5th time! Robbie David, yeah, you get it! See, Jack gets it! They know!
Oh, that's amazing.
It happened again! He can't keep getting away with it.
You can't escape him. He is everywhere.
Oh my god. Ugh. I told you how he knows me, right? I've told that on the podcast before.
Yes, you have. You have.
Oh, thank God. Because if I had to tell that again in my fucking Shadow the Hedgehog is cool again.
You are in Robbie Damon's subconscious.
But yes, that's Shadow Generations. No. Buy this game.
Cool. That is so much more than I was ever expecting from this.
Yeah, same. Like, it does have some jank, but it's a Sonic game. Of course it does.
That's part of the brand.
But you make it feel good. God, Shadow the Hedgehog is cool now. What the fuck? It's $37 on Steam right now. Worth it.
For our top 15 characters list, what are you feeling for Shadow?
There is no shot he doesn't make top 10.
Excellent.
No shot.
That's all I need to hear.
Like, he has a strong case this year. Because, like, we started, like, 2 years ago, and we were like, oh, man, Knuckles is really coming back. Oh, my God. Alrighty, speaking of really coming back, though, a certain franchise did come back to my life because a strong DLC was released for it. And that is Vampire Survivors Ode to Castlevania. So, when we last left off with Vampire Survivors, like 2 years ago when I last talked about it, I said that it was like one of the best Flash games that you play in Computer Lab imaginable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I still feel that way. Ode to Castlevania goes, okay, we have now made it an adventure mode. Same sort of thing, but here is the entirety of Castlevania. Go through it. You're not going to get through it in one go. Slowly inch your way forward, fighting bosses to gain checkpoints to teleport to for later runs so that you may slowly earn your way through this castle to Dracula's throne room.
That's cool.
And then it's like, okay, great. And then it's like, okay, here you go. You start with Leon Belmont. And it has a unique remix of his theme, Lament of Innocence.
Oh, I didn't consider the music that would be in this!
And then you are like, survive 10 minutes with Leon. Congratulations, you unlocked Sonia Belmont from the Game Boy game? And you're like, okay, I went further. Who did I unlock with her? Oh, you just unlocked freaking Eric Lacard from the Genesis game.
So this is like everything in the series celebration?
There is a unique remix for every single character.
Wow.
And there are over 30 characters.
Damn. That's really cool.
You can play as Grant Dynasty. You can play as Jonathan or Charlotte. You can play as Shinoa. You can play as Yoko. Who is Yoko? Only fans of the Sorrow games will know that. I think it's everyone except for, like, the PS3 Lords of Shadow characters. Like, you unlock Simon Belmont and you pop off. When is the last time Simon Belmont has caused any sort of celebration on his own?
Well, I mean, it's Smash Ultimate announcement.
Yeah, but then Richter showed up and people were like, oh.
Sure.
But this is like, okay, what if we gave you the best remix of Simon Belmont's theme you've ever heard? Not Vampire Killer, Simon Belmont's theme from Super Castlevania 4. Is like, okay, what's in the next room? All right, would you like one of the bosses from freaking what's the game with Hector and Isaac in it? Not Curse of Darkness or it is Curse of Darkness.
Yeah.
The other one's Cornell and Legacy of Darkness. You can eventually unlock the guys from Castlevania 64.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
Eventually, you very slowly unlock every single Belmont in chronological order.
That's really
Not
cool.
in game release, in timeline release.
That's even better!
Alucard is this game and has unique mechanics just for Alucard.
As it should be. Love that.
And he's also much stronger than everyone else. The only exception is Julius Belmont, who is sealed in the castle because he was too strong, because he's the one that actually killed Dracula. So you have to find a secret room to unlock him. He also has unique mechanics. Are you going to play this game? Because I kind of want to give spoilers. Which is crazy to go, I want to give a Vampire Survivors spoiler warning.
I think even if I did, I'm so disconnected from Castlevania lore that it wouldn't affect me.
Right. This is a strong Vampire Survivors ode to Castlevania spoiler warning.
Okay.
If you do not want to hear the ending of Vampire Survivors ode to Castlevania, click off now and come back in like 10 minutes. Okay, so you get through the castle many, many times over. Like, every single time you get a new theme, every character has a unique weapon. You can combine the weapons eventually, so they become even stronger. It is crazy the amount of content. This doubles the game's amount of content, it feels.
Mm-hmm.
You get into the throne room as Richter. And for the first time, there is voice acting.
Yes. Yes.
Die, monster. You don't belong in this world. A new recording with Neil Newbon, Astarion himself, as Dracula.
That is the best thing ever. Oh my god.
And now, the running joke with Vampire Survivors is that you have never fought a vampire. Not even once. And they're like, Alucard doesn't count, he's a Dhampir. Shut up. So Dracula goes, Belmont, you're always here, killing my monsters, wrecking my walls, stealing my food. It looks fun. So Dracula joins you as a playable character.
That is amazing.
Death then shows up and goes, this is bullshit, and starts to kill you. And he is so powerful that you cannot stop him. He instantly kills you again and again. So the forces of Vampire Survivors start to come in, the gods of the game itself, and death kills them. So you slowly start recreating Vampire Survivors. You get your health bar back, you get your weapons back, you get the ability to move back, you get the music back, you get character choice back. And finally, you are given the soul of the game is delivered to you. Is just said, here is the soul. And it opens up, and it is a copy of Castlevania Symphony of the Night for the PlayStation 1.
Oh my god!
Which then says, as you can see, this is a PlayStation Black disc. The thing it said, if you put Symphony of the Night into your computer, it then starts playing the bonus track that plays when you put Symphony of the Night into your computer to use it as a CD. And every Castlevania character comes and kills death slowly as a triumphant ode to Castlevania.
Words feel insufficient.
It
Wow!
then unlocks 40 secret characters.
40?
Did you ever want to play as Dracula's wife? You can now. Did you ever want to play as the Master Librarian from Symphony of the Night? Did you ever want to play as Flea Man?
This sounds like one of the best celebrations of any game ever. And you're telling me it was in the DLC of what's essentially a Flash game? For one of the oldest franchises of all time.
And like combined, it's like $8 for everything.
What the fuck?
Like, you can just play the Castlevania part if you want. You don't have to play the main game.
This feels like a fever dream. Everything you've just described.
Yeah, and then you can take those characters and put them in the Among Us DLC. So they can just do tasks. You ever want Imposter to invade Dracula's castle?
I saw Dracula at Asteroids.
Yeah, and there's also a Contra DLC for whatever reason, if you want just to, shoot Dracula's castle in the face.
Sure. Why not?
Yeah. This game is stop being a joke. It's really good.
No, yeah, you put this so heavily on my radar now. What the fuck?
I know.
Like, it doesn't matter what, their next crossover is going to be a news story for us. Because what that crossover could be has been firmly established.
Yes, I mean, this is the big one for them, clearly. Like, this is the heart of what this game is.
Yes, but
what?
Now that they've shown what they can do with stuff like this?
Yeah.
That's the best story ever. That's amazing. Thank you for sharing that.
Absolutely blown away. I hope that no one who cares... If Tarvold listened to this before playing the game, I'm going to be so mad.
If he didn't listen to that spoiler warning, like, that's on him.
No, that was for him, explicitly.
It was for him.
Metal Gear Solid DLC or Riot, please?
Yo, actually, though, they might as well.
I might cry. Can you stream the Castlevania DLC with the Imposter? I might. That'd be pretty fun.
That's actually a pretty great stream idea.
Yeah. Wait, do that? Yeah, okay. Okay. So I'm glad to share that. I got one more game in my medium section, and that is Ys, The Oath in Felghana, and I will grab you some footage for this.
Okay.
Because I think it's a pretty good game. So imagine like a Zelda-style top-down game, but you have a jump button.
Okay, yeah.
Just sort of that. Hang on. Yeah, and then let me... Let me see. Is this the one? Yeah. No. That has a cutscene for it. There we go. That should do. Perfect. So I'd like you to imagine Zelda combat.
Yep.
Here is the rival fight in the game and his second encounter. Tell me, where are the openings? I invite you to tell me where the openings are.
Okay. Watching now. Oh, okay. Not after the explosion. Right after the light shield. And that appears to be it. Yeah, that's literally it.
Yeah. So Ys, from what I can understand, this is my first Ys game, is if Zelda combat were good. This is my main sell. At first, I wasn't particularly feeling this game. I thought it's a little easy, it's a little mashy. Then I hit a boss fight, and I was like, oh, this is an impossible to beat boss, right? Oh, this is an impossible to beat boss, right? Shit, dude.
I mean, this doesn't seem like the worst thing in the world.
Oh, it's not the worst thing in the world at all. But it's hard, and what I need you to understand, you don't have iframes.
Oh, okay.
If you get comboed, you're dead. It is up to you to keep yourself alive. And let me tell you, that feels really good to master. This is what I want from Souls-like bosses, I feel. It's good patterns, it's very limited windows, but it's not me feeling weakness or that my attack animation is too long. It's that I committed at the wrong time.
Mm-hmm.
It's movement that I love from challenging boss battles. And what Ys does is it manages to create the experience of, okay, no, I gotta go in. Shit, I overcommitted. Way too well. It's very telling that when you are, like, chosen by the heroes of ages past and given their ultimate technique to help you defeat the evil midway through the game, it's a double jump. And I went, oh shit, it gets me. You have no other defensive options other than jumping and running. So there is no guard except for a highly committal charging star-like move that has a ton of end lag, and you only get about 2/3 of the way through the game. So it is a game of pure positioning and aggression, and I was really captivated by it.
It's captivating me. Like, the more I watch, this looks so fluid.
It is. It feels surprisingly good. PSP game from 2005.
Oh, okay.
I mean, re-released on Steam, obviously. I think it's coming to Switch, like, next year for some reason. Dungeons are surprisingly strong gauntlets where you feel every single point of attack and defense you have on you because it's an RPG system. You slowly level up, you slowly get stronger, you slowly increase your damage output. The difference between taking 10 damage and 15 damage from every enemy you come across is massive.
I can see that, yeah.
Yeah. Like, you could get whittled down to nothing in seconds, and you always have to be on guard. And checkpoints do not come easy in this game. And what surprised me the most, this is a remake of Ys 3. That game was originally a 2D side-scroller. It was a Zelda 2-like, but this is a completely different perspective for the game. It was originally a pure platformer. Now it is a top-down platforming hybrid game.
Interesting.
And yet it's able to celebrate its dungeon design so much better because of that. Like, it's cool.
No, yeah, it's an interesting blend of, like, gameplay mechanics that I'm not used to.
I know. But it feels like something that feels like so, obviously, this is just how you make video games, right? Soundtrack, incredible. Some of the strongest JRPG music I've heard goes heavy into rock guitars, even for, like, world maps.
Do love that.
Just fantastic. Story, anyway. It's really fascinating that you can tell exactly when this was penned and when this dub was recorded. Because you're like, oh, this is when they're like, we have to introduce voice acting into all games, but we're not very good at it.
Some of the best voice acting you can both.
Like you get Jameson Price doing Jameson Price, and he's great. And you get like, oh, Vic was still working, wasn't he? And then you get like Tara Platt giving an honestly good performance, and then the weirdest character acting of, oh, hello! How are you doing? Would you like to rest at the inn?
Sure.
Like, you know that era of anime character voice where it's, we have one tone that the character will always be in, regardless of their emotional state?
This is the character.
It's wild. And then Taliesin Jaffe is just there for 2 characters, and he's great.
Love that. Sure.
Yeah. It's the weirdest mishmash of the story doesn't matter, but the voice acting is super stilted, except when it isn't. Whole game can be cleared in between 7 and 10 hours.
Okay.
So it's a nice, solid, brisk pace. I love this game's final boss. I spent an hour on him, and it was an hour well spent of very slowly learning patterns. And I will spoil just a basic concept, because I feel like I have to sell the game with basic concepts. His final phase is Dead Man's Volley. And you're like, okay, that's cool, that's cinematic. After you survive the first Dead Man's Volley and you're like whittled down in HP, he summons a Toho bullet generator that does a spiral pattern while you're doing the volley that you have to jump over.
Oh, that's cool.
And then he summons like a little black hole that is slowly dragging you in, which will do damage if it gets to the middle, but also changes your timing based on positioning. That's all that it adds, but that's all that it needs, because the stress of getting to that point matters so much, and it just twists the simple concepts so that they work brilliantly. This is just a gameplay game. That's basically it. And, like, it's not going to stick with me incredibly hard, like my favorite games of all time. Like, this isn't a top 100 contender, but it's in the top 150. It's
nice.
Real good. It's, like, low on there, and, like, I can just say, nah, this is just a good-ass video game.
No, it just looks fun.
Yeah.
And, like, obviously you can say that about a lot of games, but the sheer responsiveness of what I'm seeing just looks satisfying.
It is. I agree. You're right about that.
All right, cool.
Okay. I can take a break now. You talk.
Okay. Let's grab 2 more of my games. I'll do this one first. I have something horrible to admit. I have committed the gaming sin. The
Show
gaming
me your
sin.
desktop right now.
Oh, I will actually show the desktop, because it's artwork that I do genuinely like. 1 second, I need to minimize a bunch of things. This is one side. And if you'll give me just a second, this is the other side. I hate to inform everybody, it got me. Arcane got me to a point that I am playing League of Legends, and I'm having a lot of fun. I'm having so much fun.
That's so bad for you.
I'm sorry. I know! It's coming at the worst time!
This is the trap.
Oh shit, what did I
Dude,
do?
come on. Also, it's Mario.
Wait a second. I broke something.
Oh, no.
There we go. Now we're fine. Now we're fine.
This is the bait. You have to stop yourself. You're supposed to be the voice that goes, okay, new Arcane fans, don't play League. Don't do it.
But I really love MOBAs. I'm really
Don't
good at
do
them. Because here's the thing. Here's the thing. The reason that League of Legends is the way it is, why it has the reputation it has, is... Oh god, what did I do? Hold on. I messed with things on my display, and everything's breaking now. Oh god. There
That's
we go.
cool.
Okay, I think I fixed it. The reason that League is the way it is because to have fun, you have to ruin the fun of the other people you're playing against. It's not really... Like, you'll have the rare games where you're on equal playing fields, but generally, you're either steamrolling in one direction or being steamrolled, and it's very difficult to find a middle ground between those. But the steamrolling feels so good. It is so much fun. And a couple of caveats. I've been playing with my brothers. Like, I have a group that I can play it with. If you don't have that, League is not it's just really not worth your time.
Oh, I imagine so. I imagine no one can leave for 40 minutes is not fun.
They've gotten better at that. The surrender button kicks in after like 10 minutes. This is another thing. I can't believe I'm about to say this. I do think League of Legends has a bad rap. Not in this sense that it's fine.
Yes,
I just
it does.
think for the reputation it's been blown out to have, does not meet the reputation it actually is. Like, it's still toxic, but it's not some grand demon entity that's going to absorb everything. Like, I'd say hero shooters are worse. Just straight up. Overwatch, Marvel Rivals, I'd rather be in a League of Legends game.
I'll give you... No, I won't give you Overwatch, actually, because why would anyone play it other than toxic people?
You know what? That's fair. That's fair.
But Marvel Rivals, I won't give you... There are, like, actual human beings that play that.
Might just be bad luck on my part.
I mean, yes, you could, but, like, in theory, there are people who just play that game because they're like, oh, look, Rocket Raccoon. I love that. Is that a shark?
Yeah, but the shark's like the evilest bitch that you're fighting against.
Yeah, but evidently
it's the biggest source of frustration. Just getting swallowed by the shark and having to run off the stage.
Yeah, he's like the King K. Rool of freaking early Marvel Rivals. And then they'll nerf him, and then people will be like, actually, he wasn't very good.
I'm just in a... The weird thing... The interesting thing, I think, about League of Legends, almost uniquely across... Not uniquely across all games, but it's one of the strongest examples of this, is that it's so easy to be so invested in this game without actually playing it. But that investment has genuinely made it more fun to play. I do have to admit that.
Well, yeah. They're the fun characters from the TV show that you love. And Tom Kench.
I've been playing exclusively Teemo because I'm a bastard.
Yes, no, you're a bad person. We've established this.
I'm sorry, Camp.
Camp, thank you very much.
Yes, well, Hans is dead. I need...
Oh, yes, because it's better to support Blizzard right now.
I've kind of hit a point where, just in my life, where I only have time for a handful of games, and I need that investment to be free-flowing. I need to be getting the exact amount of fun out of what I'm investing in. And I hate to admit it, League of Legends is legitimately filling that need. I think the sheer variety, for one thing. There's 169 characters in that game. You can play in 5 different positions, and they're all very, very engaging. The constant
you can't
dance.
Play all of them in all 5 positions. It's not true.
You can try. It won't work, but you can.
And
you
your
can
team
try.
will call you shit.
That's why you get a group, though.
No, I saw Victor Arcane try to play his own character and be like, I cannot do this. And people called him shit. Why are you playing it? And he went, because I voice him in the show. And they went, oh, I'm so sorry, King.
But I genuinely enjoy the little dances around trying to push people away from minions to get gold while trying to claim your own. I enjoy the little dances of trying to split push around various areas of the map. When you're in a voice call with a group and you're like one of my brothers says something amazing, it's genuinely a fantastic feeling. I acknowledge that I am literally like advertising heroin right now. But kids, you gotta know.
I just
heroin
saw people on Vampire
really
Survivors.
It makes you feel good. Who's my favorite League keeper? Necrit by a mile. That's the lore master guy. Because just it's such a weird case. I can't believe I'm saying it, but I think it's genuinely worth getting invested in League, man. Not to play the game. I'm not going to tell people to do that. But everything about the lore, the music, the various other games they got. Teamfight Tactics is fantastic fun. Legends of Runeterra is fantastic fun. It gives back what you pay for it. And I'm genuinely impressed by that.
Do you have to pay for it?
No.
I would say that then it gives back nothing. Why would you use those words? Those are bad words. Most would say if you pay for it, that's probably worse.
Fair point. you got me on the wording.
I get your sentiment. As an outsider, I can't agree with it, but I see where you're coming from. But damn, dude.
It's fine. I don't know. I think I just needed to establish that it's probably gonna be a couple of episodes where I just talk about the new characters I've tried.
That's okay. I'm actually relatively interested in that.
I could talk about Teemo. Just why he's the biggest shitter in the entire game.
Oh no, I know that already.
It's just Abathur mines, but the mushrooms explode for 3 times the size, and you can just be invisible sitting next to them. He's just a bitch.
No, I'm aware
I love
of
him.
Invisible mushrooms.
Have you heard Teemo's theme in League of Legends? Like the music track that's associated with him?
Doesn't he sing his own theme song?
He doesn't sing his own theme song.
Oh.
Hold on. Let me copy. I will play 3 seconds of this for chat as well. You only need 3 seconds. Just the choir. I love him so much. Who's my main? Viger's my favorite so far.
Oh, now it's Zelda music. That's nice.
No, yeah, it has the giant, bombastic, your god has entered the arena, but then you realize, oh yeah, it's just a little Boy Scout. Yes, Baki, the entire world sings his theme. And then a Rayman kazoo starts playing. It's great. I love him. I'm gonna try Kled next.
Oh, why his face like that? He shouldn't open his eyes.
I don't think he ever does.
No, I'm seeing a skin that's the contrary.
Oh, is that the demon?
Yeah.
The demon is very intentionally that way.
Yeah, he should never open his eyes. You're better blind, Timo.
Alright.
I'm like Majin Buu, but I'm taking away your sight instead of giving it to you.
Then I'll grab the other medium game as well. Guys, I'm flattered and delighted by the super chats. Thank you.
Damn, I really should have agreed to host this on my channel back in the day. No, you're good, dude.
It's too late. Back in that... I was like 4 times the size of your channel back then.
That's true.
What the hell happened? I mean, you made videos and I didn't. Okay, here we go. The other medium game that I have played... Because I was still on a bit of a Fire Emblem kick after the last episode. And I was also taking parts in that kind of history role-playing class I was talking about, where I got this. Mm-hmm. Actually, I want to show everybody something. This is going to completely ruin my setup.
Ah, the sun!
One moment. Because part of that class was I got to make props, right?
Okay.
Just have little things based on your characters.
Yeah.
We were doing a game based on the Second Crusades.
Mm-hmm.
And I work at a steelyard.
Oh, that's nice.
This is a 30-pound staff with real chains that I welded onto it. Ugh! It's got a pommel at the end that I can bang onto the ground for speeches. And I glued the skull of my character from the previous game to the top of it.
I can't talk to him. I can't respond. He doesn't have headphones on.
It was a very difficult thing to get onto campus.
Oh, I imagine so. Like, dude, I'm building a prop right now. Like, I'm trying to make K-Rool's blunderbuss, and that's a pain in the ass to do, just out of foam. Like, that's a beautiful project. How long did that take you, out of curiosity?
Let's see. About 2 hours of scavenging for scrap metal, another hour welding it all together, and maybe 2-ish for paint.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, my job's harder.
I have all the tools I need to make something like that. It's just ask my job, hey, can I spend like 4 hours working on something weird? And I'm like, yeah, sure.
Yeah. Also, thank you for flashbanging me with the In-N-Out Burger cup. I was not prepared.
Anyway, reason I was talking about that, because this class, this history class I've been taking part of, it was all about kind of sort of formation of Christianity, sort of. Going back to the Council of Nicaea, Second Crusades, Henry VIII was another game.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of got me interested in that time period again. I was on that Fire Emblem kick, and something kind of clicked in my head. Hang on a second. That's literally just 3 houses. That's the conflict, the Church of Saros. That's literally what I've been playing. So I went through Fire Emblem 3 Houses. I did the Blue Lions route for the first time. It's Blue Lions, right? I should know this. I played the game.
Yes, the lions are blue.
Just kind of with this idea of trying to appreciate it more from like the historical perspective of what kind of this setting was based on. Bro, this is probably the best world building that Fire Emblem's ever had. It's really, really good. Just the amount of thought that's put into Fodlan, into the various kingdom relations, into the characters and how they fit into this kingdom. Fucking everything about crests is just insanely well thought out. The whole balance between kingdoms and the church and how they've kind of overlapping each other for power, Edelgard splitting off, is literally just Protestantism, really.
Now you're right. I feel like the game is at odds with that. Like, you're so correct, but I feel like the pacing of how it utilizes the school in specific sort of intentionally obfuscates all of that.
Yes. I think that's fair. Because I initially went into this just being like, hey, this is relevant to what I've been doing lately. This sounds fun. And it was fun for, say, 15 hours-ish.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, Three Houses is attached to a game, and the game's pacing is atrocious, and the level design is dog shit. Which leads to a very bizarre, polarizing experience. Because there's some things that this game does that I think it does better than pretty much the entirety of the Fire Emblem franchise. Well, barring maybe Shadows of Valencia, I think the voice acting and like character work is comparable there.
Okay.
But I love this cast. I love this setting. I fucking hate playing this game. This might be the biggest, just, I wish this was an adaptation and not the game I'm playing, that I have ever played. You wouldn't say Dark... Bro, I can't remember a single map that I enjoyed from the latter half of Blue Lion's route. And I can only remember the first half of that route because I've kept trying to go through those maps, trying to get to the rest of the stories. They're not good maps.
I think Edelgard's Palace is good.
Is that the final one?
It's like you start in the middle and she's at the top, and it's double-sided.
And she's throwing bolts at you?
Yeah.
I can see that, but by that point I was so done with the game. I just wanted it to be over. Worse level design than Fates? Three Houses is big. I think that's my biggest issue with it. Every map feels so much larger than it needs to be. Like the one map where you what's his name? Sylvain's brother in the before the time skip, where you're just going around this kind of spiral to get to him in the center.
Yes.
That could be like half its size and it would be fine.
Yes.
If it feels thoroughly screwed over, I don't know if I'd say screwed over, but the sort of... I wonder if the movement economy in this game had to be shifted because of how easily you can give every single character mounts or flyers or what have you. So they kind of shifted it around that, but as consequence of that, it means that just everything takes forever to get around. The music is amazing. I should have mentioned that earlier as well. Like, the music is in that pile of just some of the best in the entire series. Yeah, I agree with 3X. The bigness doesn't really feel interesting. Genealogy of the Holy War I've also played, and it kind of emulates a giant battlefield in that way. This just feels... It's a game that feels bloated. I think that's
I can see that.
The best way to put it.
That's very easy to see.
Which I wish I had more positives to say about it.
Well, it's interesting for me because the reasons I like it are entirely separate from the reasons I like every other Fire Emblem game. I like Three Houses because it's a Persona game where I can put my dolls together. I like it because it has an interesting world and conversations that I can explore at my leisure, essentially, and choose which part of the game that I want to engage with. It's because I like it when my dolls do the things and I create a custom set for them that is contrary to their general natures. I like it because Dudu says, please don't eat the grass.
Akanu, calm the fuck down. Thank you, but wow. Did you just do it twice? Take one of those back.
Double it up. Big it up, big it up, big it up, big it up. Let's go.
How do you feel about the customization? Because I do like it conceptually, but it takes a little bit away from the actual characters for me. Just a bit.
Well, I feel that memberships for Designing 4 are only $3. But I also feel that, there's the feeling of, I would agree with you, but the game is too easy for me to care. It's like, to me, it's like Pokemon. I can just play with whatever dolls I want. And I can play with them in unique and weird ways. And it's overall not going to change my opinion of it. Yeah, I'm going to get some pushback at a later boss. But in general, I can create a customized moveset and feel for whatever character that I want. And that's the appeal to me. It's entirely contrary to why I like other Fire Emblem games and other Fire Emblem progression, but it's unique to Three Houses. I don't think it's better, but I think it's fine if, you don't care about good level design and stuff. And it's just like, no, just make them hit each other so I can get back to my supports and get back to my slowly raising them in leadership or whatever. And in giving them a bunch of Dynasty Warrior soldiers to die.
For me, it's a weird sort of... I don't think it actively takes away from the characters, but there's a weird narrative discontent. Not for everybody. Some characters just ignore the fact that you can customize them. Like, Ingrid's always going to be a knight, Sylvain's always going to be a knight. The dude's always going to act like he's the armored tank in front of everybody. But I can't shake the feeling with a couple of others. Like, generally the ones that have the personality sourced around a specific hobby.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, I don't see that as much because of the game's adherence to its school setting. You're their teacher, you're instructing them on different things and finding unique strengths that they didn't find in themselves before. And it's personalized in that way. Is it done well? No. But I feel like there's an excuse because everyone fucking loves Byleth. And will do whatever she says.
I wish Byleth just wasn't in this game. That's another huge thing.
No, it would make it better. But at the same time, it doesn't work in the systems it wants to incorporate without Byleth there as an impetus for change.
Like, even then, just, make Byleth a character, then.
No, because if it's not you, then it's not... You're not doing that on an individual level. If Byleth is just this force, then she is a Mary Sue for the sake of the story that solves all of its problems that doesn't get to be you. Which feels even worse.
Fair. I don't... I think what really gets me is that for all the for how much I absolutely adore the setting, I feel like I haven't played Everroots, to be fair, but in both Golden Deer and Blue Lions, I never feel like it's capitalizing on the good stuff that it's doing. Does that make sense? Is that fair?
Yes, no, it feels like it's setting the table. And it's like, look at the table. No, don't eat from it, but look at it. It smells good, doesn't it?
It smells amazing.
Yeah. Would be nice if we could eat.
Would indeed. I know. Purchased in a very roundabout way. Conceptually, I adore this game. It's really what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
I just wish it was
right
better. I don't want my least favorite thing about a video game to be having to experience 80% of what the game is offering me. The other 20%? Oh my god, give me more of that 20%, but I wonder if I enjoy Three Hopes more.
I don't know if you'd like Dynasty Warriors combat, to be honest.
I've played Hyrule Warriors. Played a decent amount.
Yeah.
It's mind-numbing, but like sometimes you're in the mood for mind-numbing.
Okay.
If this was made in the classic FE era, do you think it would have been better
It would have been a different game.
It would have... Yeah, I don't think classic FE could handle this amount of customization. That would be an interesting thought process.
Yeah, like, the closest analog is FE12. And even that is still very much needing to be rigid in the framework of FE3 that came before it. Because that's another game where you can just make everyone a Wyvern Lord, and you're better off for it. But and has the main character who everyone revolves around, but it's usually a smaller scale story. So in short, my pitch is play FE12. It's like this, but all the parts that you like about it aren't there, but it's a better game. Because it's a Marth game, so obviously the writing is terrible.
No, the writing's not existent. There's not enough of it there to call it terrible. It's just not there.
Don't you love teamwork, though? He would never sacrifice Cain, Abel, or the third one he sacrificed.
I think I spent... While I was in that Fire Emblem kick, I tried to play Shadow Dragon for like 40 minutes.
Oh, you shouldn't do that.
Ugh.
I would honestly rather replay FE1, because even then, it's just learning jank sounds more fun.
It's just... There's no soul in that game, and it's hideous.
Yes, it is.
I mean, honestly, I don't like games on the NC gets gained nothing but constant praise. I know, I just... There's this vision in the back of my head where Byleth is more of a... Like, more of an active character, and I'm picturing like a Maruki kind of character from Persona 5 Royal.
Okay.
And just, any time I'm just picturing that version of Three Houses, I get so excited for what that game could be. But this is just too in love with its gimmick to the point it forgets the rest of the game around it.
Yes.
I don't know. I did finally cave and play all the way through another Three Houses story. I don't think I'm ever going to get around to Edelgard's. Either of the Black Eagle ones. I think I'm done.
Yeah, I don't know. One day I want to go through Yuri and the Gay Boy Squad.
Oh, the Cindered Shadow stuff?
Yeah.
I did play that when it came out. It feels stapled on to the game.
Oh. Well, yeah, but that could be better.
I couldn't feel it. Maybe you would. Maybe you would. It's honestly been too long ago to remember.
Oh, Yuri was really fun in Heroes, though.
He's a fun character.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, it was a narrative kind of centered around setting him up as the one that had the plan. And no matter what happens, you gotta trust that Yuri's got the plan. and then the climax happens, and the plan was so ridiculous that I don't believe that was his plan.
Good. No, I love it. He's a bullshitter. Amazing.
All right.
That you're describing Usopp.
If Yuri was Usopp, I would be singing a completely different tune right now. All right, those are the medium games I brought to the table. I only got really one more segment to go, so start shipping back at yours.
Great. So, about a month and a half ago now, I did a big gauntlet of games with Tarvold, so I'm going to go over all of them briefly now.
I can just put this on screen. Actually.
Yeah, you could just do it.
I don't have to think about this one.
Yeah, it's perfect for you.
There's going to be peerception.
Exactly. So we started with Pokemon Stadium 2. And we did a set of minigames, battle, and then trivia if it was a tiebreaker. Tiebreaker was in fact needed. Minigames went pretty close. He did win. But that's only because he got the mashing game at the end. Had anything else happened, I would have won that convincingly. I was very good at counting Pokemon. The actual Pokemon battling, it's so interesting going into Stadium 2 where you're only using rentals and the rentals suck. Because you get to sit there and you get to realize, oh, wait a minute, I can BM on him because Dugong has Rest and Sleep Talk. And it's the only Pokemon in the game with both of those moves. So the end of the battle is 3 extra turns where I could have lost, but decided not to, because I'm good at the game. He also did not pick Snorlax, who had Curse. And I went, why? He's like, no, the only things I'm banning are the birds, the dogs, and Wobbuffet. I went, I understand one of those, and it's Wobbuffet. And then we did trivia, and I won. Because of course I did. But I do want to give props to Pokemon Stadium 2's trivia game, because it's like, Meryl is blue. What color is Meryl? It'll just sometimes have just random fake-outs for you, like, Spinarak has 8 legs. How many noses does Hitmonchan have?
It does have a... I was watching this stream, and that level of randomization is an absolute delight.
Yes. It's just that level of it punishes you for trying to be smart with the questions in a very enjoyable way.
Mm-hmm.
And I really enjoy that about it. We then played Donkey Kong Jr. Math. As many of you may remember, during the actual tournament, Tarvold won, and I received 0 points.
You tried to do, like, the super secret boss finale, and you got stomped.
No, I didn't. I want everyone to know I didn't try to do that. I was pressured into doing that after I commentated my heart out for a very long time.
I specifically remember leaving the comment that everyone should remember that Pierre is a math tutor while watching this.
I won this time! Guess what? I still love that game.
It's amazing. It has no business being as fun as it is.
The feeling of trying to overshoot into the thousands and then divide by 9. There's... In playing it more, realizing the meta of knowing the 2 places that the equation sign that you're going to take can spawn, and sandbagging those 2 places specifically to react to your opponent is brilliant, because it adds an extra layer to the math where it is you are playing as the slowest platforming character in existence.
Mm-hmm.
I can grind addition faster than you can get one good multiplication. That's a very fun bit. Then we played Catherine multiplayer, this may be the most fun multiplayer game we played the entire time. Did you see this bit?
I saw every minute of it, and I was in love. Oh my god.
This is incredible. I knew that they played this as Evo as a side bracket, as a joke, but this is such a fun game. So it is competitive, trying to race up a giant stack of blocks that you pull individual blocks out of. However, you two cannot occupy the same space, so you could just knock a person off and off the blocks, and they have to hang on and find the way to get up.
The moment you guys started realizing how easily you could just mess with each other's platforming, push blocks that you're standing on, knock people into the abyss.
I had a confident advantage going into it, and then he decided to just be an asshole the entire time. And I was like, okay, I'll actually play the game good then. That was one that we could have kept going on that. And we did. I won early, and then we were like, no, you have to do all of them at least. And just the different variations of the various blocks, and sometimes you just die.
Yeah, I'm just looking at... Tarv is stuck at the bottom of the stage, has nowhere to go.
It is so crushing to realize
just
I am
sheer
out
helplessness.
of moves. Goodbye. It is so good because you have that flash moment of realizing I can ruin this man's entire career, and you have to act on it immediately.
Mm-hmm.
It is like a freestyle of cruelty, and it's incredible. Then came Sonic Adventure 2. If Shadow isn't the best Sonic game, it's this one. Guess what? It's so fun being against someone who's like, this game is ass. Wait a minute. I'm not having fun. And you're like, no, I'm great. I'm in my happy place. I'll wait at the end of Skyrail for you. It's okay. Tony Hawk instilled a love of grinding into me very early on. And just the way that Sonic Adventure 2 flows is as close to a Tony Hawk platformer as I'll ever get.
Yeah, probably.
It's loose, it's janky, but it's fun. And I don't know, I'm good at the treasure hunting stages, so I like them. I did not like the part where I only had the hammer punch and he had black wave. That was very mean. I was like, what do? I just punch the ground! The actual multiplayer in this game is kinda booty, but it's in a fun, janky way.
It's awful, that's why it makes it amazing.
No, it's still kind of fun. I still think, level design in there exists. I think he won City Escape, and I won everything else.
Where was that City Rail one? Where it was just the constant respawning further back and further back and further back. Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Treasure hunting stages are the weakest of the three playstyles. I think they're the best in multiplayer. I think doing those competitively is actually really fun. Or at least it's a little more interactive than the actual speed stages there. Which one is next? Is it Metroid Prime 2?
Yes.
Okay, Metroid Prime 2. That game has fun multiplayer. I don't understand shooters. I feel like 1v1 is not ideal for Metroid Prime's multiplayer.
It's not. I've played full 4-player lobbies of that game, and it's actually absolutely incredible.
Yes, I agree. When we played it, me, Connor Gooms, and Tarv, long time ago when we was doing the Prime 2 retrospective, we did play that, and it was a lot of fun. But this is one that just snowballs in 2-player. And I don't really understand the lock-on when you're both locked on.
That's...
Like, there's weird strafe timing with it.
That's not something I've ever thought before. but now that you've pointed it out, I have no idea
Yeah,
how
I
to
didn't
define
know
it.
how it worked. I lost. I can tell you that much. It didn't work for me. But I've never wrapped my head around that. Morph Ball as an escape option is really fun, though. Like, thank God the Boost Ball exists. We then played Destruction Derby for the Nintendo 64. And the Nintendo 64 wasn't working at the time.
Oh, right!
Like, it was playing it where it flickered and, like, changed the orientation of the game every couple of frames. So I had to play it off his monitor. So I am playing it like this, looking at something far in the background, trying to do it, and midway through, the 8-bit drummer raids us, and Jared sends my half of the screen filled with the raid message of chocobos. I am unable to see.
Oh, that's pure joy.
I would have won then and there if not for chocobos stopping me. I was put in 3 times the unfair position.
Home field advantage, man. I don't know what else to tell you.
I know, and I was up 4-0. What advantage? I'm sorry, he cheated? Anyway, that game's about crashing cars. I don't get it.
I mean, you crash cars.
Like,
You
I get
just said
it, but like, I don't get how you win.
Oh, I have no idea.
Yeah.
You crash cards and you feel serotonin.
And then next was Pokemon Puzzle League, I think?
Yes.
Okay, you tell me about this one.
Yeah, I was about to say, can I say something here?
No, you have this whole section. Floor's yours.
Here's the thing, guys. I watch an embarrassing amount of both RTS esports and MOBA esports. I genuinely find those to be absolutely, like, jaw-droppingly engaging feats of just talent and skill. I don't think I've ever been as just at the edge of my seat as I was watching these guys playing Pokemon Puzzle League. The sheer frenetic nature of this sort of game, watching you guys just pushing your reflexes to the absolute limits, I don't know how to put it to words, but there's just something about it, man. There's a fear there. The constant, I guess just the simple constant tension of the raising Tetris blocks, but I was enthralled. I was amazed. I did not... It might also just because you spent, like, 3 hours destroying me, Gooms, and Connor. So it was just the wonder of, oh, now the Masters are at play, and I get to watch.
Well, that's the thing with Puzzle League. Like, after the 30-second mark, you are always at risk of dying instantly. Like, you have to constantly keep performing or else you will lose. And, like, you have to create your own contingency plans and your own backups where, okay, this garbage is going to fall. I need something to clear the garbage so I have more time to find my next move. It is a relentless gauntlet. I never feel more mentally drained than after a good long round of Puzzle League.
That's a perfect way of putting it, because pretty much any other competitive game, like, there's breaks of some kind. You'll have a break between a life and a fighting game, or people pull back in an RTS or whatever. This is just exponential increase, and it doesn't stop increasing until one of you drops.
Yes.
And that's really cool. That's really fun to watch.
I don't even mind that I lost. This is the part of the thing where I realized, oh, I'm really sick, actually. So the fact that I did as well as I did is damn impressive.
Also, it's just absolutely hilarious. Just the inevitable repeating every Pokemon's voice line over and over and
Oh,
over
yes.
and
No,
over.
it's incredible. When you're hot, you're hot. Ooh, so close. I'm feeling giddy. Like, that gets ingrained. That is part of your soul. And when, like, freaking Growlithe says its name, like, 8 times in a row, you go, God, shut up. Stop. Stop. Fucking Weepin' Bell. I've never hated Weepin' Bell more. Puzzle League is the best puzzle fire ever. Absolutely. 100% is the reason I love puzzle games so much, and nothing has ever come close to it. And the next was, what, TMNT?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Okay, so I need everyone to understand that I had the uncanny ability to, in both of the fighting games we played, pick the worst character in the game every single time, knowing nothing about them. This is just a fun little broken fighting game. It's janky. It's clearly built off of Street Fighter 2 ideas, but it's fun. It's goofy. You throw out goofy hitboxes. It's got good theming.
Mm-hmm.
It's just neat. It was funny when afterwards we unlocked the boss characters and they are just completely broken and kill you in 3 attacks.
As they should.
Absolutely. And I'm like, no, I just need normals. And then I used it, and then I summoned Star Platinum, and I'm, what the hell? Yeah, it's, I don't have much more to say on this one.
It doesn't look like a game you can say much more on.
I agree with that. Isn't this the first fighting game to have super meters? Is it? I mean, I'll believe you, but I can't remember.
Maybe. That's a solid maybe right there.
Yes. And then we played WarioWare Smooth Moves. That went very quickly. This game is a lot more fun in single player than it is in multiplayer, sadly.
Yeah.
Which is a big disappointment because Mega Party games for the GameCube is really good. It's just amazing that they made all of the rounds worse for no reason.
A couple of the WarioWare games really phoned it in.
Well, no, but Smooth Moves didn't phone it in. It's such a fantastic use of the Wiimote. Like, I don't think that even Wii Motion Plus games do what Smooth Moves did with the basic Wiimote.
Not fair.
It's constant fun. I will say I was everyone's hero because I actually got up whenever it said to do the big cheese, and Tarv didn't, which means he's a coward. Because he's like, yeah, I'll just do that. And it's like, no, it's something where you put your hands on your hips and you shimmy and shake. You do that.
Yeah. And you have video evidence of that, so yeah.
I do. Bridge position, up we go, let's go. I'm sorry I have rhythm and soul. Next was Banjo-Tooie. We weren't planning on playing that, but someone donated for it to be played.
You skipped Castlevania Judgment.
Oh, I did. Next is Castlevania Judgment. Anyway, next we play Banjo-Tooie. Oh, Judgment is fascinating. Every attack is mapped to a waggle.
What?
Yes.
What the hell?
So you waggle, or you hold the button and waggle, or you hold a different button and waggle.
Does it change based on the direction that you waggle?
No, but
It's just
it changes
waggle.
based on button hold. It's really bad. I picked all of the bad characters and also Cornell. And then I realized at the end, oh wait, I should have just picked a Belmont. They have a whip.
Slight advantage there, yeah. How does it compare as it looks Soul Calibur light?
Much looser.
Okay.
It feels like you die to the stage more than your opponent. Painting the command inputs.
That's
Yes,
just
no.
soft.
Amy puts in the quarter circle forward.
Hey, yo, that's an idea for a game, though. You joke, but that kind of sounds great, though.
No, that'll be bad. Anyway, next was Banjo-Tooie. Thank you for donating for that game so I could get a free point. I don't have much more to say on Banjo-Tooie. It reuses some GoldenEye maps, and I like it because I think I like Banjo-Tooie shooting more than I like GoldenEye shooting.
I would agree with that, actually. Yeah.
Because when you hit someone, it makes sense. I'm like, I have a limited amount of health, and it's displayed here, and it's accurate. Cool.
It's basically the same game. James Bond's Banjo-Kazooie, basically the same character.
Yeah.
So that might...
Yeah. Hesitant to start Tooie? Go ahead and start Tooie. Just feel like it's a different game. It's very much... Treat it more as you would a Metroid-styled game, as opposed to a Mario 64-styled game. And you'll probably have a better time. Don't feel afraid to leave worlds. Feel free to backtrack in it. That's the best advice I can give. We then played Kirby's Dream Course, which was totally fair. It was so much fun playing a game I hadn't played.
Oh, is this is the golf? Oh, right. Yeah.
It was entirely fair and balanced, and I'm glad that we played it, and I was just incredibly tired.
I mean, you've played golf.
Yes, I have. It is a fun game. However, there is something about, oh yeah, use the tornado. No, not there. I didn't think you would do it like that. Wow, okay. It is a fun little competitive game. It's one where you're trying to hit as many enemies as possible, and then after the last one dies, the hole spawns.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a lot of trying to make sure that you have more points than your opponent, but you can steal their points after they've gotten them. So it's a lot of very careful positioning and mind games. It's very fun. I would have really liked it had I played it before. But my experience was otherwise. I've seen the Game Grumps play this over a decade ago.
I mean, that's all you need, right? Surely.
Yeah. And we ended with Theatrhythm Final Bar Line, where he cheated because there's no way that he scored more than me. like it was mathematically impossible, and yet the game gave him the win anyway. He messed up his combo. I did not.
Well, but
But overall, his timing was slightly better than mine at the perfect compared to perfect, but it's rainbow.
Oh, okay.
But I don't think that should matter compared to combo chain. I think combo chain matters a lot. Evidently, nope.
Well, if you have a combo chain with a slightly higher modifier, even if that cuts, if the modifier is higher, it would...
That's what I thought. I thought the modifier would get me there. No. So the game is incorrect, is what I'm saying.
Ah, okay.
The only reason I would have lost is because the game is incorrect.
Clearly.
Well, yes. I want to say how much of a hero I was. Because I could not move the next day. And yet I was still performing to last game, last stock. I need you to all understand I am a small god of gaming. Not a great one, but a small one. I performed small miracles for all of you. And thank you very much, because I proved it when we got enough donations to do video game music trivia, and he was slaughtered.
Yo, shout out to that chat, though. I'm so impressed that they actually made that donation goal.
No, absolutely shouts to that chat. It was a fantastic night. I had a delightful time, all kayfabe aside. Like, that was a great time. I would trade that for nothing. With that said, I did wipe the floor with him.
Yes, you did.
And I was so out of it that I thought that I was done. Like, please understand, my answers were like, I gotta do job, go free.
Is it a piano? It's Minecraft. Is it boring? It's Battlefield.
Is it bad? It's Mortal Kombat. I felt so bad. During the last Harvold's test, I guess something was Mortal Kombat. Because it sounded bad, it was Mother 3.
How dare you?
But the theme, I knew in my head, and I thought, oh, this is Noob Saibot's theme. No, it's Masked Man.
Oh, and it wasn't just bad, it was one of the most emotionally charged moments of the game.
Yes!
You monster.
But that song isn't good!
It's not. It's not.
It's not good! It's not a good song.
It's not meant to be a good song.
Specifically to screw with you for the rhythm system. Like, it's intentionally shit. So I can see why I thought it was average Mortal Kombat music.
Yeah. Okay, I can see the dots. I can see the dots.
It's a vibe song? It's not! It is a I hate you song. So anyway, what'd you think of the event?
Oh, it was a great time.
I didn't know how much you saw, because, like, I can't say anything
I
but
watched
nice things
all of DK Junior Math. That's what brought me over, because, you know, I'm still salty I lost that. Watched through the direct.
Should be.
Catherine kept me watching the entire time. Skipped out on Sonic Adventure Battle. Just, I don't care. Metroid Prime 2 came back too. Was shocked by how well that was going. Left for a bit for Destruction Derby. Watched all of Pokemon Puzzle League. Couldn't take my eyes off of it. And after that, I had to go to bed. So I caught a solid half of it.
Okay. Good. That is fair. So I want to thank you all who showed up. That was a highlight. You made that whole trip really wonderful and cap out on a great note, except for the horrible pain I was in.
Aside from agony, thumbs up.
Yes. Dude, it was rough. I had to spend an extra day.
I'm sorry.
I was shaking. I could not get out of bed until evening. We're like, we're all sick. You want to play Pokemon cards? Yeah.
Okay, but isn't there something so magical about just that dying inside? Just have my roommate come up and like, hey, can we just play Time Splitters or something? And you know what? Those games of Time Splitters were amazing.
No, true. All right, I have 2 more games to talk about. And this one will either be quick or long, depending on what we get into it. This is Mouthwashing.
I've never heard of this game.
Okay, cool. This is a survival horror style walking simulator. The premise is that the start of the game, you are in control of a character flying a spaceship. You're essentially Amazon delivery people.
Okay.
And are in a massive several 100-day voyage. You are driving your ship and you intentionally crash it into an asteroid. And you as the player have to do this.
Okay.
The captain is horribly injured and disfigured, and everyone resents him for what he's done, but can't, like, kill him.
Mm-hmm.
And you are just a crew of 4 people and the injured captain stranded on a ship with a couple 100 days of supplies before the air gives out, and you are just surviving each other in the vain hope that you survive.
Mm.
It is then told non-linearly what happens as you get small vignettes of each character. This is a game that is incredibly difficult to talk about without spoilers. Past that, I think it's written exceptionally well. And I think that there are certain trigger warnings that if you are vulnerable to very specific things, you should look up what those are and then decide if you want to view it. I won't say what they are because they're actually major spoilers for the game. But it is a... How do I frame this without spoiling?
I think from premise alone, I think I get what you're talking about.
How interested are you in the game? Because I can just, like,
this
type it in
this
text.
vibe is genuinely getting me.
Okay.
And the fact that it's short,
yeah, it's,
this
it took
might be
me
something
about 3 hours. I will say, just as a basic premise, it is a game that shows you how horribly having a person who wants to be in control is, and lets you live that out. This has potentially one of the worst characters in any video game that I have ever experienced. And worst as in morally hateable. I think they're excellently written, and they're absolutely going on our character list.
all right,
And
so,
it's going to...
so we'll be able to talk spoilers later.
Absolutely. My overall thing with the game, I think it is perfect for what it is going for. I wanted more from it. And that's not to say I want more from the story, or I want more from the execution. I think how it executes its overall themes is fantastic. I don't think it marries them mechanically to the game particularly well.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, not the entire time. Sometimes it's chilling and it's uses its sense of scale and sense of what reality is in a very effective manner. Nothing we haven't seen before, but still incredibly effectively. But I think sometimes it grasps for more mechanical complexity in trying to marry the ideas that it's going with the actual gameplay application.
Mm-hmm.
Like, simply, like, trying to look at something while navigating and moving backwards, and that also being a metaphor for the character. It does that, but then it doesn't do anything more with it. I'm trying to dodge as many spoiler landmines as I can here, while still giving my opinion of, game's great, didn't like it. Not that it didn't land. It landed, but it could have landed more.
Okay.
But also, that might be a me thing, but also that's a me thing because I look for different things in games.
To kind of dodge spoilers somewhat, are there any other games that you felt the same way about? For a point of comparison.
Silent Hill Shattered Memories. I would say that's quite similar in that extent. Slay the Princess somewhat, but I like this less than that.
Okay.
Like, Slay the Princess conceptually, I love to such a extreme degree. What else could there be? A lot of RPG Maker horror games, your Yumenikis, your Witches' Houses, a lot of those I feel like I do want more from, and the ones with deeper mechanical underbellies, like your Wadanoharas, like your Mad Fathers, I feel the story isn't as good as the ones that I wished more from.
Mm-hmm.
The Swansea scene is so good. Oh yeah, no, that Swansea scene is great. Unfortunately, the game glitched and wouldn't load a key item in it, so I had to reload in the middle of that scene.
Oh,
That sucked. But no doubt that scene is written incredibly. But yeah, it's not a happy game. And it's good at not being a happy game. And
okay.
it's one that I almost... I'm glad it exists. I wish it did more. I also know why it wouldn't do more. But I wish it went in different directions than it chose for its interactivity.
Okay.
I still think it has the potential to be excellent, and I would love to talk spoilers in this game with you.
Okay.
But I don't think you're missing out on much other than supporting the developers by watching a playthrough.
Yeah. How long is this video? 2 hours? I can totally do that.
Yeah. I think, like, as long as you are engrossed and have that feeling of no, then I think that's fine. It's one of the few games that I think does not benefit from being a game versus another medium.
Okay.
That makes me sad. I like video games. Kind of a weird note to leave it on, but... Speaking of weird notes that were left on, what do you gotta talk about last?
I have two. Technically one. It was released as one, and it was enough of a dart at my childhood that I couldn't resist. I haven't played this game in so long. I remember kicking it off of my top 100 list, and it took about 5 seconds of hearing the music before it was back on comfortably.
That sounds right.
Alright, so I'm going to be talking about the original Warcraft 1 and Warcraft 2. One first. I've never played one, and this game is fucking weird. Because this was still when people were kind of just trying to figure out what the RTS genre even was in the first place. And the result of that are just a lot of mistakes. Fascinating mistakes. For example, you know how Fog of War works in an RTS, right?
Yes.
You move your units through it, you get more views. It's uncovers the map.
I'm sorry. You work around it, you get more views. If that isn't
that
the most useful thing.
something resembling English existed in my vocal cords there.
No, that was visceral. I felt that in my soul. You get through the Fog of War to get the viewers. I get it.
Anyway, every single unit in this game has dog shit vision. Like, they can see, like, a square around them, maybe two if they're an archer, but everyone is essentially blind. However, any space that you've seen once stays revealed. Like, the Fog of War never comes back in after your units leave. So it's a really bizarre sort of trying to send blind units out to kind of just feel the area. Maybe they run into enemies and they just get instantly deleted. But you'll start creating this small, spider web across a map where you can just occasionally see units moving through here and there. Which it's just a very fascinating vibe for an RTS to have. I don't like it. It's infuriating just having to catapult flatten your archers when you couldn't see it. But it's interesting. It's fascinating seeing these sorts of experimental lessons that developers had to learn to figure out what works for this genre. Also in terms of the spells. Because in this game, the human faction can cast invisibility, right? And
Well,
when you
okay.
hear invisibility, your brain kind of naturally thinks like, okay, so there's like some if you build a tower or something, you can see the invisible things, right? They wouldn't just put invisibility in a game and have no way to counter it.
Well, that's not how invisibility works. Invisibility means invisible.
Invisibility does mean invisible. They got it right this time, and it's horrible. Just some of the most frustrating I only played through the campaign of this because I don't want to try to compete with people that have been playing these games for decades.
Oh, I figured.
But just the mind-numbing frustration of just hearing, we're being attacked! And just looking back and there's 3 knights in your gold line that you had no way of countering. Because you never saw them coming in the first place. Because the spell lasts for like 30 seconds. It's a weird game. You can see how it was really more of a just a D&D game come to life than an actual really fleshed out world. Like a lot of the like the missions where it's just a group of units and no base behind it. You're fighting like slimes and demons and stuff. Just very traditional. Just
no. That's
enemies.
just the genre.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing this franchise before it really captured its identity.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of those games that's so broken to the point that you can actually kind of exploit the jank of it. Like, the way that catapults will fire is, like, they'll fire at where your units are at.
Mm-hmm.
And not where they're going to be. But you can actually cheese almost everything in this game by just sending out a Wolf Rider, targeting that Wolf Rider with your catapult, and it will instantly flatten anything that's chasing after it, because by the time the projectile is there, the unit that's chasing it is also there. Which is really funny, and I really enjoyed that. So one spark of joy throughout an
that
otherwise...
sounds like the fun jank.
It is the fun jank. But what I really want to talk about is 2. Because 2 is one of the most formative games from my childhood. There's so much about just 2's incredibly campy voice direction, the bombastic music, and kind of just the culmination of its identity when it kind of found its place as more of this goofy, kind of cartoonish take on a Tolkien-esque world.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. This one still gets me. I thought I would have more. I thought I would have more to say to that.
No, it's fine. It's fine when you're just like reflecting on the game and you're like, I want to give it space and whatnot, and then you go back to it and you feel just
this
is nice.
It's just one of the closest comfort games I have. That something about that sort of like 95-ish. Whenever somebody in a game was trying to sound cool, they'd use this insanely gravelly voice and put this really echoey reverb on the back of their throats. It sounds horrible in the modern day, but God, I love that just campy, cheesy vibe so much.
Oh, I remember it well.
And I wish I could come out of this saying like, hey, yeah, this is a game worth experiencing. It's not. I think this game is it helps that they increase the unit queue a little bit more. You're not just trying to control 9 units at any time, which is infuriating in these types of games. But this sort of asymmetrical design of an elf is just a troll, just reskinned, it doesn't make for a very interesting faction dynamic, which makes the vast majority of games feel kind of just doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over again.
Right.
I do appreciate... I do still enjoy the kind of world building of this initial... Like, I miss the old orcs so much. It's another reason I want to get into Warhammer, because they actually do have that kind of goofy... Just... How do you even put it? The orcs in Warhammer function in a way that's... Their stuff only works because they believe it works, which is really funny in a sci-fi setting. Like, they'll have buckets of junk that they use as spaceships that have no filtration. There's no reason they should have oxygen. There's no reason they should fly. But they believe it works. So it works.
They're too stupid for logic to come in and stop them.
I miss just that goofy...
They are the Roadrunner walking through the painting.
Exactly! just that side of this cartoon hijinks that works so well in the fantasy setting when it's being embodied by these brute-like orcs. I don't know. It was a nice blast from the past. But God, is it slow. God, does it not carry over well.
Oh no. The blast from the past was a shitty game that sucked ass?
I wouldn't say it sucked ass. It's just old. It's just old, and there's better ways to experience that kind of gameplay.
No, old things can still be good. In fact, many people would say the old thing is better than new thing.
Well, a lot of those people also don't want to do any of the new thing.
Exactly. Most people are just like, no, only old things. That's why every best performing movie this year is a sequel.
You can tell we've been talking for almost 4 hours. And we're not even done with the games yet.
We're not out of games.
Okay, talk about the thumbnail.
Would you care to tell everyone what this category I've listed as?
Yeah, I will. So, throughout the entirety that we've been doing these podcasts, we've given each other lists of games just to kind of get a sense of how to schedule things. Listing them as short games, medium games, and long games. For the first time in Design Dorks history, Pierre has added a fourth category that is simply, in all caps, ah! And it's for Super Mario Party Jamboree.
This game. So I can talk about this as short as you want, or I can go on for hours. Because the depths that this game has put me through. There is so much to say. It has changed me as a person because I've realized after it come out, people only want me for one thing, and it's Mario Party, and it's disgusting. This game, and I'm being used, and I'm being played, and I love it. And I look at myself in the mirror, I go, is this all I am? And Donkey Kong smiles back at me and goes, you will never play the Jamboree Buddy minigame with me. And I went, you're right, Donkey Kong, I won't. Because you're me. And that's all people see when they see the mirror. That is me.
I am. No.
That's the DK rap. Can you see all of me? I'm sorry, you were drinking. That was rude.
Yep, that got me. I'm fine.
So, Super Mario Party Jamboree came out like a month and a half ago. And it would be really easy to talk about if I didn't talk about 18 other games. But unfortunately, it did come out, and guess what? If you want the simple review, it's really good, and I recommend buying it. Even if you haven't bought a Mario Party in a long time, or even if you're like against the whole super formula, this does enough good that is unique to this game that I think it stands on its own as an alternative to the best Mario Parties as opposed to competing with them. And it gives it its own unique place in the franchise.
Okay, interesting. How, just out of curiosity, how would you, like, if you're making a list of the top Mario Party games, where does this roughly land? Don't think too hard about it, but...
Yeah, this slots in, like, if not number 3, then in the air of being number 3.
Okay.
Because I feel like there's... Whichever N64 you like more of 2 or 3. Mm-hmm. I like 2 more. A lot of people will say 3. They're wrong. Either your favorite GameCube Mario Party or your weird pick or Superstars. One of those. And I feel like those 2 could be in any order. Mm-hmm. But you will usually get like 6 and Superstars or 2 and Superstars or 2 and 6 or 3 and 6 or 3 and Superstars or some combination of that. And then I think Jamboree is solidly number 3 behind them. However, I might put it as number 2 depending on my mood.
Wow, okay. High praise.
But that is because I kind of fallen out of love with the GameCube Mario parties. More than other people have, but
I can see it.
So Jamboree is, first off, a nice, big, juicy game. It has 7 boards? And considering the last game had 5 boards, and any one board feels like a massive... Oh! Yeah, it feels like you have a lot of content and a lot of choices. Most of these boards are at least okay. Some of them are really, really good. The changes it makes to old boards are excellent, but that's not mostly why I'm here. I think Westerland gets off a little bit better than Mario's Rainbow Castle. Mm-hmm. But what sells this game is the Jamboree Buddy mechanic. So every couple of turns, down on the map, a Jamboree Buddy will descend from the heavens and be like, hello, I am here. The first person that reaches them gets 5 coins, and then everyone plays a minigame for ownership of that character.
Interesting. Okay.
Whoever reaches them gets an advantage in that game. And these are thicky games. Like, these are 3 to 5 minutes on average of gameplay.
Oh, okay.
Like, one of them is Waluigi challenges you to 3 minutes of pinball. Whoever has the high score wins. Mario is just, here are 3 mini games in a row from previous Mario parties. Go ahead and beat each other, and also me. I am also competing. So you can sandbag another player, because Mario isn't very good at the games. But if you're like on bumper balls, you can intentionally keep Mario alive so that you kill someone else first, so that they receive less points.
This has layers. I'm loving what you're putting down.
Luigi is a series of escape room puzzles to free him from captivity.
Yes! Oh, the fact they're all themed around the characters is... Oh.
Yoshi's is a race up a mountain riding Yoshis, eating fruit to get turbo boosts. Donkey Kong's is a rhythm game. I don't know how that one is, because you can't play the Jamboree game of a character that is already being played as.
So you're never going to see that.
I will never see it. And the interesting thing is that takes that character off the board. Because once you get that character, you have them for 3 turns, and each one has a unique ability. Peach lets you buy stars for half off. Daisy lets you go to the shop for half off. Yoshi copies an item over anyone he passes. Mario rolls a second dice block for you and adds it to your total. Bowser Jr., whatever space you land on, he places a trap that will steal half of the coins of anyone else who lands on it. This lasts until someone lands on it. In addition to this power, every single action you take other than chance time, happening spaces are doubled. If you reach the star, if you have enough money, you can buy 2 stars. If you reach Boo, you can use him twice. If you land on a blue space, you get that twice. If you land on a Bowser space, you get that twice. The entire game revolves around these buddies, as if you pass someone who has a buddy from behind, you steal that buddy from them.
Oh, this is just an entirely new layer on top of everything Mario Party was already.
So, like, some of them...
insane.
Some of them you can stall forever, like the ones that you need at the start of your turn. Like, say, Mario, Luigi, or Wario, who gives you coins. Others, like Peach, who react passively on your turn, you could just constantly steal from one another and continue getting advantage. If you keep stealing Bowser Jr. from each other, you are creating a massive wall of traps all throughout this stretch of the board.
Incredible.
It also has...
quick clarification, just out of curiosity for strategies. The last 3 turns, does that reset when they're stolen, or is it just 3 turns?
No, 3 turns period.
Okay. Just
they
checking.
stay there for 3 turns, and once you claim them, it's 3 turns from that point on.
Okay.
So it's a maximum of they will be on the board for 5 turns. Some of them are broken.
I can tell.
Luigi has a chance of changing your dice roll to a 7 through 10, but sometimes he messes up and hurts his hand. If he does this, every single dice you roll will match his total. So if you rolled 3 dice, and they were all different, and Luigi punched it and it turned into a 10, all 3 would become 10s.
Wow. Okay.
When dice blocks match, you get money for making all of them match. There is a specific dice block that lets you roll 3 dice blocks, and you get the amount that you roll in coins.
Oh, so it's just 10s across the board.
Luigi can earn you 40 coins and 30 movement before your turn starts. It is the most incredible thing. Meanwhile, Donkey Kong's power is just, if you're in a spot that you don't want to be, he will warp you to a random spot in the board by shoving you in a barrel cannon. It's great.
I kind of like that, though.
I love that.
It should be just wacky and unbalanced. That makes it more interesting when different characters show up randomly.
It creates a mad reactive scramble that completely changes the long-term planning of Mario Party. Your long-term planning still has to exist, of course, and you can base it around when you think a Jamboree buddy will show up. But you need to be able to react to your opponents in order to ensure the best outcome for that buddy, including potentially throwing the game, if that's possible, for the Jamboree buddy. To just go like, oh, this person can't win. That would be horrible. Everyone would hate that. It mixes this with incredible board designs across the board. Like, some of them, I'll admit, some of them aren't great. Like, the one where you're in a go-kart is not fantastic. Goomba Lagoon, I think, stalls you because it's one of those where, like, the tide goes in and out and strands you on islands, and sometimes someone will just be on the one with the shop, and
Just
that one is the better
circles.
one. Yep. Some of them are only 5 spaces long.
Oh, no!
Yeah. So you're just there.
You get Luigi, you just got 30 movements, you just start
Just
sprinting laps.
whee! But some of them are fantastic. The mall is incredible because it's a 3-tiered board with different shops on each layer of the board, intersecting escalators that go in different directions to get you to different parts of the board, an elevator that can take you to the top for money. But the top right takes a while to loop back around, so it's a hard commitment. But Boo is right over there. And also, on the other side of that, is a shop that sells the equivalent of magic lamps, and also the chance to hit a shop that gives you a Boo Bell. However, these shops are on happening spaces that you have to land on, as opposed to just passing by them. So there is a different dynamic, including the other shop, which sells good items, and the other shop, which only sells you items if you're in 4th place, but are good items and will give you money, so they're losing money every time you make a sale.
Interesting.
And then there's the lottery, which gives you money randomly based on how many shops you visited.
Oh, again, just layers. Literally layers.
Such a strong multi-layer. Or the Bowser board, where Bowser is in a square in the middle and is standing there, and every couple of turns, he will add more Bowser spaces to the square in the middle. This square, you can reverse the direction of with an item, trapping someone in an infinite hell of Bowser spaces for as long as they fail to roll out. And in this board, everything Bowser steals goes into a vault. And that vault can be unlocked with a randomized combination of 2 digits that you have to keep track of, meaning that you can get everything in the vault if you're lucky. And of course, if you have a buddy, you have 2 cracks at the vaults per go-round.
That's that conceptually, that might be my favorite Mario Party board I've ever heard of. Oh my god.
It's incredible. The minigame selection is good. There are some stinkers in there. There are some really good ones in there. Overall design is very good. It lacks the long-term planning of other Mario Party games, but it is chaotic in a way that you can react to, as opposed to something like Mario Party 5, where you're very much at the whim of it, or Mario Party 7's Bowser Time, where it's just like, well, okay, he just killed that windmill, guess I'll lose. The one caveat to this game, it takes a while. With all of these systems, all of these animations, and just the sheer length of these turns. Like, a 20-turn game, you expect to take, like, what, an hour?
About that, yeah.
2 hours, 15 minutes.
Wow!
It is an investment playing this game now.
Is this Mario Party or Civilization? Jesus. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it worth it? Is the trade-off worth it?
I think so. I think that this is a Mario Party game that everyone should, at the very least, experience. It is one where you are in a bit less of control.
He just picks you up when you're standing on the... Oh my god!
Yes! Yes!
Okay, no, yes. More cinematic Mario Party, that's just...
Yeah, oh, sometimes...
That just makes you live in the moment more.
No, sometimes he will just stand there, and instead of spinning his roulette, he will destroy the roulette and go, I don't care, give me a star.
I love that. I love that so much. That's the best thing.
And on top of that, it has fun little multiplayer side modes. It has a rhythm game that works sometimes, because it's unfortunately all motion-based.
Ah, why?
It is fun when it works. It has a competitive mode with mini-games unique to that mode of slowly trying to get through a map by getting high scores in mini-games. It has a cooperative mode where you just beat up Bowser and then play 8-player cooperative mini-games so you have more time to beat up Bowser in order to get a high score. It has a single-player mode. That's bad.
Yeah. That's to be expected.
Yes. There is so so much to this game, and its only real strong flaws are its length. The fact that every single character does not have a Jamboree buddy game. Like, for whatever reason, Bowser doesn't have one. His son does, but Bowser does not.
Huh.
But, like, you don't get, like, Monty Molemania or anything. Or, like, Clean Booze Garage. It's mostly just the main human cast you would expect and Junior.
Well, that's a bit unfortunate.
And due to the fact that it lets you turn motion games on or off, if you turn motion games off, there are a lot of repeats. If you turn them on, you're dealing with some motion games. And some of them are fun. Like, there's competitive Jork in it. That's always fun. It's great. It's a 2v2, and you're arm wrestling, and you have to Jork it harder than the other team.
Who doesn't love competitive Jorking? Come on.
And unfortunately, if you turn those games off, Rosalina's is a motion game, so you turn off the ability to use Rosalina as a Jamboree buddy.
Ah. So what I'm hearing is that it's bringing tons of great ideas to the Mario Party formula, but they're not fully cooked yet, it seems.
Oh no, there's a lot of them that are fully cooked. Like, there's a lot of great stuff here. It's just there are a couple exceptions and, like, stumbling blocks along the way that are notable.
Okay.
Like, it is not enough for me to say, like, oh, I can't wait for the next installment to fix this. No, this as is great. Like, this might be the best game I've played this year, or at least my favorite that released in this year. And, like, I've played a ton of it. I've played more than Tarvold or John, and that's crazy.
Wow, really?
Yeah, I think I'm up to around 50 hours of, like, the in-game timer. But yeah, I'm tired. The game takes a lot out of you. No Minji... Let's try that again. No Ninja game. Damn, I just named a Banjo character. Nope, no Minji Jongo in this game.
It's fine.
What about New Westerland? New Westerland is great. They actually changed it so that you can now loop at the end as opposed to it being a shortcut, which got around Boo for some reason. But to those who care about Mario Party 2, yeah, I know it's actually really good. But yeah, I was skeptical at this game's release. It won me over fast.
Nice.
What are your thoughts on pro rules? Weird. So there's a set of rules that are like, we're limiting randomness. Everyone gets one item of their choice at the start of the game. Item shops have a limited inventory. There are set coin steal amounts for Boo. And random events are typically off. It's an interesting idea. It's weirdly limited. I wish that they gave you more modularity with it.
I was going to say, even just conceptually, I don't like the idea of a non-random Mario Party, but for something like that, you would need, like, Smash Brothers levels of customization.
Yes.
On how you can affect the various variables in the game. You can't half-ass something like that.
And I wish they would let us have that. I think that would be... If you let me do that, I don't care if the minigames are bad. I'll find a way to love it.
Okay.
But yeah, I hope this game continues to get support, even if it's just like, and now Diddy Kong is here, because then I'll be able to play as more than one character. Maybe then I'll be able to
finally see it.
Game. I'll know what the DK Bongo game is like. But yeah, no, this is good. I would recommend just, like, to you specifically, get it for your family. It's fun.
I might just do that.
I would be surprised if you had a bad time.
Cool. Hell yeah.
Okay, we're 4 hours in and we're out of video games.
We're free! We made it!
Now let's talk about
That's
video
the
games.
first segment. Future Sight.
Future Sight!
It's only 3 months of gaming news. What's the worst that could happen?
That's fine. I avoided a lot of stories, so... There's only 3 pages worth. So speaking of... things that... No, hang on, hold up, hang on, I can do this.
You got this. Let it cook.
Speaking of coming out of nowhere and delivering unexpected nothing, Itagaki Games, developed by Dead or Alive director Tomonobu Itagaki, has dissolved. He never scored. To put this in perspective, Itagaki is the man who is responsible for the most jiggle physics out of the Japanese market. He's the reason Extreme Beach Volleyball exists. He's like, we are making a good gameplay experience that showcases the boobies. So he made his own studio after people didn't want to work with him. It has shut down after making 0 games.
Well, he tried to follow his dream.
Who's your favorite Dead or Alive character?
I couldn't name one.
Aw.
Wasn't Samus technically in a Dead or Alive character? Ridley was technically in a
Ridley
stage.
was in one. Ridley was in one.
Ridley is my favorite
Okay.
Dead or Alive character.
Oh. I like Neo Tengu because she's mean. And is like thousands of years old instead of 17. There we go. You found the doc.
It took me a second. I forgot what it was called.
Yeah. But you know what also took thousands of years? That's right. The sequel to Alien Isolation is finally being developed.
Yep.
Yes.
That's the
10
beginning,
years since
middle,
we
and
embarked
age of
on
that.
it. Yep. I don't know. People liked Alien Isolation. I felt like it was a cool story to say things
was,
for
yeah.
people who like Alien Isolation.
Never gonna play it
'Cause we
because I've
need
watched
that.
too many other
Yeah.
people play it, but just a cool showcase of good video game AI. Like the alien in that game is intensely amazing.
Yeah. At this point, the Pokemon leaks happened.
Right. Hey,
You know what
This
also
has been 3
emphasized
months.
jiggle physics? And everyone was like, we don't want to work with this. I don't understand. Why did he go back for the Octillery? It would have made much more sense to bring it home.
remind me what the artillery thing was.
That was the myth
It's been a while.
of the man who went to the river and found an artillery and had relations with it, and then went home, and then came back and had relations with it a second time. It just seems like an extra step. But no, there's a lot of really interesting design philosophy here that was overshadowed by people being unable to interpret basic creation myths, but with Pokemon. Like, as fun as it is to joke about all of this, like, this is just basic grim fairy tale Japanese folklore style storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
They decided maybe not. But, like, it is fascinating because we get to see through these leaks that the tools that they use to design games like Pokemon Emerald, like Pokemon Fire Red, were not too dissimilar from what are used in general ROM hacking communities today.
Mm-hmm.
The thought process behind it is incredibly similar and incredibly fascinating. It's cool. Like, we have the beta creation myth of Pokemon before Arceus was established. In fact, potentially including Arceus in it.
Mm-hmm.
There is always the issue of the leak containing a great amount of personal data.
Yes.
And that will always be a huge bummer. It is always a pain when these sorts of things happen. But there's a lot of good, and there's a lot of, God, I wish people would stop talking about Typhlosion.
I do always just... Like, again, the personal data sucks, but I love seeing this kind of behind-the-scenes look at something before it was ever close to completion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of cool beta designs, completely agreed. Like, the more we get out of, like, the Gorochu feeling of design... Man, I don't know. Talking about the Typhlosion story, like, that's not even the crazy thing. My favorite thing is that he just karate chops someone in the head, and it makes you forget your parents. Like, imagine if Typhlosion just got the karate chop that erases your parents, and then you can't use egg moves.
It's the trainer with it. You can no longer go back home to your mom.
Crazy. Typhlosion's going to be cracked in Gen 10. Speaking of things that will be cracked in the future, Nintendo has filed food, drink, and hotel trademark for IPs that include Animal Crossing, Pikmin, and Super Smash Bros.
Okay. First one makes sense. Second one I can see. Third one, what the hell?
What, you don't want to live in the Smash Brothers hotel?
Not particularly. How? What? I guess it's just themed after tons of different ones?
I would assume it's just Nintendo?
That's just the Nintendo hotel?
Which is weird. Now, it's just the IPs being filed, so this is many years away.
It's also food or drink. It's not just... I can see Smash Brothers food a lot easier than I can see Smash Brothers hotel.
Oh, absolutely.
Smash Ball sandwich, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like, oh god, an Animal Crossing hotel is the easiest thing to imagine.
An Animal Crossing cafe would be wonderful.
Agreed.
I want a Punch-Out bar, too.
God, please. What food item from Nintendo would you most want?
That's a good question.
Because, like, we already have some ideas with, like, the Kirby Cafe and whatnot.
Let me think.
Like, it's so easy to just go, oh yeah, just make a Pokeball curry. With rice on one side and the curry on the other.
I'd love some Metroid cocktails. I feel like you get some weird stuff with that.
Yes, beautiful colors.
There's some joke with Kid Icarus and floor ice cream.
Bulborb steak, good call, good call.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah.
Some Luigi's Mansion Jello. That could be fun.
Oh, that would be funny. I do want Bowser's Hot Wings.
Yeah, of course.
Well, yeah, but just, like, because it's in Bowser's Inside Story as its healing item, too.
Oh, right, I completely
like,
forgot
it
about that.
It works for that.
Just looking at my amiibo right now, trying to come up with any other ideas.
Yeah.
I think you could just make a solid overall restaurant with Zelda-themed stuff.
Well, yeah,
I immediately jumps
Breath
to
of
mind.
the Wild is right there.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, a lot of potential. I'm interested.
Absolutely. I'm interested in this.
We'll see where that goes.
Is it too mean to ask anything of Splatoon for that? Is that too mean? If you have, like, sushi that looks like Callie and Mary's hair.
That took me a second to properly, like, figure out what you're talking about. Because my brain went to ink first. I was like, what are you talking about? Like some sort of, like, ice cream? Like, oh.
No.
No, you mean just eat all... Potentially too mean?
No,
that makes it better.
Now you're the one who said eat all of the Squid Sisters. I did not say that.
I didn't see all... I was...
You said eat all of them based on that.
I was joking about genocide, not about... It's different.
Oh, that's so much better. Yeah, so Callie or Mary?
I can't even
Wait,
remember
how old
which
are
one
they?
is which. I don't know.
Here comes the Kid Squid special. Oh my god. You ever had the freaking mother and daughter plate that is just a chicken and egg donbori?
No, but I love that. That's amazing.
Yeah. Oh. Speaking of eggs, shut up everyone, Banjo-Tooie's on NSO.
It happened. Huzzah.
This is insane that this is happening before Diddy Kong Racing.
Well, no, they get like one N64 game every 6 months. Will we get Diddy Kong Racing before the next Switch comes out?
It's weird that it's not here yet. But, like, I'm happy that this game is getting, like, spotlight and such. Weirdly, this is probably the best way to play this game now. Because the original N64 version lags to hell. We're talking, like, a 12 FPS game sometimes.
Lovely.
This cleans that up a bit. So does the Rare Replay Xbox Live Arcade version, but it doesn't compensate for the N64's natural lag, so every cutscene gets horribly desynced.
Mm-hmm.
Which, this game opens with an 11-minute cutscene.
Ah! Yeah,
it is hilarious how quickly it gets desynced. There is some light desync in the NSO version, but it's better. It's weirdly probably the best version of Banjo-Tooie that currently exists.
All right.
Also, did you know this game natively supports widescreen?
I did not know that. I never would have expected that in a million years.
Yes, no, this game released in 2000. There is just a widescreen option built into the game.
For an N64? Wow. Okay.
Yes. It looks good.
Cool.
Are the controls for the shear section still archaic? Yes. Yes. It's still the N64 shooter controls. What do you want me to say? It was designed for that controller in mind. You're meant to have your hand on a stick and your other hand on 4 buttons that control the camera.
Mm-hmm.
It is not made for modern controls. But speaking of games that weren't made for modern controls, and yet, Xenoblade Chronicles X is free of the Wii U prison.
I'm so happy about this one.
I'm thrilled.
Might actually be my favorite Xenoblade game now. Just from the trajectory I've had with the rest of the series.
Yep. Definitive Edition launching on March 20th of next year.
Cool.
Yeah. This game's soundtrack rules.
It's so different. And I love it for that.
Like, the first time I heard Black Tar, I was like, what the hell? Oh.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Cool game. Can't remember the story, but cool game.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of cool games that can't remember what they were originally, there there were 2 follow-ups to Disco Elysium. There was Disco Elysium 2, done by the skeleton of Zaum, puppeted by its light-bending man overlords, and the original developers of it. There are now 5 follow-ups to Disco Elysium. They are combating the digital fiefdom of Steam.
It's something. It's exactly what I would expect from the people that would make a game like Disco Elysium.
Absolutely. Now, there are some that are further along than others. Some of them have concept art. Some of them have a trailer. One of them is just a manifesto. Which, let me see if I can find it.
Oh, please.
Oh, yes. So let me see if I can read it out. Where is it? Come on, show me the whole thing. This is from Summer Eternal. Come on, hang on. Summer.
That's alright, it's alright.
Okay, I go to the website and there's a picture of a burning house. So that's very strong. Okay, there we go. On this day, the 11th of October, 2024, we announce Summer Eternal. We recognize we are writing the opening words of our story at a time of apocalyptic material conditions for game creators around the world. Our art has been dressed down into an industry, and this industry has been pilfered by the corrupt executives, by the vulgar profiteering of corporate bodies moving like leviathans in the dark, burning human fuel in their insatiable lust for money. How the fuck do they do this voice so long? It is not pencil pushers and moneylenders who make games. It is the relentless passion of the workers that creates an art form capable of saying something true. As creators and game makers, we have too long been led away from the truth, away from the right to defend ourselves as artists in the service of the definitive art form of the future, one that has made us dream since we were children. Instead, the disposability culture operating at the ruthless core of this industry wants us to think of ourselves as cogs in the machine, rudimentary craftsmen, disposable career workers, inert producers of made-to-order, marketing-driven content, empty calories leaving the soul hungry. The profiteer knows that by keeping your dignity low, he will keep you crawling on the treadmill of passion until he lays you off for the sake of a red number in his book. We make games because we have to. It is our calling, because we have no choice but to see the transformative potential of this youngest medium of human interaction. You can't turn away once you've seen the light, or it will always feel like everyone else in the world is doing something without you. There in the light, you try to abandon but can't. Because, oh, the horror, it comes from inside you. All art is communication, dialogue across time, space, and thought. I'm halfway done.
What?
In its rawest, it is one mind's ability to provoke emotion in another. Large language models, simulacra, cold comfort, real doll pocket pussy, cyberspace freezer of an abandoned IM chat, which are today passed off for artificial intelligence, will never be able to offer a dialogue with a vision of another human being. Machine-generated works will never satisfy or substitute the human desire for art, as our desire for art is at its core a desire for communication with another, with a talent who speaks to us across worlds and ages to remind us of our all-encompassing human universality. There is no one to connect to in a large language model. The phone line is open, but there's no one on the other side.
Jesus.
The peddlers who aim to get rich quick from this scheme will always play the fool to any ethical or artistic argument. This is why we must push back against big tech's encroachment on the territory of our art, against the increasing corporatalization and alienation of game creators from their work, against the robbery of rights from workers, performers, artists, and all contributors to this complicated and multifaceted medium. Our mission is to unite world-class artists and creatives in a truly independent game studio, which will always prioritize artistic integrity over personal comfort, profit margin, short-term interests, and big tech profit bubbles. There we will be able to embark on that treacherous road of building a cultural mega project, a role-playing game with complexity and ambition worthy to rival our wretched and wonderful world. In this, we are committed to pursue the highest caliber of literary quality. Here we stand, bound by our love for games and our devotion to our craft, ready to bleed and weep and ride the cavalry into machine gun fire one more time. For this, we will need all of the support and help from you, our readers, colleagues, and future visionaries. Come walk the desert with us. We will not take your support for granted. We have seen the suffering wrought by the hunger for power, the terror of greed and envy, the complicity of the averted eye. We have also seen the triumph of the human spirit, the solidarity in the striving, of making something never before seen and seeing its miracle unfold in the world. We have seen poverty, we have seen plenty. We will make mistakes, we will win, and we will fail. But we will never forget what we are doing this for. Yours in every season. Summer. Eternal. Download printable manifesto pamphlet.
I played But the Earth Refused to Die from Undertale for a bit of that, and it was the best thing ever.
Good. Good.
Oh my god. Wow.
I got here. Did JD just get infected? No, we're talking about Disco Elysium sequels. Anyway, that was from freaking Summer Eternal, making an unnamed game. To understand, the first studio came out with this, which was, I believe, Londu for unnamed psychographic RPG.
Something like that. I don't fucking know.
Within hours, Dark Math Games announced Triple X Night Shift, which has an actual trailer. The very next day, this was posted by Summer Eternal. So in the span of 24 hours, 3 new Disco Elysium follow-ups were given.
I just... It's... I honestly, I don't care about even seeing any of the games anymore. The story surrounding it is honestly just as gripping.
3 of these will never come out.
Absolutely.
That one specifically that I just read, never. No shot. That is words on a page. Holy shit, I'm never voicing Ancient Reptilian Brain again.
Yo, that was spot on, though.
Thank you.
Like, the little extra breath when you're like, you have to. I lost it.
Have to. The 5 Disco Elysium sequels. God, that game is so good. This is the best possible outcome.
Agreed.
It's terrible. Oh my god, Estonian game development. Yeah. Oh, I feel for the entire country. Half of these will be Did You Know Gaming episode fuel in 5 years. That's so mean, but so true.
Yep.
The boss's legacy be like... I can imagine, we're not tools of the government or anyone else. Fighting was all I was good at. But at least I always fought for what I believed in. They'll be what half of them. Yeah. Oh. Incredible. Utterly incredible.
Agreed.
You know what's also incredible? The soundtrack to Guilty Gear Strive.
Always.
Now Queen
and
Dizzy
forever.
did come out.
Yes.
And first of all, props to Kira Buckland for landing her second dream role.
I'm not scared anymore.
Because she was like, oh, absolutely, Dizzy, if there was one character after Jolene Cujo I want, it would be Dizzy. But they would never localize Guilty Gear into English, and then lo and behold.
Yeah,
Like,
happened.
absolute props for her.
Well done.
Just such a kind person and such a good person for the voiceover industry in general as well. But in addition to that, they also, for no reason, released a unique theme for Kai vs. Sin. Which, character-specific duel themes
Just
are
please.
so good.
Oh my god. Like, I'm just saying, Arc System Works, like, you could just make an infinite soundtrack now. If you really want to. Just start making albums. People will buy them.
Mm-hmm. No, it's true. I don't have anything more to say. Like, apparently they made a patch that made it more Kusoge, which is very funny.
Yeah, it's just cool. Love it.
Yeah. This one's about Monster Hunter. I don't have to talk.
Speaking of cool, it's Monster Hunter. I love Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter keeps getting cool trailers, and they're awesome. Last one showed off, like, this super badass, like, underground forge area where you're actually fighting amongst the forge. You, like, hit things and cause the various machinery to go off. Like, imagine, like, a stereotypical fantasy dwarven forge, but there's just monsters infesting it. It's so cool. When the forge is ignited, it actually changes the whole area because all the oil around will ignite and it becomes like a volcanic area.
Ooh, okay.
And the big monster, well, like all the monsters are actually amazing. There's like this bird mosquito thing that like imagine a dinosaur's
I'm looking through
body
the trailer you have here.
that's just bubbling up from a mosquito that's got blood in it. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
no, that's gross in a good way. Yeah.
Exactly. But the main monster here, they just got like a full-on fucking octopus. Monster Hunter just so rarely makes new, like, body designs for their creatures because it's
Would you eat
hard to
this
do.
one?
No. Well,
Oh. So it's less attractive than the Splatoon characters. that are adults.
It's just a cool trailer. Badass Arabian dwarven forge with giant squid monster demon ink thing. I love it. Love Monster Hunter. My computer can't run it, though.
Yeah. Speaking of other things that your computer can't run, that would be some classic Sega titles, because Sega has delisted multiple classic titles into this December, which include Space Channel 5 Part 2, Nights into Dreams, and Jet Set Radio.
Jet Set makes sense because, well, actually, no, that doesn't make sense because that's not. They're not remaking it, right? For the new one that's coming out?
No, they're not.
Why?
I would assume because they're going to release a collection soon. They are common to delist things like most of the classic Sonic games were delisted when Sonic Origins came out. Sonic Colors, I believe. Sonic Generations was delisted when Sonic X Shadow came out. This is very in line with what Sega does.
Okay.
With that said, it is a shame because the work on those ports will be lost. With that said, some of those weren't very good. If you still own them, you still have them. If not, I warned you all about Space Channel 5. You had your chance. It's an amazing game. It's just disappointing to me.
Agreed.
Just like as a games preservation thing, like I don't want to play the newest version of it. I want to be able to feel the history of something. Like we exist in a world where we can play every version of Street Fighter 2 and one version of Street Fighter 6.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't like patch culture.
Yeah.
I would rather a yearly expansion, but I know it's not feasible, but I don't like it.
Oh, I agree. I agree.
Like the fact that if I played Elden Ring right now, I would be having a 100%, or like, not 100%, but like a 70% different experience than someone who played it on launch. That gets to me.
Yeah, there's a
Makes
lot
everything feel very transient.
Pretty much every game from, like, what, 2010, 2012 onward? I mean, anything big that's got multiplayer has fundamentally altered.
Mm-hmm. Someone please clip the reading of that manifesto. I want to watch it back. But speaking of great vocal performances, actress Jodie Benson, who performed roles like Barbie and Ariel from The Little Mermaid, after 20 years was revealed to be Ava from Metal Gear Solid 3.
Really?
Yeah. Just did not put her name on the project because the character was more promiscuous, and it was the video games industry.
Yeah, you can't have the voice of Barbie and Ariel.
It is a character based on the biblical Eve.
Also, Thumbelina, apparently?
Yeah, evidently so.
Huh. More you know.
Exactly. And speaking of things that have worked with Hideo Kojima before, Death Stranding has released on the Xbox Series X/S and Xbox One. Kojima Productions now fully owns the Death Stranding IP. It is now no longer co-owned by Sony.
Good for him, honestly.
Why would Sony do this?
I don't know.
Sony is so good at letting things go for no reason and then having no IPs.
I think it might just be a case of the Xbox consoles not really competing anymore. So there's not as much of a worry about, like, if you're...
I need to hear Snake being briefed by Sebastian. I was close. I'm not gonna do it. Also, it will sound more like Grim if I try.
I was about to say, just do a Grim voice.
No, that's worse. And yet they won't let Bloodborne go. Yeah.
Give it time.
No.
It's enough of a main, it'll eventually happen.
Absolutely not. This is not going to be my Apu moment on the podcast of Do Sebastian talking to Solid Snake. But speaking of not dying on a hill, so no one expected much out of the Silent Hill 2 remake, aside from Konami. Like, everyone was poised to hate it, and it ended up being pretty good. Generally, people liked it, which is surprising because it's Silent Hill 2. So Bloober Team did an official announcement, and they were like, yeah, we saw our previous work in, like, not Fear and Hunger. Freaking Layers of Fear and The Medium. And they said openly, quoted, "We are done making shitty games."
I'm impressed by the honesty, honestly.
That is the strongest statement that gives me the most faith in this company. Do you know anything about The Medium?
A little bit. I remember the trailer. I remember the premise. I think it's almost crossing wires.
Cool, I'm going to spoil it.
Go for it.
The final twist of it is, maybe some people aren't worth saving. Maybe the people
I remember
who
you
are
talking
very
about
clearly
this.
autistic just should die.
The end.
Horrible message. Actually, and then they were like, yeah, no, that was shit. They said, like, Silent Hill 2 is not a fluke. We're going to continue making good games and not shitty games like we have before.
I'm curious to see all the follow-up on that.
Better or worse than Blue's Clues? Worse. It makes me mad. This is Q&A? No, this is our podcast.
It's just been going on forever.
Yeah, no. But guess what's not shit? That's right, it's Squawks the Parrot. He's real, and he can hurt me on December 11th in Japan as the Donkey Kong Country expansion has opened.
Where is Squawks? What's the timestamp of Squawks?
I don't remember.
You of all people. Never mind, I found
you
him.
can go through it. You can find it. It's not that hard. And you play the bongo and Rambi come out. And he's like, "Rawr." I will admit, I didn't expect much. Like, I honestly expected a basic Donkey Kong Country Returns look for this, with Funky's Flying By etched on. And that's kind of what we're getting. But then I saw animatronic Squawks, and my heart melted. The fact that Cranky and Squawks talk to you in line it's everything I want. I hope
great.
He's mean to me. I hope he says I can't do it. That I'll never beat Tiki Tong. This is a K. Agreed.
Yes or no? Will K. Rool be in this park at all?
No. No shot. Like, this was being developed before the Smash ballot came in. I can tell that.
Wow.
Much. Well, you can tell because, like, freaking Tiki Tong is there as a prominent feature. When's the last time you heard about Tiki Tong?
When the remaster was announced at the Nintendo Direct, like, a couple of months ago.
No, that's wrong. That's the Tiki Tak tribe, not Tiki Tong.
Oh, I'm sorry. Important to distinguish them, apparently.
Really? Yeah, no, they found, like, prototypes that were made in, like, I think, like, 2014 or so. Or 2015. And Bayo was what? 2016, 17
Something
era?
like that. Something like that.
Gear Tiki's right, Duke. Agreed!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Spring an actual crocodile.
I honestly wonder if I can get a cosplay group for the opening. Or maybe a preview. I wonder if Orlando
maybe.
would allow me to. I have to see.
Hey, can't hurt to try.
I know, right? I wonder if I should just say I have a cosplay group.
Just...
And then after they say yes, be I'm assembling a team. How quickly can you get a very accurate Calypso from Donkey Kong Barrel Blast cosplay?
Why am I Calypso?
I wasn't saying you. I was saying anyone else. You wouldn't pull it off. Unless you want to say I'm wrong.
Which one is Calypso?
She's the hot one.
Oh yeah, paint my skin pale green with a pink afro. That'll go well.
No, you could be like... I'll get there. You can be Recoil.
Sure.
Cool. He's like Tigger. You'll like him. Also, DK mascot suit looks good. Agreed.
No, yeah, it just went over to it.
Yep.
Like, it's surprisingly big.
Duke is Bluster. No, he has too much hair. I'm a much better Bluster candidate.
Ha.
But speaking of companies that BlusterKong would be proud of, Epic Games has abandoned Unreal and Unreal Tournament. So the Internet Archive is now hosting those games for free. You can download Unreal and Unreal Tournament whenever you want.
Nice. Love an Internet Archive. They have all
those
my
games
math
were
books, and that
completely
saved
inaccessible.
me.
I believe ya. These games have been completely inaccessible because Epic won't re-release them because they find no way to make money off of them. So you could just play them. Good piece of gaming history is just free whenever you want.
Also, just really good games. Unreal Tournament's fun.
Yes, it is. I haven't played myself, but it looks crunchy. Like, it's that good arcadey kind of shooter.
Yeah. Okay,
And speaking of good and crunchy, I know. Speaking of good and crunchy and coming back, Ratatan, developed by the Patapon team, is coming out. This is more Patapon.
Yes.
It's just more Patapon. I don't have anything more to say. Patapon is just one of those series where you look at it and you're like, good, I'm happy this exists.
Agreed.
I feel charmed by the fact that it's in my periphery. Do you have any experience with Patapon?
No, but I'm loving what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, it's essentially like a 2D strategy game that you do to rhythm.
That's like all of my favorite things in one thing.
Yeah, it is. It's just charming and good. And speaking of charming and good, this isn't really a story. I just thought that the title of this video was incredibly funny.
I haven't looked through these stories yet, and what the fuck?
They announced 2 characters simultaneously for Super Monkey Ball Banana Rumble.
How? What?
The 2 greatest icons of Japan. That's
He's so
right.
smart.
It's Godzilla and Hatsune Miku are now in Super Monkey Ball.
Why are those two together? Why in the same trailer? What's the through line here?
Japanese icons. Miku and Godzilla. Best friends. They're both going to be in Fortnite next month. Sure are. Hatsune Miku is having a Fortnite concert.
That's amazing. Love that.
All right. So the retail box for Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days Collection revealed 14 games. And in the time that it took me to confirm the story and actually record the podcast, yes, there's now a in-game showing, including a ton of the handheld games. Including Duel Monsters, Duel Monsters Tool,
Whoops.
Capsule Monsters, Dark Duel Stories, a ton of the Japanese exclusive games, Dungeon Dice Monsters, both of the GBA RPGs, Sacred Cards and Rashif of Destruction, a bunch of the simulators, a bunch of the Worldwide Edition, Stairway to the Destined Duel, and Destiny Board Traveler, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Board game that was on the GBA, where you can play as Dark Magician Girl.
Cool.
This is a weird, crazy collection that for some reason misses out on all of the console games. So we don't have, like, the ones that really made an impact stateside, like Forbidden Memories or Duelist of the Roses.
Well, yeah, you release those as separate entities because they make more of a splash.
Yeah, they could, but it's odd that Konami is doing it this way, being such a Japan-focused company.
Yeah, that's fair.
But it is so fascinating watching these games evolve, because a majority of them were made before the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game had established rules. So they were just guessing based off of the manga.
That's great. Love that.
There is a type system that doesn't exist in actual Yu-Gi-Oh! That is in these games, and like 8 of them in this collection have it.
That's amazing.
One of them, you can just make cards out of card parts to make weird chimera cards.
Yo, that's just cool.
Yeah, it is just cool. All of these games are jank. I don't think any one of them, except maybe the last Dueling Sim, is particularly good. I love all of these games. This is my trash. You all have to be here for it.
Glorious.
Speaking of my trash, but not trash at all, incredible quality, the Pokemon Company have announced a claymation collaboration with Aardman, due out in 2027.
Right. That's actually so cool.
That's, I mean, forever away.
Oh, for sure, but...
2027 is unfathomably long. But, like, in years, you're going to have a Pikachu animation by the Wallace and Gromit guys.
That does sound pretty adorable. You know, I it's not going to happen. I'd love if this was like a mystery dungeon project. I feel like that would fit the vibe of Wallace and Gromit so well.
I would agree with you.
We'll see.
All right, and now the Game Awards announcements. I don't want to dwell on these, so you know what? So Statler and Waldorf were there at the Game Awards. And I didn't think their performance was very good because they stuttered through a bunch of their lines. But they did have a couple funny lines, so in celebration of that, I would like you to read the headline, and then I will say something sarcastic, and then we'll both go, oh, and we'll do it for everything we have listed here.
Oh, God. Okay. I'll embrace this. Stotler and Waldorf now canonically said Kojima.
Oh, well, that's great. Maybe they could teach him how to make succinct dialogue for his next game.
Ninja Gaiden Ragebound.
A new Ninja Gaiden game? I'm sure all gamers will be rage-bound. At its unreasonable difficulty. This is good shit. This is good shit.
Yeah, they stuttered? Shadow Labyrinth, based on the Secret Level episode featuring Pac-Man. That was actually really cool.
That was actually really cool. I really like that. Oh, I guess they can make anything a horror monster. Just ask Pac-Man's creator when he died in pixels.
Rematch, soccer game made by it was made by the Sifu devs? I didn't know that.
By the Sifu devs.
Oh, okay.
Oh, great. Maybe that could win Best Fighting Game next year. Oh!
That was actually funny.
Thank you.
That one got me. The Witcher 4.
Oh, great. More of a chance for people to misinterpret female protagonists. No!
More Elden Ring.
Oh, another Elden Ring.
I can't do it. I have no idea when you're. It's fine. Split Faction lets you be a giant what? Split Fiction lets you be a giant.
Yeah, no, it's that game by the guy who says "fuck the Oscars."
Oh, right.
Anything. Oh, let you be a giant sausage. Well, at least we know what he thinks of us. Oh, and what we think of him. Yeah.
Final Fantasy 16 Clive Tekken 8 collab.
Oh. Guess it didn't sell very well in Italy. Oh.
What is?
Because of Tifa. Tifa was supposed to be.
But.
And the Italian Senate posted that porn of her.
Oh. Fair. Funny. Virtua Fighter and Project Century by RGG Studios.
A new Virtua Fighter? Do you think they're going to add one new character?
New Onimusha.
Who cares?
Hey, come on! No.
Cool. No. I know nothing about Onimusha. No, that actually looks pretty good. I'm glad that's coming back.
I'm just happy Capcom's like revisiting everything. Like, what aren't they making at this point? Aside from Mega Man.
Mega Man.
Sonic Racing Crossworlds.
Oh. I guess Sega wasn't important enough to include in the title this time. Well. Oh well. Maybe we'll get to race as Keanu. No!
That'd be badass, actually. Intergalactic starring Neil Druckmann and the crowd goes mild.
I just teed that one up.
Okami sequel with This was actually the best game announcement
absolutely.
that I've ever seen. I fucking The Sun Rises.
Yeah, actually beautiful.
With Hideki Kamiya returning.
Yeah, they said he'd never come back. But he looked at the studio, and he looked at it, and he went, "Where is it?" And they went, "Oh no!" Oh.
Astrobot wins and has a good speech.
Yeah, no, I want to just celebrate how nice that speech was. And the pre-speech.
Yeah.
Like, all facetiousness aside, this was a good Game Awards. Which is more than I can say for any other Game Awards I've watched.
Like, it still had all the bad stuff from the previous ones. I don't know what was going on between, like, the Breaking Bad guy and Laura Bailey, but I wanted to turn that off.
That's just Laura Bailey's charisma.
Was it?
Yes. Yes, she's just that good.
Sure. But, like, in terms of just... Like, I felt engaged through the whole thing, and I have never been able to say that about the Game Awards. Just ever.
Yeah, Most Game Awards viewers would say they'd also never been engaged.
Oh. You need to keep this up for one more announcement, because this is the funniest thing that came out of the Game Awards for me. The Black Myth Wukong developer wrote Game Awards acceptance speech 2 years in advance, questions the selection process.
Yeah. Well, I'd question his mental process.
I give a benefit of a doubt. I have seen claims of misinformation over that because it might have been mistranslated from Chinese. I'm not sure how much I believe about that. But the speech was definitely written in advance, and that's hilarious.
I'm sorry, I can now actually look at the chat, and it's very funny. Yes, thank you for letting me be the fan favorite of the podcast. That statement is confirmed to be mistranslated? No. It was... I don't care if it was still written in advance. Massively in advance. God. So annoyed by people. Egos suck. Can you imagine having an ego?
No, I don't need one.
No! Damn, I thought I got you.
It's 6 hours. No, it's not 6 hours yet.
That's not how you... It's not even 5 hours, my guy.
We started at 1. No, wait, no, we started late. Oh!
We started, 15 minutes late. It's not even 5 hours yet.
Not even 5, yeah. No excuse to be dying yet.
Yep. Speaking of dying, actually, a lot of people would consider it to be living and learning. Sonic 3 has done incredibly well. Unfortunately, it used the famous song Live and Learn, which has been used dozens of times throughout the Sonic series. But this time, because it's in a movie, Johnny Jolie, frontman of Crush 40, has sued Sega for reusing Live and Learn for 23 years. Now, to be fair, Sega does partially own Live and Learn. It's been used in a bunch of games. It's been, like, in a Yakuza game. Obviously, Sonic remakes, versions of Sonic Generations, etc., etc.
Yeah.
The song is used often. But now it's getting attention and money. Johnny does have co-ownership of the song, and he is claiming that Sega is using it without his permission in these co-ops. And that he is owed compensation for it. Is not trying to rip these games off of the shelves, is just going after money.
Yeah. Fair.
Is he... Well, is he owed it to an extent? Yeah.
Yeah, he made it.
But he's had a very healthy relationship with Sega. Hell, Crush 40 performs at Sonic concerts all the time. That is not happening going forward, I'm sure.
Probably not.
It's just... I would be fine with the story if it happened 10 years ago.
I'm more curious from this, just like, has the relationship been that good behind the scenes?
I don't know. But it's been, like, good enough to actually perform. And yeah, they could have just paid him, obviously. But then they have to go through it every time that they want to license the song. And then Live and Learn doesn't get used that much. Because it's just much easier to use a song that you don't have to pay the band for.
I think I'm with Johnny on this one.
I understand why
I could see that being background frustration that doesn't boil to the surface because it's not going to make much of a difference in a game. But for that problem to resurface in a movie and for it to actually matter, I can see that popping up.
No, I am upset that this happened around the time of the movie's release. If it was for an artistic integrity manner, it would have been done when the riff was used during the first trailer. I agree he is in the right. I think the timing of now is scummy.
Just in terms of, like, bad blood, or... I'm just kind of curious the thought process here.
So my thought on it is that I don't think he was going to sue if the movie wasn't successful. I think seeing the writing on the wall and the inevitable success of the movie is what motivated the lawsuit.
How well did the previous Sonic movies perform?
I mean, they did very well. But this is, like, unprecedentedly well. It's peaking in value, the timing makes sense. Of course it does. But the timing only makes sense. I think the story only exists because it's peaking in value.
$320 for the first.
Would have been worth the lawsuit if the payout would have been low. Yes.
405 for the second.
But there's a level of, like, artistic integrity of defending your song, I feel.
I think I see where you're coming from. If it was about defending the song, it would have happened much, much earlier.
Yes.
Okay. I'm following.
Yes. Like, it's clearly just about the money.
Okay.
Which just, it leaves Live and Learn in a very high and dry position for me. Because now I feel like no one is going to use that song. And, like, I'm angry at everyone in the situation, is what I'm trying to say. Some more than others, but everyone.
That's
Say
fair.
words.
That's fair.
Say words, you're making me scared.
Not just lost in thought.
No, I need reaction. I need motivation. I need someone to supplant me.
Now, took a second to process, but yeah. It's in his rights, but it does... I do share that annoyance of artists only seeing their art as a source of monetary value.
I agree.
I would want that emotional pushback to happen earlier.
Speaking of weird that it's happening now, Off is getting a re-release with new content and new battle systems and hidden bosses. This is one of the weird indie RPGs that hit, like, before Undertale, but had the same sort of vibes as it. Just like one of those, like, weird anti-RPGs.
I don't know if I've ever heard of this game before.
Made by
recognize
one
the
guy
title.
from France. It's a weird, off-kilter RPG. It has a weird tone. It's disturbing and strange and pretty fun, honestly. Really unique vibe, really off-kilter soundtrack style. The game with the batter, yes, he must purify the zone.
Alright, neat.
It's just such a weird game to be being officially released. Like, this was just an underground darling for years. And speaking of underground darling for years, Reciteer, an item shop tale HD was announced with a Japanese release in 2025. This was one of the original Steam indie games that got a groundswell. And it is an RPG where you play as the owner of an item shop, and you play Pokemon Mystery Dungeon levels, hiring adventurers of various skill levels to get things in dungeons, which you then sell back to them.
I feel like I've seen like 100 Flash games with this exact premise.
Yes.
I'm assuming this is where those Flash games came from.
This is like the big originator on Steam. The game is now like depreciated to the point where you can't run it on anything. If you've ever heard the gaming phrase, capitalism ho, this is where it comes from.
Oh!
From your adorable 8-year-old girl saying it.
Okay, yeah, I'm following now. I'm following now.
This was my era of early Steam. So seeing this, I'm like, really? Really? Okay, girl, let's come back. Let me see you reset.
Yeah, cool. A year, a month of recent resurgences, honestly.
I know. And speaking of resurgences,
I still don't believe this is real.
This
you
never
can't
happened. This is
me.
impossible. And yet, 330 new pages have concluded the Team Fortress 2 comic.
It's not real. I don't believe you.
But the feeling in my heart is, Duke. Oh my god. I got to see the boys again. I got backstory upon backstory. There is reason to hope that anything can happen in this world again.
I don't know what to add to that, because just, yeah.
How long has it been since the last comic?
Thousands of days?
Hang on. Let me check. I'll check. Since January 2017.
So, casual 7 years. Because it's the 7th issue. Fuck you, Valve.
Just shy of 8 years. Oh, man. I loved it. I was so happy for it.
I unfortunately haven't read it yet.
What do you mean you haven't read it yet?
It's been so long that I've forgotten all the other issues.
You'll remember fast.
I will get to it. How can I not?
Soldier is involved. You don't need much context.
Fair. Man, everything's coming back to the dead from the dead recently.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Okay, news done. News done. 5-hour mark. Okay, we only spent an hour on news, and a lot of it was the manifesto, so.
Any games?
Oh, no, what's going on with you? Any game? I don't even know. What the fuck is coming out in January?
Your favorite Donkey Kong game is getting remastered.
Honestly, it'll be good to have that. I'll probably be buying that day one.
That's literally it. I mean, unless somebody's a Dynasty Warrior fan, but I am not.
Oh, Spider-Man 2's coming out on PC.
Yeah.
Oh, FF7 Rebirth is also coming out on PC. That's good.
So, PC ports. That's all fine and dandy. In terms of things I'm working on, honestly, since the end of semester, I've kind of just been in a, just all the stress finally ended and just kind of just floating, disassociating into nothing. I haven't gotten much done. But probably the next, like, little slideshow video I've made, which I actually really been enjoying those. It's a much more, what's the word I'm looking for? More accessible way to make content along with college, and it feels good to be able to do that. Next one will probably
Nice.
be on Arcane, because I want to talk more about it, despite how much I'm probably about to talk about it. But
Okay, great.
I have thoughts. I have so many thoughts. Apart from that, I am actually working on a video for you that should be done in February.
Hell yeah.
I want to
Let's go.
done in January, but we'll see.
No,
We'll see.
you're good. You're good. So I will have that for everybody in February. I will also have some additional ones. I definitely have a follow-up to the Polar Pass video that will be going out in January. It is complete. It is ready. It will be launching. I have finished recording a script and writing another one that will be very, very large and strong. No real need to hide or be coy with it. I saw that one death battle, and the guy who lost in it, I had feelings about him. So I wrote about him, and I wrote a lot.
There's a lot to write about.
My projection is that it will come up in April. Which one do you think? Me. Play the music, that's it.
Oh, okay.
Welcome to bonus stage.
All right. So who's going first? You going first? I'm going first?
I will be shorter, so you tell me.
I will be longer.
I know you will.
All right, what you bringing?
All right, so this is the part where people are going to tune out because I'm going to talk about wrestling again. However, before you leave, I have one request, and that is read this article, please. This is done by the subject of what I'm going to talk about. This is the professional wrestler Big E talking about his experiences. Oh, you broke that. Cool.
I broke multiple things. 1 second. I will get to it.
Yeah, no problem. Just tell me when you're good, and I'll keep talking, sweetheart.
I need the article first. Okay, we're good.
I posted in chat. Okay, you're good? All right. This is talking about his life, his struggles. I have never had someone speak to the thoughts that I have. It's really talking about being trapped inside of yourself and the feelings of everyone's expectations of what you should be as a person, constraining you to the point where you think that you are irredeemable as a person, and the slow and long process of overcoming that.
Mm-hmm.
It is one of the most heartfelt and beautiful, eloquent pieces of discovering not just yourself, but the willingness to let others in when you feel inadequate for their help, and the strength of achieving things and how truly frightening that is. I don't mean to say this is like a 15-minute read, and I would recommend this to anyone, regardless of your knowledge of wrestling. This has meant a tremendous deal to me. Just having phrases like going to the depths of your own mind and imagining the worst things that you could about hurting other people and feeling like you're a monster for even being capable of having those thoughts, and that the need to stop yourself before you become a problem, and the agonizing feeling of working through that. That's That hit me real hard. That hit me real hard. And I sincerely would just like to share that with everyone. And I'd like to share that in the context of talking about his wrestling group, The New Day.
All right, go for it.
So, The New Day was founded about 10 years ago, and it consists of 3 wrestlers. That is the man I'm talking about here, Big E. That is Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods. And the 3 of them were struggling to find their footing. Kofi was previously featured as a major player, but he ran afoul of Randy Orton, who just did not like him. And because someone higher on the card than him did not like him, he was kept down for years. Big E and Xavier were pretty damn good talents, but had yet to really find their footing. Like, Big E won the Intercontinental Championship, but it was sort of a transitory reign of, look at him, he's new and he's strong.
Mm-hmm.
And they were all sort of at the point of, well, creative doesn't really know what to do with you. So they all banded together in order to form a group of people trying to break through the top. And they pitched a bunch of things, and old man Vince McMahon sat there and was like, when he does that gospel thing, we haven't had that in a while. Let's make them all gospel singers. So they reinvented themselves as gospel singers, praising the power of positivity in a highly stylized preacher voice. And everyone hated them. They loathed it because it was fake and it was phony and it was pretty racist, honestly. So this group was like on their way out. So they turned them heel. They made them villains. And because of that, because they got people to boo them for doing that, they learned they could do whatever they wanted. So they started mocking their opponents. They started twerking over their opponents. They started wearing unicorn horns to the ring at a time where My Little Pony was massive and got heat for that. They started talking about playing video games like nerds. One of them has a YouTube channel where he just plays video games with WWE superstars. Over 1 million subscribers. Very successful enterprise there. They just mocked their opponents, got to be themselves, and took this concept, this very set idea of what it means to be black wrestlers, essentially. And they got popular, they became beloved because they got to be themselves, completely separate from ethnicity. And it's such a cool story of them just doing things to annoy people that eventually are like, these are dorks. We love our dorks. I started watching wrestling again at WrestleMania 32. And this has gone on record as one of the worst WrestleManias. They had a featured match where they had a giant cereal box that they came out of, and the cereal box dumped over, and they came out in Saiyan armor from Dragon Ball Z as the prizes in the cereal box that would then fight.
I need to find an image of this. 1 second. Cereal box. Saiyans. That's glorious.
Aren't they? So they have this incredible presence, this incredible connection, and moreover, all of them are just really good people. All of them are very strong talents as well. Kofi is an incredible physical worker. Are you familiar with the concept of the Royal Rumble?
Yes-ish.
Okay, so it's just like over the top rope and you're eliminated?
Yes.
It is specifically over the top rope and both feet touch the floor. So Kofi spent years of his career being thrown over the rope and jumping onto the sidelines of the barricade and then jumping back to the arena. And then he's like, I wasn't eliminated. I wasn't fine. With his brothers there, he would be thrown out and they would catch him and throw him back in. There was a time where they just threw pancakes at the crowd. So he was thrown out and he landed on the pancakes on the floor. And because the pancakes weren't part of the floor, he could scooch on the pancakes and use them as stepping stones to get back to the ring.
That's so stupid. I love that.
Isn't it? This was this kind of antics for years, and they were, for a time, the longest reigning tag team champions of all time. Like, broke numerous records in the process, until eventually the Roman Reigns plotline intersected with it, and the Usos broke that record. Did I say pancakes? Yes, I did. Delicious pancakes. So then you get to a long stretch of career, and they're great tag team wrestlers. But then you're getting up to WrestleMania season, and one of the contenders in something called the Elimination Chamber, which is 6 men at the top of their game are put into a cage with different pods. And every so often, one of the pods will open and let one of the men into the ring, and whoever survives wins. Mm-hmm. One of the men who's supposed to be in this, Mustafa Ali, gets injured. And so they send in Kofi as a replacement. And Kofi has the most insane match of his life. So much so that he loses, but barely. And everyone gets behind him organically because of that. A reminder, he wasn't supposed to be there. Mm-hmm. He was an afterthought. And listening to this response, WWE tries to ignore it at first. But then the New Day start petitioning for their friend to have a bigger influence. And they run with the story. And they integrate it into him being held down for 11 years of his career. And they have a gauntlet match where essentially they're like, okay, Kofi, you can have the title shot if you beat these 5 men in a row. And he gets to the final one, who is the person he is going to fight against, Daniel Bryan. Mm-hmm. And he loses. So then his friends come and are like, no, that's not fair. We'll do it for you. So they are put into a gauntlet match against 5 other tag teams, 10 other men, one after the other, and are beaten down brutally. This is a match that goes on for like an hour straight. They get to their penultimate opponents, who are the Usos, people who they have feuded with for years, who have violently gone to war with. The Usos sit there and are like, there's only one man who should be here right now, and that's Kofi Kingston. We forfeit, and they leave the ring. And then Daniel Bryan and his thug come in, and they just barely beat him, giving Kofi the shot. It is unilaterally a story of friends coming together to be themselves, propping themselves up, and always having each other's backs. Most tag teams break up within a year. They're a tandem to be put in for a little thing, and then one of them will get popular, and the rest will fade away. The New Day stayed together for 10 years. 10 years. Never breaking up, never changing their gimmick. It was just always them. Kofi won that WrestleMania. Eventually, Big E went to win on the title himself. And everything was great. And 2 years ago, Big E broke his neck. Landed right on his head on a suplex and was completely out of commission. He's fine. He didn't even need surgery for it. But it was a
neck
very...
break? Damn.
Yes! From a neck break. Very slow path to recovery, but doctors are concerned with him ever wrestling again. So he, he's still part of the company. He still, does pre-shows and whatnot. And during this time, Xavier and Kofi, as this tag team duo, can't do it. They can't make the magic happen again. For the past 2 years, they have struggled to make anything happen at all. And they're feeling it. They're feeling washed up and left behind. And Xavier, specifically, has this arc of wanting to prove himself. And Kofi's like, okay, man, you got this. Guess what? I got you an Intercontinental title shot. You got this. He chokes that. They lose, and they grow more and more frustrated with each other. Until eventually, they push each other, they blow up, and they say, I'm the reason you got that shot. I am everything that has mattered to you. You would have accomplished nothing without me. One of them is a constant failure, and the other one cannot live up to anything that they did without their brothers by their side. And they have this right before their reunion. The day before their reunion, that article I posted comes out from Big E. The most beautiful thing of what this has meant to him, what life has meant to him, and what the ability to continue on has meant to him. They have the reunion, and it's just Xavier and Kofi in the ring, and the crowd is cheering for them. There are balloons in the shape of rainbows behind them, pictures of all of their things, a giant box of Bootios. They make sure you ain't booty. Cereal itself did not taste very good, I can say from experience.
I can imagine.
It was a very mid cereal. And Xavier goes up and he says, you know what? We love all of you. And what's about to happen is not your fault. And right before they can break up, Big E comes into the ring. And he goes, I'm so sorry I had to come here through these circumstances. I've been fighting as hard as I can. And I promise I will be here every single week for you. I will manage you until I am strong enough to fight again. Because I love you. And everything that I've done matters so much. And they look at him. And they smile. And go, why now? Why would you say this now? When we're at our wits' end, did you like watching us suffer? Did you like all of the pain that we went through? Why couldn't you come back earlier? And he goes, I broke my neck. And they go, yes. And so did Stone Cold, and so did Kurt Angle, and so did Edge. Why didn't you care enough to come back? I tore my Achilles and was back in 8 months. It's been 2 years. We have remained stagnant so that you can come back. And they reject Big E and take him out of the New Day. And leave. After he has given this manifesto on his life and what everything has meant to him. I cannot tell you how hated they are right now.
I can imagine. Holy fuck.
It is so exciting. They were not able to speak when they tried to cut a promo. The audience booed them so much that the microphone could not pick up. You could only hear the faintest traces of, we didn't even touch him. We could have hit him with a chair. We could have broken his neck again. We are in the incredible arc where they are still together, except for their heart, and everything is breaking around them, and everyone in universe hates them. No matter how scummy they are as people, they're like, no, what you did to E was crazy, dude. No, you're on your own. You guys are the worst. Kofi invited his mother, who lives in Ghana, to come over for Christmas to watch her son. And he's like, my mother doesn't deserve this. Come on, Mom, let's get a hug. And his mother puts her hand up and walks away from him. And I'm seeing this going, this is cinema. This is currently where the New Day is. And I wanted to take you on this journey of just how uplifting and positive it was and how fun they were to watch as a team. This is what got me back into wrestling.
I believe it.
And how beautiful it is watching peak cinema.
Hey man, but with all that investment bottled up, once that pendulum inevitably swings the other way, it's gonna feel amazing.
Oh, absolutely, that is, but like, they bottled this up primo, my guy. And like, as much as it is wrestling, as much as it is playing it up, there's so much truth and love and connection with this that just like, I'm not encouraging everyone to go and watch wrestling. It's probably not your thing. It's a weird niche product that honestly I keep up on like a working mom keeps up on soap operas with summaries at the end of the day. But I don't know. I think it's great. I think that the people behind it is great. I think the athleticism is incredible. And if like you find a wrestler or a group that you happen to enjoy, follow that. See what they've done. Look at some of their matches. Have fun with it, dude. It's an incredible journey, and like, I'm saying this here because I am eager to report what happens to them in a year's time.
Oh no, I'm currently eager to hear what happens to them in a year's time.
No, I know. I'm eager to what happens to them on Monday, and the following Monday.
That was beautiful.
Thank you. That was longer than I thought.
Yeah, you said that was going to be the short one.
I thought it was going to be the short one, but then I was like, hang on, I need this context. Let me give you context.
You built the whole narrative. You wrote the whole damn book.
Well, no, I missed out on some things. I like lost over Big E winning the championship and everyone being happy for him, but...
Right. You good for me to do mine now?
Yes, please talk.
Okay. Alright, okay, but before I start talking, I'm just curious. You said a lot earlier that you thought there were 3 things I could be bringing. I'm just curious what the other 2 were.
CR is wrapping its current season, and I know Vox Machina also wrapped.
I haven't tapped up with Critical Role, unfortunately. It's too long.
Okay.
Can't do it. But okay. So, I do not fully know what I feel about Season 2 of Arcane. This show has hit me in a weird way that I don't think any other show has successfully managed to do to me.
Alright, cool. Let's talk it out, bro.
Because, generally, I'm a fairly, polarized binary person. If I enjoy something, I'll start enjoying it more. I have an initial bad impression, exponential momentum, that kind of deal. I have never experienced a show where I have simultaneously felt like the highest of emotional highs, the most crushing tragedy, just pure emotional investment in every single one of these characters and moments, all of it, while also being extremely disappointed by missed potential, frustrated at choices that were made, and just being overall depressed at what could have been. These have both of these mindsets have been growing constantly the more I've watched the show. I've watched it 3 times now, the second season. Once from the start of first season 1 all the way to the end of season 2. And that's has been extremely difficult. I'll start with simple stuff first because it's easy and it makes it for easier groundwork to base off of. This is the most beautiful show that's ever existed. I think in terms of an animated show, this is the best looking one. I don't think there's a debate there. I think there's a gap between its competition. What this show manages to do with body language, with character expression, with eyes alone, there's nothing else like it. You can't talk about this show's writing without analyzing every single character's expression, whatever emotion it seems like they're feeling, because that's part of the writing. You can see these characters being human. I think it's... I call this better than live action in that regard, because they can carefully sculpt exactly what every single character is feeling at every single time, and it all feels so real. It's phenomenal. I cannot praise this show enough for it. Despite any problems I'm about to mention from this point forward, I could never give this show, lower than a 7. It's just that good looking.
I mean, I do take exception to that. I feel that the body language of actors is something that... I don't like the idea of animation replacing that.
Well, that's the thing, though. That's the thing, though. It's because they're animating based off of themselves. That's how they made the show. Every expression, every movement they're making, they're doing them first and then trying to mimic them. It's both.
All right.
It's just both.
If that is your feeling, absolutely. I thought you were referring to the intricate detail of animating each individual expression and feeling that had supplanted live action.
Oh, no. It's because it's doing the same thing, but it's controllable live action.
If you're saying that animation is an enhancement of that, is another tool to make it even more pronounced, then yes, I absolutely agree with you. I feel like that's the natural strength of animation. Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
No worries. Season 2 of this show is in a weird space for me, because I think the people that created this show realized the sheer power that they had with these expressions, with these characters' eyes, and realized they could get away with telling a lot of story through that. And the end result is, where in Season 1, this element of the show allowed you to get fully invested in the characters, exactly what they're feeling in every stage of their journey. In Season 2, these aspects of these characters are used to be the journey, to hearken to things that have happened to them. It's I don't want to call it a shortcut, because it's still impeccably well made. But it seems to be taking, the natural flow of the first season, and almost saying, okay, these people know these characters well enough. We can afford to skip this chunk. We don't need to show these characters interacting in this way. We can just show their expressions afterwards, or before. We don't need to have a conversation about this topic. We can just show how these characters are feeling right here. This gesture is enough. This facial expression is enough. And on one hand, I'm impressed by that. But on a fundamental level, what I loved about the first season the most was how deep the characters felt. And this approach is fundamentally taking a step away from that to be able to tell a wider range of a story. And I feel like that's ultimately inferior to what came before. And that's a really weird place of disappointment to be in, because I think if this season had been just as good as the first season, Arcane would have become my favorite piece of media. I think it would have supplanted Lord of the Rings, and I think I would have been happy with that. As it stands, it still is. But where the first season was I'd give it an unironic 12 out of 10. The second almost stretches across the entire number scale to the point, it's encompassing everything from, a 4 to a 12. And it's just hard to land on where that fits. Because some of the stuff that they're skipping is the stuff I wanted to see the most. Have you watched the second season yet?
No, but I have the cliff notes in order to have a strong conversation because I suspected this.
Okay. So
I know major spoilers, yes.
you know major spoilers. Okay. From this point forward, for anybody else watching, I'm going to be talking major spoilers because I don't have it in me to try to keep these things separate in my head.
Mm-hmm.
The number one thing I wanted to see in this show that I knew was going to happen because I know the character in League and saw how he was teased at the end of Season 1. I desperately wanted to see how Jinx would react when she realized that Warwick, the monster, the Wolfman, is actually her adoptive father, Vander.
Right.
That after all of that time, this person that was at the core of, like, her Jinx identity, one of the people she killed with her mistake, wasn't actually dead. And the setup for the scene is immaculate. It's just a dark tunnel. They've just broken a lot of people out of prison. Guards are coming to try to arrest Jinx, but then there's just a loud noise behind them. Warwick comes crashing out of a elevator, absolutely tears them apart, and there's a gorgeous fight scene between Jinx and Warwick that she eventually loses. She gets pinned to a wall, about to be killed, but the monster sees one of the grenades she's made. Sees the paint that only Powder would make. You see from his perspective that Jinx starts to shift a little bit between Powder, Jinx. Show hasn't revealed that this is Vander yet. You watch as the red in the monster's eyes fade away to a blue and a green. He says one word, Powder, and I'm on the edge of my seat. And it cuts to black. That's the end of the scene. You don't see Jinx again until she's going to get Vi to bring her to try to get their dad back.
Ah.
And
Oh, that would suck for you.
I don't even know if mad is the right word. I'm just
No, you're mad.
crushed.
No, you're upset.
Because I've seen in interviews with the writers that they see themselves as very efficient storytellers. I don't know how much of that is a kind of deflection from what I suspect was them both being rushed to get this out so they could explore different regions and get more of this cinematic universe going. As well as, I want to make this clear because I'm sympathetic of the writers for this. Halfway through the Season 2's production, Arcane was made the main canon of the League of Legends, like, story universe,
Right.
everything. It wasn't before. So I'm very sympathetic to this nuclear bombshell being dropped right in the production status, when all of a sudden everything they're doing, it's got to match the MMO. It's got to match all the other games they have in production. It's got to somehow mesh with 169 champions in this wacky universe. I think a lot of the problems that ultimately stem from this season is because of that. All of a sudden, they can't end their story because now it's got to mix with 500 other stories.
Don't stories end in this very definitively?
That's the funny thing. They're presented in that way, but where 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 champions in League of Legends appear to die in this show. I think only one of them is actually dead, and I think they could bring that one back if they wanted to.
Okay. No, I would call 2 in specific did a thing that seems very final.
The disintegration or the bomb?
Yes. The gayer one.
There is a specific champion in League of Legends that can hear voices in the Arcane. Well, could hear... It was technically Scorpion souls in the old lore. That's a can of worms. I don't think they're
like
gone.
From Mortal Kombat?
I think they're just going to be they're not gone. They've moved on to the next phase of the MCU to deal with the Arcane threat.
That's dumb. They should remain ghosts.
They might.
They should,
it's just that ghosts in these games
the live
also
stream.
Ghosts in this show also end up spending a pretty large amount of narrative. Well, there's a lot of dead champions in League of Legends.
I'm sorry.
And most of them would rather stay dead.
Now I'm just imagining Mel being haunted by them like the fucking ghosts of Christmas past.
That's not that much of a stretch with League of Legends
hate that
lore.
You're not laughing a lot.
That's
what I said
that's
was
just
stupid.
real. Ultimately, I think this is my biggest issue with the show, is all these sorts of... There's not an epilogue to it. After Jinx pulls the pin, detonates, and fakes her death, which it is... She's not dead, come on. I timed this. The ending of Arcane afterwards is about 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Nice.
Just out of curiosity, I wanted to double check. In Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, Aragorn's coronation alone is longer than the entirety of the epilogue of Arcane. This show hits you with so many different emotional beats so hard. And the emotional beats hit so fucking hard. I can't stress that enough. In the moments, fucking hell, the one Wasteland song, that broke me. Absolutely shattered me. But they give you absolutely no time to process it. Don't give time for the characters to process it. And that's a problem when you're pretending like 6 characters have died. Because none of the characters that you've grown to know and love and you value these relationships they have with each other, and it's just cut off. Zip. Nothing. Like Caitlyn had a brother-like relationship with Jace. He's gone and nothing. Heimerdinger died, and nobody reacts to it at all. Because he's not dead.
Like a bad version
Yordle,
of the
but...
Rainbow Connection.
And it's just... Because at the same time, this show hits me with moments that just melt my heart. You're aware of the alternate universe thing, where Echo gets transplanted to another dimension?
Yes. Yes, I am.
The dance between him and that powder and the song that plays during it, that song's dislodged something in the back of my head that I can't put back together.
Nice. I love it when media does that.
Beautiful. Like, the sheer mixture of happiness and tragedy, just... God! Ugh! But at the same time, it's because they focus on things like that. Nobody reacts to Heimerdinger dying. Because they've crafted this beautiful romance for Echo, and that's the focus of it. You can't have that. I don't know. I need to... Like... That's why I'm making a video on this. I need to get these pieces processed and put together. Mm-hmm. But I've never felt this tear in quality. Because everything I'm saying, I don't think the show's even bad. It's just worse than what it was before, and a couple of key things would ruin any other show for me. It's just that the presentation is impeccable and the writing's great. They're just missing pieces of the writing.
I can't wait for you to play Mouthwashing, because we're going to have a real interesting conversation in relation to exactly this.
I don't know. I'm still invested so much in this show. I believe you. This isn't the end of these characters, which they marketed it as such, which I think was a huge mistake on their part. This ending becomes so much more palpable once you just realize that, hey, they're going to keep going with things. This is not the last time you're going to see Caitlyn and Vi. They're going to continue Echo and Jinx's story. The main writer isn't done with Heimerdinger. It's why we know they're not dead. But with how long Fortiche takes making these shows, I wish they provided their audience with something more substantial to settle on, rather than just ending the story and just kind of scattering to the winds.
Understandable.
All of that said, I would still absolutely recommend anybody and everybody to watch Arcane in its entirety. Season 1, Season 2. I think 2 is worse, for several unfortunate reasons, but it's still an experience like no other. Everything, like literally every aspect of this show. Animation, voice direction, voice acting, music, and the writing. It's all absolutely phenomenal. Sometimes it has holes in it, but it does give you enough almost all the time to fill the holes yourself. You're just left wishing that you didn't have to imagine the story that you wanted to see.
Right.
I think that's how I feel about it. That's a good place to leave it.
Do you feel good? Is it off your chest? You feel nice and strong?
I feel better, yeah. I can finish that
Good.
video
no,
now.
You should. You should. It was interesting to watch you work through it. I mean, interesting in a positive way, not a derogatory way. I thought that it was very neatly put and neatly organized.
Can you tell I've been thinking about this show nonstop for the last
Maybe
month?
a little bit.
I'll leave you all with this, because I think it's funny, and I know you have an account there. I haven't visited Archive of Our Own since I was a teenager. This show has left a hunger in my heart that just, no, I need more of these characters. I don't care how I get it.
Yeah!
I need more.
Yeah, do it! Oh my god, you probably wade through like 10 bad fics just to get one.
Oh, it's so much worse than that. But the good ones are really good.
Let's go. No, I know.
I have a problem. It's fine. You want to talk about comments now? Wrap this up finally?
Yeah. Please.
Hello, everybody. It's time to talk with you. It's been a bit, but we're here.
Hi. Yeah. This feels like the start of the podcast. Play the opening theme again.
Will do. Strangely, despite having talked for almost 6 hours now, I feel just about as tired now as I did at the start of the podcast.
Nah, dude, I'm wiped.
Let's go through these. From Magic Ice. The main characters of the last games you two played have to work together to solve an escape room. What funny things happened between them, and who will be the clear winner? What was the last game you played?
What was it called? It was a fucking Queen one. It was Dark Queen of Mortol.
Okay. Dami Mommy Sauron figure. Which of these was the last one I played? Shit. I don't remember. One second. Let me think. No. I think the last one was actually... No, it would have been Smash Ultimate with my nephew.
Okay, so who did you
Kirby.
play as?
He wanted me to play
You
Kirby.
were Kirby? Okay. Oh, no shot the escape room gets solved then.
I mean, Kirby eventually swallows the Dark Souls boss and becomes powerful
Well, yeah.
regardless. I don't feel like an escape room would contain Kirby very well.
No, it's the intent of the escape room is ruined.
Oh, okay. That's fair. Yeah. 100%.
I'm sorry, you invalidated whoever I picked, unless it was like Phoenix Wright or something.
True. From Travis Nakahira. Opinions on 2x speed on YouTube videos or podcasts? Just in general.
That's fine. Like, if that's what you have to do in order to get through a video, like, Life is short, dude. I usually listen to my podcasts on 1.25 times speed, just because it's easier to glean information. Like, I have no offense to anyone who listens to this sped up. We pause way too much to be tolerable.
I agree with that. For the podcasts I listen to, I will generally only stick around if I really love the narration of the person speaking. And if I love the narration of the person speaking, I'm probably not going to speed it up. Like the Fall of Civilizations podcast I brought like a year or so ago for a bonus stage. Love the dude's voice. If I sped it up, I'd ruin the voice, and I'm not going to do that.
I listen to podcasts for banter.
And
like most of the time, that's stronger when sped up just a little bit. Because that way you're getting the joke. There's
not as much of a pause between the jokes. Yeah.
Exactly. And it's different for each podcast, but usually I find 1.25 to be the sweet spot. And if you need it faster, that's absolutely fine. If you'd like, we can just like put a GIF of Subway Surfers on for you. Just like in the corner.
Don't tempt them like that.
Well, we put the GIF of Subway Surfers on, but it's at 0.5 times speed, so it's at regular speed when you're watching at 2 times speed.
Yo, that's amazing, actually. Oh, that's great. Wait, no, it would have to be 0.5 speed. 0.25 is 4.
I said words. They were right in my head.
It's fine.
Not my lips. You corrected me, and I was like, yes, that's correct.
Let's see. Chris Casey Brown, what Sony franchise should you get an Astrobot level? Have you played Astrobot at all?
No, I don't own a PS5.
Any niche franchises you'd love?
Yeah, Sly Cooper.
Is there not a Sly Cooper?
I don't think there's a Sly Cooper level.
Astrobot, Sly...
If there is, I'm going to be very upset. I know there's a Sly costume.
There's a costume, I don't think there is a level.
Then, yeah, Sly Cooper.
Good choice. I like a shot of the Colossus level. Just climb one of the Colossi. Maybe the last one. That'd be neat.
No, it would be neat. I agree with you.
Let's see... Hang it in the chat. Opinion on the Epic Musical. I actually know the Epic Musical. Do you know the Epic Musical?
I've seen a lot of animatics of the Epic Musical.
Music's genuinely fantastic. I would actually recommend it.
There are some times where I disagree with just the vocal choices that they do.
I can see that.
I think the main character wavers in between this is great and this is... Oh, this is very community theater. But I do think the way that they parse the myth is very strong.
Mm-hmm.
And I love the use of song to introduce every character that they need to. Like, I have never felt a grander version of Poseidon. So.
Yeah. It's cool. Oh, this is a selfish one, but I'm picking it. Godzilla or Ultraman Kaiju as a Monster Hunter fight. I've wanted a Hydra in Monster Hunter for so long. Give me a Ghidorah fight, please. I think the concept of a Hydra could be so fucking cool in Monster Hunter.
I would like Jet Jaguar, because he's just a dude who's just really tall. I think that would be really funny to fight. He's just a guy.
Honestly, yeah. I'd be so down for that.
No, that's it. Like, I could say, like, I like Biollante, because giant rose monster fucks, but...
Let's grab one more. From Butch Sky, which Sonic game made you feel the happiest/saddest about the Sonic franchise as a whole? Half curious to see if Shadow Generations makes that list for you.
Now, you're going to hate this. Sonic Heroes made me feel the saddest.
No! How dare you attack me like this?
I was 10, coming off of Sonic Adventure 2, and Sonic Heroes was the most hype game I could possibly have, and it was so much worse than Adventure 2 that I felt crushing disappointment. It is the first game that I felt truly disappointed in.
You know what's hilarious? I could say the exact same thing, reversing the games.
I believe you completely.
The problem is, Mania makes me sadder because I know that game is peak, but I can't get into it. I've tried. I know it's good. I know the music's amazing. I listen to the music frequently, but Sonic just it doesn't click with me. It just doesn't. What about Happiest? I know you're Happiest, actually. It's Adventure 2, right?
I mean, that's my introduction, because you know I originally thought Sonic was a Denny's mascot, right?
No!
Oh, you didn't know this one. Okay, so the first time I ever saw Sonic was in the claw machine of a Denny's, because Sonic Underground was doing a crossover with Denny's. So I thought that Sonic and Knuckles were Denny's mascots. And then I played Sonic Adventure 2, and I was like, wow, Denny's is a really good video game.
Oh god, so in the Sonic fandom, when they're just talking about Denny's, did that just come full circle for you?
Yes, absolutely.
You probably did mention it on a previous stream. I have forgotten. So I got to experience that twice.
Okay, I'm glad. So SA2 isn't really, like, big for the Sonic franchise for me, because it is just my realization that it is not a fast food mascot. And I just really like it. Honestly, it was Generations. I really enjoyed Generations. I was down on Sonic for years, just as a character in general, and that was just like angsty teenage spite, honestly. And Generations made me get over that because it was really good, and I was like, I have faith in Sonic's next game. I am sure that this Sonic Lost World is going to be great. OG, absolutely. Xiao Zhen's also amazing. I have the exact same feeling. The next Sonic game is going to be great.
We'll see. Shadow the Hedgehog 2, here we come.
Honestly?
I mean, yeah, I'd be down. Yeah, funnily enough, I think it's still also Sonic Mania for me, happiness-wise. I love the story too much of fans of the series coming in and making a new game that recaptures its roots. Even if those roots aren't for me, that flow of fan to, like, actual designer, I think that's precious.
I agree. You know what's also big for me? The murder of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Ha! Yeah! Good
That's
choice.
a weird game to say, but in reading it, I just realized, damn, I love the Sonic cast, don't I? Like, all of them. I'm sorry I was mean to them. They're cool.
I had a similar thing happen with, like, the Mario movie for me. Like, I've never really... I always kind of saw the RPG characters separately on the main cast, but once I actually just got into, like, an emotional narrative with them, I was like, oh, shit!
It's like,
I actually love all of them.
So
much.
Luigi's really cool. The emotional weight of Luigi is too great for me to bear on my own.
But seriously, though!
Oh yes, I've read the IDW comics. They're a mixed bag. Some of them are really good, though. I really like Kit.
And I think with that, do you just want to keep talking for a second just to hit the 6-hour mark? Just for the fun of it?
Wait, that's what, 7 minutes
It's
away
7
or so?
minutes away.
Yeah.
Why not?
Would you rather go out with the Sonic or Mario cast to Denny's?
Oh, if you'd said anything else aside from Denny's, I might have said Mario.
No. Magic Eye said it, but...
No, I see it.
Yeah. But I have one option now. But no, I honestly think, like, can you think of a character who would be cooler to hang out with than Tails? Because he is the chillest friend. He will love everything that you do. He will play video games with you. You will inspire him. He will be smarter than you and able to have a strong conversation. But also you can introduce him to things he shouldn't see.
It's a bit dark, but sure.
I'm not talking about weird I'm talking about, like, fucking RoboCop.
Yeah, sure. I will.
I'm like, hello, 8-year-old. Would you like to see Akira? He'll think I'm the coolest guy. Excuse me, my cat is screaming.
No worries at all. Chat has demanded a poll from me. I will acquiesce.
Hello, boy. Hello, what is up? Let me sit down, then you can come up.
Unsurprisingly, Sonic is the front runner.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, by far. And that's correct. Basil.
Like, if you're going to, like, more of a chiller sit-down restaurant, yeah, there's an Olive Garden, then the Mario Cast.
No, Sonic also owns Olive Garden specifically.
What?
The Sonic movie. Remember? They have breadsticks. They're endless.
Right. You know what? That's fair. I completely forgot about that.
Basil, say hi to everyone. Say hi, Basil. Basil,
No,
would you rather go with...
Basil's getting pets now. Time for speech is over.
Basil, would you like to go to Denny's with Mario or Sonic? Pick a hand. No, please stay here. No, I'm so sorry I upset you. No, okay, you're here.
You're wasting my time with this mortal drivel.
How about IHOP? We did a news story that Sonic had an IHOP crossover.
Will we ever have an episode as long as this one? Will there ever be a gap as long that covers as much news stories?
I'm sure that we'll give up at one point and be like, okay, this is the 6-month podcast. I hope not. We're having an episode next month. I don't care when it is.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have like the character episode. That's a lot easier to set up.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've played any games in 2024 that
you're
were
allowed
new
to just like say characters
and had characters in general.
We can say things that you've like heard about games and stuff, or anything that you've watched in the background.
Yes. Space Marine didn't have characters. Dragon Age definitely didn't have characters. Ugh.
Oh no, guys, we're doing our usual character ranking. What are characters who should be there? People who are going to be there, definitely. I will tell you outright. Ichiban, Kiryu, probably Tomizawa, Shadow the Hedgehog.
Hilariously love it.
Jimmy from Mouthwashing.
Rebirth came out this year, right?
Barrett. So that's 6 automatically.
Oh, hold on, hang on.
I'll probably put Heisme in there so that we can have a metaphor character and then say we didn't play it, but we love the concept of Heisme.
I'm down for that. Can I bring it just the characterization of Helldivers in general? Is that good enough?
Helldiver's character?
I don't think they have characters. It's just like the base character that's shouting and screaming.
Just name the base character, because I will agree with you.
Jeff. His name is Jeff. Jeff the Helldiver.
Yeah. Should play Metaphor in a month? Do you want me to hate it? Me Files. No.
Memphis, Tennessee. God, just seriously.
Jeff the Baby Land Shark. Oh, good.
Yo,
Same rates in all of the
you know
comments.
what? I'm kind of down for that.
Oh, TTYD.
That's pretty good. TTYD barely changed anything.
It did barely change anything, but it did make Vivian officially trans, so she should count.
I feel like I would literally only be choosing her for that aspect, though.
I would also be choosing her because she's a good character.
Yeah, but she always was.
Yes, she always was.
She just had a flag stapled to her, officially.
Orsted won in 2022.
Yeah, but the Orsted had, like, the whole fucking final boss moment.
Yes, and
You
now
sold me
Vivian has
heavy on
an
that.
arc.
Technique came out. Was there anything from there?
Oh shit, Jin can go in there. Yeah, that's actually really good.
Okay.
Unless you want Heihachi headbutting the meteor, giving himself anti-amnesia. Oh no, it's the amnesia that makes you evil.
All right.
Are we there yet?
I
Are we
think,
there?
yeah, we're there. Yeah, we're there. We're there. Thank
No,
you
I
for
need
just
to see
hanging
it.
out, guys.
Yeah,
We,
thank you for
we
hanging
wanted
out,
the
guys.
milestone.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I don't
But
know.
we made
You
it.
vouched for it.
It's fun seeing the 6-hour mark. It's always fun seeing those little next steps.
Yeah, number go up. You're right. You're right.
Exactly. I don't. Not many of my YouTube numbers go up anymore. Let me have this, man.
No, I feel you. No, I'm stagnant.
Yeah. Thank you all so much for watching. This has been another long-awaited Design Dorks. I apologize. I'm not going to apologize because there'll probably be other big gaps in the future. But you'll see us again, probably fairly soon. Thank you for all the super chats. Holy shit. That was the most I've ever had by, like,
thank
a
you.
lot. What the fuck? Thank you. You want any comments? Do you want us to cover next time? Do the whole hashtag DDG nobody here is new. You know how it works.
You're fine. Yeah, like the video. Like the video. Like the
Yeah!
video. Subscribe. Ring the
Do
bell.
it.
Like the video.
Like for 6 hours.